Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. For indulgence, I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, when John Kudelka died earlier this week, Australia lost one of our great cartoonists and artists, and Tasmania lost one of its favourite sons. He could skewer his targets with wit and precision, but when he turned his eye to the beauty of his beloved home state, he celebrated it with joy, and a style that was entirely his. The outpouring of grief for him in the days since his death is an indication of the special place that he held in so many Australian hearts. I extend my sincere condolences to his wife Maggie, his children Kay and Oscar, and to his friends. May John Kudelka rest in peace.
Thank the Prime Minister. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to Zambia and Mauritius from 21 to 27 September 2025. Members can leave the chamber or resume their seats quickly and quietly. It was my privilege to lead this multi-partisan parliamentary delegation, joined by Senator Claire Chandler, Senator for Tasmania, as the Deputy Leader of the delegation, Senator Deborah O'Neill, Senator for New South Wales, Senator Dorinda Cox, Senator for Western Australia, Senator Tammy Tyrrell, Senator for Tasmania, and Ms Mary Doyle, the Federal Member for Aston. I'm not quite sure, but this may be the first time an all-female delegation has been led by a Speaker. This Australian parliamentary delegation to Zambia and Mauritius was historic, strengthening and enhancing parliamentary relations between our nations, with, of course, a focus on parliament-to-parliament dialogue. Australia and Zambia share deep ties. Our people-to-people links and parliamentary links form the foundation of our strong bilateral relationship. The Speaker of the Zambian Assembly, the Right Honourable Nelly Bute Kushamba Muti, and I serve on the Executive Committee of the Inter-Parliamentary Union together. We share common values as constitutional democracies with the Parliament at the core. The delegation was honoured to attend a number of meetings and events hosted by the Speaker of Zambia, including a sitting of the Zambian Assembly and meetings with parliamentary committees and caucuses. The delegation was supported in Zambia by Australia's Deputy Head of Mission, Mr Isaac Matia, and I thank him and his colleagues for the high level of support that was provided to the delegation. Mauritius and Australia's also share deep ties, with Australia hosting the second largest diaspora after the UK, with an estimated population of 36,000 people of Mauritian descent in Australia, including a member of the House of Representatives. The delegation was hosted by the Speaker of the Mauritius National Assembly, the Honourable Mrs Shirin Amaredi Sifra. The delegation called on the President of Mauritius as well as the Prime Minister of Mauritius. The delegation also met with parliamentary colleagues across committees, strengthening our relationships and sharing information about our respective parliamentary systems. Mauritius and Australia share a strong commitment to parliamentary education for young people. I was honoured to be able to address the Youth Parliament of Mauritius at the Curtin Mauritius campus. I spoke about expanding parliamentary education through Australia's Parliamentary Education Office and the number of various civics programs here in Australia. The delegation was delighted to meet with the Indian Ocean Rim Association, which is headquartered in Mauritius and of which Australia and Mauritius are members. The delegation wishes to thank Her Excellency Ms Kate Chumley, Australia's High Commissioner to Mauritius, and her staff, who offered a high level of support to the delegation. I wish to record our appreciation of the preparation that went into the visit, including arrangements made by the Australian Parliament's International and Parliamentary Relations Office, and especially to Ms Sophie Killick. The delegation would also like to thank officials from the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs for their invaluable work in the lead-up to and during the delegation, and of course to the staff of the Parliamentary Library. Finally, I offer these observations. Australia has much to contribute, but also much to gain in strengthening our ties with people and their parliaments across the globe. I was pleased to be able to contribute to this by leading this important delegation to Zambia and Mauritius in September last year. I commend the report to the House. Give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Health legislation amendment, improving choice and transparency for private health consumers Bill 2026.
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care and the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Health Legislation Amendment, Improving Choice and Transparency for Private Health Consumers Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, the Health Legislation Amendment, Improving Choice and Transparency for Private Health Consumers Bill 2026 will enable Australians to make informed decisions about their health care and private health insurance. It provides clarity on individual medical practitioner fees and out-of-pocket costs. It safeguards consumers by outlawing product phoenixing, closing a loophole that allowed private health insurers to close a product and reopen an identical one at a higher price or reduce the value of that product without ministerial scrutiny. Schedule 1 of the bill focuses on providing consumers with more detailed information on the expected medical fees charged and likely out-of-pocket costs for their private healthcare experience. An increasing number of Australians are not taking up referrals from their general practitioner to see a specialist due to cost. In 2024-25, 8.6% of Australians delayed or missed specialist care. That's over 800,000 people because of cost. The most common cause of out-of-pocket costs is medical specialist fees. It is unjustifiable to require patients to commit to a medical treatment without them knowing what the cost of that treatment will be and not be able to compare those costs against the fees that would be charged by other providers. Understanding the level of support that is provided by their private health insurer is also vital in determining their likely out-of-pocket costs. To support greater transparency, since 2022, specialists and insurers have had the opportunity to participate in the Medical Costs Finder and publish their fees and out-of-pockets data. Uptake has been shockingly low, with only 1 to 2% of specialists and only 10% of insurers participating on the website as at December 2025. Schedule 1 will allow for the publication of the relevant data on the Medical Costs Finder without the need for input from specialists, as it will be drawn from Medicare, hospital and insurer billing data already collected by the government. While the focus is on the charging practices of non-GP specialists, general practitioners and their billing could also be published on the website in the future. Schedule 1 will amend the Health Insurance Act 1973 and the Private Health Insurance Act 2007 to allow for the publication of information about medical practitioners and their billing, including names, locations, fees charged by location, their utilisation of gap cover arrangements with insurers where insurers pay a medical practitioner more if they agree to charge no or fixed out-of-pocket costs. To allow for the publication of information about hospitals, including medical practitioners who provide services at the facility and insurers that have gap cover or contracting arrangements with the facility. To allow for the publication of information about insurers, including the proportion of policyholders who experienced different gap cover arrangements and the out-of-pocket costs under those arrangements, and to include an immunity from civil proceedings. Also to modernise the secrecy regime and make it consistent with amendments to secrecy provisions in portfolio legislation made by the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Act of 2025. Importantly, Speaker, the amendments will continue to protect the privacy of consumers and no patient information will be published. The Department of Health, Disability and Ageing is establishing an internal review process for medical practitioners to inquire or to request the department to review the fee information that is published about them. Without passage of this schedule, Australians will continue to have uncertainty about the potential costs of their treatment. Patients will continue to be unable to compare between providers and unable to seek better value from their private health care. Schedule 2 of the bill, Mr Speaker, relates to changes to strengthen ministerial oversight of private health insurance premiums to better protect consumers. Currently, private health insurers are required to apply to the Minister if they wish to change the premium for an existing product. This has typically occurred once a year through the annual premium round process. Insurers are not required to seek approval for the premium charged for new products. Some insurers have used this process to circumvent the intent of the premium round by closing an existing product to new members and launching a new but very similar product at a higher price than was authorised by the Minister for the existing product. This process, known as phoenixing, hurts not just new entrants to private health insurance who are directly impacted, but the 15.3 million people who hold private health insurance who are left unprotected from under-scrutinised changes. To address this issue, amendments to the Private Health Insurance Act 2007 will require insurers to apply to the Minister for approval of the premiums for new and existing products. In addition to requiring ministerial approval for proposed premium changes, insurers will have to apply if they open a new product or they reduce the cover, a benefit or other term of condition of an existing product. Additional changes are being made to formalise and enhance existing practices also that occur under the annual premium round process. These include specifying the premium round submission dates in the legislation while allowing the Minister to make a legislative instrument to vary those dates, encouraging submissions to be made through the premium round by introducing a more stringent public interest test to be applied to applications made outside of the premium round submission dates, allowing delegation of the Minister's premium approval power, but not the power to refuse an application. This could enable a reduced process for certain categories of applications outside the annual premium round. Delegation would likely be for relatively straightforward applications that are more clearly in the public interest, and details will be worked through with the industry. Inserting a power to specify a fee for premium applications, noting that no fee is being set at commencement and there would be further consultation before setting a fee. Allowing the Minister to request further information about premium applications and to invite insurers to respond or amend their application. This formalises the current resubmission process. Speaker, these reforms are an important step in holding private health insurers to account and empowering consumers to make informed decisions about the costs of their health care. The government will always pursue reforms to ensure private health insurance delivers genuine value for money, greater transparency and puts consumers right at the centre of healthcare decisions. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to Member Latrobe.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Latrobe. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Treasury Laws Amendment, Financial Reporting System Reform Bill 2026.
Give a call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, Financial Reporting System Reform Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Give a call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations, financial services and the financial reporting system and for related purposes.
Give a call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This legislation delivers the biggest reform to our financial reporting standard-setting institutions in over 2 decades. Integrity in our markets matters because when people trust the system to be fair and honest, they're more willing to invest, innovate and plan for the future. That confidence underpins a strong economy for everyone. The creation of the External Reporting Australia, or ERA, combines the existing standard-setting functions of the Australian Accounting Standards Board, Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, and Financial Reporting Council. ERA will be responsible for accounting, auditing and assurance, and sustainability standards. Our standard setters play a crucial role supporting the integrity of markets, enhancing investor confidence and ensuring accountability in public sector institutions. The creation of ERA will facilitate a key enhancement to the development and maintenance of standards for sustainability reporting, with the establishment of a standalone specialist board within ERA to undertake this work. It will put in place a durable framework that allows us to respond quickly and effectively to changes in reporting standards here and overseas, including setting new standards as the system evolves. This reform helps ensure the governance and structural arrangements of Australia's economic institutions and structural arrangements are best positioned to help build a more competitive, dynamic and productive economy. The legislation strengthens the existing system by better positioning it to respond to emerging developments both locally and internationally. The introduction of the bill follows extensive consultation and consideration of feedback. I want to thank all stakeholders for their constructive engagement and insights. The structure and governance of External Reporting Australia has been designed with a view to balancing 3 key principles. The first is flexibility. By establishing a single body, the bill removes structural barriers and improves the capacity of our standard-setting framework to adjust to emerging issues and evolving priorities as needed over time. This includes taking on new standard-setting functions in the future if required. Making the most of greater flexibility that comes with having a single body is key to realising the core benefits and longer-term efficiencies of the reforms. The second is preserving elements of the existing system that have served us well in the past. The key focus here has been ensuring that Australia continue to benefit from the high degree of skills and experience that professional experts in each relevant field bring to setting the technical aspects of our accounting, auditing and assurance and sustainability standards. ERA's new structure will allow it to effectively marshal and harness this expertise within the construct of a single entity by providing for day-to-day standard setting to continue to be undertaken by boards constituted by technical experts. The third design principle is accountability. The bill provides for governance arrangements for ERA which ensure alignment between responsibility for the body's performance and the capacity to drive that performance and address issues that arise in doing so. These reforms strengthen accountability by introducing new transparency and conflict of interest requirements for ERA. When organisations like ERA rely on current specialised expertise to set high-quality standards, it is natural that many of those experts will still be working in the field. That is why it's important to manage any real or perceived conflicts of interest in a practical and sensible way. The measure in this bill is designed to make sure the public can have confidence in both the integrity of the process and the standards that result from it. ERA was led by a governing council. It will be led by a governing council. The governing council will be the accountable authority of ERA with an oversight role covering ERA's full remit. Allowing the governing council to act collectively will promote confidence that standard setting cannot be overly influenced by the perspectives of any individual member or the interests of any particular sector, group or industry. The Minister will also have the power to appoint non-voting associate members to the Governing Council who, while not forming part of the accountable authority, will be able to bring valuable perspectives to its decision-making. The Governing Council will create, appoint and oversee a number of internal standard-setting boards that are each authorised to make and formulate specialised standards. At least one board must be established for each of the three categories of standards currently set by the AASB and the AUASB, being accounting, auditing and assurance, and sustainability standards. The Minister will also be able to confer on ERA via legislative instrument additional functions, including, for example, responsibility for formulating a new kind of standard. This will enable any future standard setting needs to be efficiently and effectively addressed by leveraging ERA's standard-setting expertise and governance structure. The bill also contains a new requirement that when making appointments, the Minister must have regard to ensuring the Governing Council as a whole has an appropriate level of representation of persons who are and are seen to be independent from Australian auditors. This is an important accountability requirement as it recognises that as auditors must comply with auditing standards set by ERA, there is a risk of actual or perceived conflicts arising for appointees who work in the industry applying auditing standards. The bill also bolsters transparency around the operations of ERA. All parts of meetings of both the Governing Council and standard-setting boards that concern the contents of particular standards must be held in public. Procedural rules governing the operation of the Governing Council will be set out in the legislation, while rules and processes for the boards will be contained in legislative instruments subject to appropriate consultation requirements and parliamentary scrutiny. The creation of ERA through the amendments set out in the bill will strengthen Australia's institutional arrangements for setting external reporting standards and ensure they are best positioned for the future. These amendments set out a new era for financial reporting standard setting in Australia. Finally, the Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations was consulted in relation to the proposed amendments contained in the bill and has approved them as required under the Corporations Agreement 2002. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned. To give the call to Member for Latrobe.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I declare that the Treasury Laws Amendment Supporting Choice in Superannuation and Other Measures Bill 2025 stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
Thank the Leader of the House. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025, and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question, which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the bill be now read a second time. The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those opinions say aye. Against no. Think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that this bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa, Bean and Capricornia as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Kooyong and Bradfield as tellers for the noes. Anyway, order. The result of the division is ayes 106, noes 8. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. Order. If members can take their seats quickly and quietly, I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 50, an appropriation for the purpose of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. I give the call to the honourable member for Curtin.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Leave of the House is granted. Leave. The member for Curtin may proceed.
I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. I seek to move these amendments which introduce important safeguards, and they do so in different ways by amending different parts of the bill. They could work together or separately to achieve the same policy objective. And for the convenience of the House, I'll speak to both amendments together. The first amendment would retain the sunsetting clause of Division 3 of Part 3, the compulsory questioning powers, for an additional 5 years until 7 March 2030. The second amendment provides for the mandatory review of these powers by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. Now, this bill engages some of the most extraordinary powers in our law, compulsory questioning by ASIO. These powers are intrusive and profoundly interfere with multiple rights, including the right to silence, freedom of movement, access to legal representation, and the privilege against self-incrimination. They must be paired with robust routine oversight. Since 2003, Parliament has applied a sunset clause to ensure periodic, rigorous review of these extraordinary powers. On 6 occasions, Parliament has extended the sunset date because successive parliaments have judged that renewal should be earned and not assumed. Removing this safeguard while simultaneously broadening the grounds on which an adult can be subject to compulsory questioning shifts the balance too far from accountability towards permanence. We all accept that the security environment is challenging and that ASIO must have the effective tools it needs at its disposal. But the legitimacy of those tools depends on proportionality and transparency. The bill proposes to expand adult questioning matters to additional heads of security, yet makes the questioning framework permanent by repealing the sunset clause. That combination warrants a more careful approach from us. My amendments are straightforward: keep the sunset in place and/or mandate a periodic review. This is about maintaining trust in the way we exercise extraordinary powers, not about tying ASIO's hands. The First Amendment would retain the sunset clause in Section 34JF of the ASIO Act, so compulsory questioning powers remain subject to regular renewal by Parliament. This is the safeguard we've applied since these powers were first introduced, and it's functioned as intended, prompting scrutiny and public justification before each extension. The Second Amendment requires a mandatory statutory review of Division 3 of Part 3. At present, the PJCIS may choose to review these powers. My amendment would require it to do so, ensuring the Parliament periodically tests whether the powers remain necessary and proportionate in light of contemporary risks and practice. This directly answers concerns that current safeguards are marginal, given the breadth of the regime and the proposed expansion. These amendments do not alter warrant thresholds. They do not add operational friction to ASIO, and they do not dilute protections for investigations. They simply ensure that as powers grow, oversight keeps pace. There's a clear signal from stakeholders that ongoing scrutiny strengthens rather than weakens our security framework. In a 2024 submission to the PJCIS, ASIO's preference was not to abolish sunsetting, but to extend it by 5 years to 2030. Now, while ASIO's 2025 submission favoured making the powers permanent, the organisation specifically recognised that for ASIO to fulfil its mission, it must maintain the confidence and trust of the Australian people, the Parliament and Government. Legal and civil society stakeholders, including the Law Council of Australia and state civil liberties councils, opposed making the powers permanent, especially alongside broader adult questioning matters. Their concerns focus on proportionality, human rights impact, and the risk of normalising exceptional powers. Making the PJCIS review mandatory speaks directly to these concerns. Parliamentary scrutiny committees have flagged issues that my amendments would help address. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights also questioned, among a number of things, the necessity of repealing the sunset and the breadth of the expanded questioning matters, and suggested stronger safeguards, including clearer necessity and proportionality assessments. A regular mandated review is the practical way to ensure those questions are answered with evidence over time. We want ASIO to succeed in keeping Australians safe. We also want Australians to have confidence that when Parliament grants exceptional powers, we renew them deliberately with eyes open and only when they remain necessary and proportionate. These amendments would do that, and I commend these amendments.
So the question is that these amendments be agreed to. I give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs, Immigration, Citizenship, Cyber Security.
Thanks very much. I thank the honourable member for putting the amendment to the House and for the arguments that have been put forward. The government won't be supporting the amendment. It would have the impact of doing two things: extending the existing sunset clause and forcing the PJCIS to conduct a review. In the government's view, the PJCIS is a powerful and deeply respected committee of this parliament. It already can inquire into the full range of national security legislation, and keeping discretion for the PJCIS in terms of where inquiries go is viewed by the government as being appropriate. In terms of the sunset provision, the government is very deliberately removing the sunset. The sunset provision, when it was brought in the hope that these powers would be temporary. I wish the need for these powers was temporary. And history has shown us that it isn't. And so the reason, and one of the key elements of the bill would in fact be undone by reintroducing and extending the existing sunset clause in the Act. The sunset clause was put there not simply in the terms of which the member described of being, an ongoing accountability. It was sunsets are put there in the hope that one day they won't be required. And since that time, the need for these powers has only become stronger, and that's the reason why the government has decided to put to the parliament that the sunset be removed.
So I'll put the question that these amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? The House will divide and ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thank you. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. And I appoint the honourable members for Curtin and Ryan as tellers for ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 67, and therefore the question is resolved in the negative. Okay. I just ask members who are leaving the chamber to do so quickly and quietly. Thank you very much. I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I ask leave to move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name.
Is leave granted?
Is granted.
Leader of the House granted leave.
Move the amendments circulated in my name. Amendments 1 and 2, following the division we've just had from the member from Curtin's amendment, seeks to raise the further concern, and I should say for the record, I strongly support that the sunsetting clause should remain in this legislation. This is very significant extraordinary powers, and oversight in this place is essential to ensure the proper operation of those laws, to make sure they continue to be applied properly, but also that they are required and necessary. Now, I note the Minister's comments earlier in relation to unfortunately that these powers are still needed. I don't dispute that. We are not here saying that these powers are from time to time needed in a period where geopolitical tensions, terrorism, threats and harm are there and prevalent. But from our community's perspective, what we've also seen in recent times, just with protests in Sydney, and what many are concerned is overreach by law enforcement. The importance of having good accountability when extraordinary powers are granted to agencies, especially when they then override human rights. So the amendments that I have proposed are very simple, because on top of my overall concerns of this wide-ranging powers, it is how these also apply to children, to minors. So the amendments that I propose are to demand the extra safeguards in relation to children, where these powers involve children. These powers include the right for compulsory questioning. And now compulsory questioning of someone under 18 can involve apprehension and they are significant constraints on liberty and movement. Even the bill's own human rights analysis recognises these rights are engaged. So the amendments that I have proposed apply additional safeguards for minors. A minor's representative must always be present during questioning and a person who can act in the best interest of that child. And the duration of question should not exceed 8 hours. The amendment also sunset the powers in relation to compulsory questioning of minors, so that it can come back before this House for review if it is considered to continue to be necessary. Now, to put this in context, I accept that we have also received information and briefings around the concerns of greater radicalisation of young people, and that these are sometimes minors. And so these powers may well be needed. Noting, though, that ASIO has not to date needed to utilise these powers. So that does beg the question, why are we putting a set and forget on these very broad and, I would say, extraordinary powers? These were introduced following the 9/11 terror attacks and were considered extraordinary at the time. So the permanence of these powers has been controversial for years, because these powers were originally sold as last resort and have been repeatedly renewed in terms of the sunsets. The human rights statement for the bill states that the Attorney-General must treat a child's best interest as a primary consideration when issuing a warrant for a 14 to 17-year-old. Now, if I could just pause here and note, we don't even consider children up to the age of 16 as being mature enough to cope with accessing social media, but we are saying ASIO can compulsory question a 14 to 17-year-old. There is so much inconsistency in what we consider are the protections we should provide children, and then the rights and where we strip away their rights. So my amendment supports a duty by ensuring that a child is never left alone in questioning and is not exposed to prolonged interrogation. I find it quite extraordinary that this is not an amendment supported by the government, I've got to say. The bill relies heavily on the idea that these powers are used proportionately and as a last resort, with oversight and guidelines emphasising proportionality. Time limits and continuous support for minors are exactly the kind of least rights restrictive design that explicitly builds proportionality in the legislation. The hard stop in relation to the legislation for minors requires then ASIO and the government of the day to re-justify the need for those powers. I think that is important oversight in this day and age. This is supported by the Law Council of Australia. They have emphasised that ongoing independent review ensures the overall bill remains necessary and proportionate, and the Australian Human Rights Commission recommends allowing the questioning powers for adults and children to sunset. So I would argue these are important amendments to ensure proportionality and that the rights of children are respected in these very dramatic and drastic rights. This is not to say we are not wanting absolutely in keeping Australians safe, but we have to make sure proportionality applies.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. And in responding to the amendments, I thank the member for Warringah for both the content and the tone of the debate as well, and respect absolutely that everybody is coming to this place wanting to make sure that we get the right balance in terms of respecting everybody's rights and vulnerabilities while also making sure that we keep Australians safe. And I don't for a minute think that there's anything in this amendment where there is an intention to do otherwise than keep that balance. We just have different views on where that balance lies. The government won't be supporting the amendment that's been moved by the member for Warringah. There's a deliberate decision of the government to remove the sunset provision. It's been reviewed multiple times, and the member is right in saying that when it was introduced, it was believed that it would be a last resort. It was not believed that we would be in the situation that we're in some 20 years later, where we are again at a situation of the threat alert level being at probable, where we're in a situation where the pace of radicalisation can now happen online and can happen really fast and is increasingly targeting people who are young. The threat environment now is quite different, and when you've gone through a situation of doing sunset after sunset after sunset, you do get to a point, which the government has arrived at, where there's a genuine belief that the need for this power is not about to go away. There are multiple safeguards in both the Act and the Statement of Procedures. Minors must only be questioned in the presence of a legal representative, and the minor does have the right to have their representative, a parent or guardian, present. ASIO does have to consider known vulnerabilities. It's highly unlikely that questioning would ever go beyond 8 hours. But if there were a situation where that was viewed as realistically a matter of life and death for others, then the flexibility that is currently there should be there, needs to be there. The Attorney-General has to give regard to whether the warrant would be in the best interests of the minor as a primary consideration. But with respect to the issues of minors, can I just give some context as to how the caseload for counter-terrorism has changed? On our National Support and Intervention Program, we have 230 participants. Half of them are under 24. 31% are under 18. Of those who were charged of related offences in 2025, we've got 11 out of 19 were minors. Since 2020, operational activity against people under the age of 18 has been 53 people 17 or younger, the youngest being 12. Now, obviously, for 12 and 13-year-olds, they're not part of the powers of this Act. It kicks in at 14. But we are in a situation where the pace of radicalisation can now be really fast. Getting information as quickly as we can is absolutely essential. And sadly, that increasingly involves minors. I wish these powers were not required. I wish what the Howard government had, I believe, genuinely thought 20 years ago, that this would be something required for a finite period of time, had turned out to be true. And I wish the concept of having to compulsorily question minors never arose. The reality is the arguments now for these powers are stronger than they have ever been, and I cannot pretend to the Parliament that I think they're going to go away. Every indicator we have is the direction now is that these powers are more essential than they've ever been.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
I think the noes have it. Sorry? Sorry, you're both talking to me and I can't actually hear what you're saying. Is a division required? Thank you. Then the House will divide and ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thank you. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and the ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left, and I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Clark for the ayes, and the honourable members Bean and Werriwa for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 9, noes 60. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Leader of the House.
Do I need leave?
Yep.
Yep. I seek leave to move the third reading immediately. Please.
Is leave granted? Member for Goldstein, for the record, that was granting leave. Leader of the House.
Move the bill be read a third time.
I put that question now to the House. The bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it and call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
Thank you. Okay. I have a report that the National Health Amendment Passive Immunology Products Bill of 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber. A Governor-General's message recommending an appropriation for the purposes of the bill has been reported and the bill has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill and the question is that this bill be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. This bill has been agreed to. Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Thank you, Member for Goldstein and Minister.
Thank you. I move that the bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it and call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
I have a report that the Social Security and other matters and other legislation amendment technical changes number 1 Bill of 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber. A Governor-General's message recommending an appropriation for the purposes of the bill has been reported and the bill has been agreed to without amendment and I present a certified copy of the bill. So the question is that the bill be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to and I give the call to Assistant Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Member for Goldstein, thank you. Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question to the House. This bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it and call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and child support and for related purposes.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Richmond. Yeah.
Thank you. On behalf of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests, I present the committee's report concerning the registration and declaration of members' interests during 2025.
I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's annual report of committee activities for 2024-25 and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Call member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's annual report of its activities for 2024-25. In line with the requirement under Section 31 of the Intelligence Services Act 2001, that the committee report annually on its activities, The report provides details of the committee's work in the financial year ending 30 June 2025. The report year covered the last nine months of the 47th Parliament. Over the review period, the committee continued with a busy program of work. It was largely occupied with reviewing a range of prospective and existing national security legislation, in addition to its ongoing oversight activities. Between 1 July 2024 and the end of the 47th Parliament in March 2025, the committee presented 7 reports, which included 1 annual report, 1 review of intelligence agencies' administration and expenditure, and 1 review of the listing of a terrorist organisation, and 4 bill inquiries referred by ministers. The committee held 28 meetings and briefings, including 4 public hearings, which supported the committee's work across 12 inquiries in total during the period. Notable reviews and inquiries concluded during the review period include inquiries into the Cybersecurity Legislative Package 2024, the listing of Ansar Allah, otherwise known as the Houthis, as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code, and the Intelligence Services Legislation Amendment Bill 2023, which laid the important groundwork for the strengthening oversight of the National Intelligence Community Act 2025, passed by the Parliament with the committee's endorsement in November last year. On behalf of the committee, I wish to thank all those who made contributions to the committee's inquiries and reviews during the 2024-2025 financial year. This report is being presented to the Parliament by the current committee as constituted after the conclusion of the reporting period and the commencement of the 48th Parliament. The current membership of 12 includes 9 members new to the committee. In this annual report, the committee acknowledged those members who participated during the reporting period and are no longer serving on the committee. These include 3 former chairs of the committee, the member for Wills, the member for Canning, and Senator James Patterson from the other place. The present committee thanks the former chairs and all the former members for their contributions up to and during 2024-25 and looks forward to continuing the committee's important work during the 48th Parliament. I commend the report to the House.
There being no further speakers, I thank the member and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Appropriation Bill number 3, 2025-2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I call a member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak on the Appropriation Bill 25-26. This is number 3 bill. Of course, the Coalition will support the passage of these appropriation bills through the Parliament. We would not be blocking supply. We are talking here about an additional $12.7 billion to come from the Consolidated Revenue Fund, broken up into 3 parts: $9.1 billion for ordinary services, $3.5 billion for non-ordinary services, and $9.2 million for parliamentary departments. But it's very important I make this point, Deputy Speaker. While the Coalition will not stand in the way of the appropriation bills, the government should not take this to mean that we support the government's ongoing spending. Spending is out of control in this country and it is hurting everyday Australians. Now, I am one of many MPs, I dare say right across the chamber, who are dealing with mums and dads, senior citizens, young people who are hurting right now, and they've been hurting for some years. For the first time in memory, we have living standards dropping at a pace that is far faster than any other peer nation. We have real wages that have gone backwards under the Albanese government. So the average worker is actually now having less power purchase in their salaries. And this is the problem. Everyday Australians are hurting. We all know the impact of higher prices. We know that we have the Minister for Energy across the table here. He knows that energy prices have gone up by around 40%, I believe. And the Minister's not disagreeing with that. 40% under this Minister, under this government. This is the problem. And it just so happens this minister's here. If we had another minister, we'll talk about his or her portfolio. It doesn't matter about the portfolio. Prices are going up. And this is a government, the Albanese government, which came to power on the promise that they're going to get prices down. Remember it vividly, that campaign. They were screaming that prices are going to go up and they, the Labor Party, were going to get prices down, and yet prices have soared. And we have mums and dads making trade-off decisions about whether they're going to allow the kids to get a new pair of school shoes, textbooks.
Correct.
Can they pay for that takeout anymore once a week? We've got senior citizens making a decision about whether or not they turn the aircon on or they eat. This is what's happening in our country. For the very first time, we have a generation entering the workforce which is going to be poorer than their parents, breaching a long-standing compact in this country where one generation leaves the next generation more prosperous. That's going to go. And why is this? Because we have the Albanese government which cannot control its spending. This is the highest spending government in 40 years outside of pandemic. The volume of fiscal stimulus being poured into the Australian economy is equivalent to that of the GFC. That's how bad it is, the GFC. And are we amidst this enormous international economic shock to justify this? No, we are not. And this explains why we have seen interest rates go up, because inflation has skyrocketed. The Prime Minister told the Australian people around about this time last year, as did the Treasurer, that they had tamed the beast, the dragon of inflation. But had they done so? No, they hadn't. The RBA now forecasts inflation to peak around 4.2%. Let's not forget that the target is 2.5%. It's going to hit 4.2%. Why? Because this government keeps pouring more money into the economy, and the economy is running at the speed limit. Now, the RBA governor made that very clear when she spoke about the RBA's recent decision to increase interest rates. Private and public demand has hit the speed limit. Now, when that happens, when the economy doesn't have enough supply to satisfy all the demand, all the things, the goods and services that people want to buy, if the economy can't deliver on that, the government has a decision to make. The government can either become a smaller government and allow households and businesses to grow and enjoy that supply, or the government can say, we know best, we need to be bigger. And they can push households, push businesses out of the way. This government has chosen the latter. This is the crowd-out effect. The government, due to its overspending, is crowding out opportunities for the private sector. Now, of course, we've had the Treasurer in denial, as he always is, that recent interest rate rises are due to government spending. I cannot find one credible economist in the country which agrees with the Treasurer of Australia on that count. Not one. The Treasurer has cowardly hidden behind the Governor of the Reserve Bank.
Shame.
Claiming that because she has not explicitly called out the fiscal recklessness of the government, then the government fiscal policy must be fine. Name an RBA governor that would ever do such a thing. As an institution, the RBA never picks a fight with the government of the day on fiscal policy. In fact, the governor herself made it very clear she does not comment on fiscal policy. But the Treasurer wants to take her silence as being some endorsement of his fiscal policy. And what fiscal policy is that? Well, the fiscal policy is typically embedded within the budget, the budget strategy. Now, the strategy is meant to outline some rules. Ever since Peter Costello introduced the Charter of Budget Honesty, governments have meant to have rules which contains government spending. So when all the ministers sit around the cabinet table or they go to the Expenditure Review Committee, they are all locked into a set of rules to stop their spending. Every single treasurer has had these rules. They're quantifiable rules, except this treasurer under the Albanese government. His strategy reads like a word salad. It's just words. There is not one number in it, and this is why you have had minister after minister rocking up, talking to the Prime Minister and the Treasurer and getting tick, 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 go spend, go spend, go spend. The more money they pour into the economy, when you hit the speed limit, the RBA has to come in and pour money out of the economy. Will they stop? No, they won't stop. But we know they won't stop because the Treasurer will not admit his responsibility. And if you have a Treasurer who refuses to take responsibility, you can be sure that he will not be capable of fixing the problem. Now, right across portfolios, they are doing this. And to be very clear, the Coalition has not been criticising the government where spending in budgets increase due to automatic pressures. So if Australians need more healthcare, education, you don't hear the Coalition complaining about those pressures, is what the expression is, pressures. No, far from it. But what we do criticise are discretionary spending decisions taken by the government, separate from those pressures, for which the government has not found room in the budget. To give you an indication of the magnitude of this problem, this financial year alone there's around $50 billion of discretionary spending. $50 billion of discretionary spending for which the government has failed to find offsets to pay for. Again, we do not criticise any government for making their own priorities when it comes to spending. Indeed, a government has a right to decide what their spending priorities are, but with rights always come commensurate responsibilities. And in this case, the responsibility is to find room in the budget to pay for it. I go back to the everyday Australian family. As Australians sit around kitchen tables and they work out their budgets, they know that if they want little Johnny, little Mary to go to theatre lessons or music lessons or sport, and they've got to find an extra few $100 a fortnight, and they can't afford it, families are making trade-off decisions. They're cutting back on things. Why is it that the Australian people are doing the right thing and the Australian government refuses to adopt that same principle of living within your means? And when they don't live within their means, it means they have to go after more money to pay for their prolific spending. And you know who they're coming after? They're coming after everyday Australians. We have never seen personal income taxes as high as we see today. Since this government has come in, the everyday average worker is paying an additional $4,000 a year, $4,000 a year extra in personal income taxes.
Plus the money they're paying to CFMU.
And that is in addition to a lot of money that workers are having to pay through to the likes of the CFMEU, and I want to recognise the Shadow Minister at the table here. And you know where some of that money goes, of course? Well, it goes to the Labor Party. That's what they do. That's what they do. Wholly owned subsidiaries. But to get back to where the worker is at, they are paying more money than they ever have. If you look at the trajectory over the medium term of the Albanese government's budget, the only way they go near making balance, the only way, is through higher personal income taxes. We're talking about around about $500 billion more of personal income taxes over the medium term. That's the only way that they can feed their spending addiction. Oh, but I correct myself, there's another way. Debt. Debt. Never before has Australia hit $1 trillion of debt. But we heard in Senate estimates yesterday that we are now literally only probably a couple of months away and we're going to hit $1 trillion of debt. Now, this is a government which always claims they're doing the right thing on debt, but debt has gone up under this government. For the very first time, it's going to hit $1 trillion, probably $1.2 trillion. Now, why does this matter? This matters not just for the economic reasons, but for moral reasons, because that debt will have to be paid off by the next generation of Australians. It will be younger Australians who are going to be slugged with this debt. This restrains the optionality. There are fewer things they can do, fewer things Australia can do in the future when debt continues to rise because a government continues to spend. There is a moral case for getting debt down, controlling it. Now, this government has had the greatest revenue windfall in the history of Australia, $400 billion. Due to nothing they've done, it was never forecasted. This was a revenue variation, $400 billion. What would the average family do if they had a lot of debt and they suddenly inherited a lot of money? I tell you what they do, because Australia's leading banks are saying Australians are probably the best in the world at this. They pay down their debt. The Australian people are prudent people. They get ahead of their mortgage payments. So in having a $400 billion windfall, what did this government do? Yeah, it decided to put its hand in the cookie jar. Let's go spend a whole bunch of that, bake it into the budget. But if you win the lotto, you can't assume you're going to win it the next week and the week after and the week after that. But this is exactly what this government is doing. And who pays? Ultimately, it's the next generation. Right now, it's the current generation, because every single minute that goes by, we're paying an extra $50,000 in interest payments. There's no line item that's growing more quickly in the budget than this. Why? Because they can't stop spending. So what happens when the next external shock does come to Australia? And it will come, we know that. History dictates that we will have more external shocks hitting the Australian economy. When times are good, when you do have an enormous windfall, that's when you need to ensure you're creating a buffer for that next shock. If that shock is to hit anytime soon, we have a situation where we've got the highest spending government going on in 40 years outside of pandemic. Spending to GDP has risen from 24 to 27%. That doesn't create a safety net to handle an external shock. We're going to have debt over $1 trillion. That doesn't create the buffer you need to handle an external shock. We have living standards performing poorly compared to every other advanced economy. Completely out of control. At the household level, the economy has shrunk under this government. So every single day, Australians are getting poorer. The economy is getting weaker. And that's just day-to-day business as usual. If an external shock hits our country, this government has left us entirely exposed. Why? It can't stop its spending. And I go back to that budget strategy. Despite the calls not just from the coalition, but from Australia's leading economists, this government refuses, this Treasurer refuses to introduce fiscal rules into their budget, rules to contain their spending. And so this is just going to continue. But that should be step one to control your spending. Have rules. Secondly, They should ensure that they are driving more efficiency in government itself. But they're not doing that. We've seen a complete blowout in the cost of government itself. And even future potential tools, such as artificial intelligence. All we have from this government is timidity. A government that will proudly boast about their majority that they have in this parliament. And they do have a whopping majority, I concede. But instead of using that to advance the cause of the Australian economy so it can lift all boats, enrich all households, they're frozen when it comes to real economic reform. So the second thing they need to do, if the first thing is rules, the second thing is drive more efficiency. The third thing is to go line item by line item through that budget and find opportunities for savings. You cannot tell me we've got the highest spending government in 40 years, outside of pandemic, and there isn't waste there. Again, because we've got one minister at the table at least, and I'm grateful he's here. If you look at his portfolio, I mean, the idea of the fringe benefits tax carve-outs for electric vehicles. What a whopping waste of money. Complete waste of money. It has blown out. I look at the minister now, is it 5 or is it now 10 times what was budgeted for? The minister wants to ignore, that's okay. He can answer if he wishes. That's how bad it is. Why did the government say they were introducing FBT relief on electric vehicles? To reduce emissions. Now, this side of the chamber supports reducing emissions. Unlike the government, we have a track record of actually doing so, of actually getting emissions down. The government does not. They talk about it, but you look at the scoreboard, they don't deliver it. That's the reason this minister is spending all this money to get emissions down. Well, here's the thing. It is one of the most economically inefficient ways to reduce emissions. One of the most economically inefficient ways. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of the Productivity Commission, which has made that crystal clear. Do they care? No. It's not their money. It's not their money. Whose money is it? It's the hard-working Australians. The same Australian families who go home each night and they don't know how they're going to pay the bills. They're the ones who they're paying for this stuff. And if you look at that very measure again, you know who gets the biggest subsidy? I'm happy for the minister to interject if I'm wrong here. The wealthier you are, the bigger subsidy you get. How about that? How about that? So if you go to your mobile phone and you say you want to take a lease out of a Tesla, go to the Tesla website and look at sort of Model Y. What you'll find when you want to take a lease out of an electric vehicle is they'll actually ask you how much money you make. What's your income? That's a bit bizarre. Why would they do that? Because that's the way they can understand how much the government, in other words, the Australian people, will subsidise your lease of your vehicle. So if you're a nurse and you're on $90,000, you put in $90,000. If you're a lawyer, you're on $250,000, you put in $250,000. The lease is cheaper for the lawyer who's on $250,000 than it is for the nurse on $90,000. Why? Because this government is subsidising, through this fringe benefits tax policy, the more wealthy Australians, at the very time that real wages are going backwards. They've gone backwards by over 2% under this government. At the very same time, those same people who are struggling to pay the rent or to pay off a mortgage, those who have a mortgage, they have seen the average mortgage holder increase their mortgage payments by $23,000 a year. So this year, after the last interest rate rise, the average mortgage holder in Australia will pay $23,000 more a year in interest payments alone under this government. So can you imagine, there you are, working your tail off for your family, put food on the table, make sure you've got a roof over your head, and under this government, you're copying an extra $23,000 in your interest payments. Under this government, you're forking out an extra $4,000 in personal income taxes. Under this government, you're paying extra 40% on your energy bill. You're paying well over 35% on your insurance. Everything has gone up. And the Reserve Bank, you hear, says, you know what, it's only going to get worse. Prices are only going to go up higher than what they are today, probably peaking at 4.2%. The market is pricing in further interest rate rises. You've got these bizarre policies like the EV FBT carve-outs, which means you as a household, with all of that pressure on you, the government is now using more of your money to subsidise high-wealth individuals so they can lease an EV. And don't tell me that's because it's going to be good for the environment, because it is the most inefficient way to drive down emissions, which is why the Albanese government has failed on that count too. And yet, despite all of this, we have the Treasurer, we have the Prime Minister who will claim responsible economic management. Well, that is not economic management worth claiming any wins over. The Australian people are becoming poorer. Our economy is becoming weaker. And as a result, Australia is becoming far more dependent on foreign supply chains because our capabilities are eroding. There is an alternative, Deputy Speaker, and that alternative lies with the Liberal National Coalition. Under this side of the Parliament, you will see an Australia where the people are not poor but prosperous, an economy which is not weak but strong, and an Australia which is not overly dependent but fiercely independent. The starting point is good economic management. It's all about putting the economy at the centre. And that is why we, as Liberals and with our national counterparts, have always prided ourselves as being the better economic managers. And that's not because we think economics is the end game. It's the end game. It's the means. A strong economy is the means by which that struggling family at home don't have to pay so much out in personal income taxes. A strong economy is the means by which that struggling family at home don't have to pay so much on their interest payments. A strong economy is the means by which that struggling family at home can have Johnny and Mary doing their extracurricular activities at school while still having a bit of takeout and going on holidays. A strong economy is the means by which the living standards, the way of life of everyday Australians can be enjoyed with health, happiness and fulfilment. A strong economy isn't the end game. It's the means by which everyday Australians can have the freedom to pursue whatever opportunity they wish to pursue in this country. A strong economy is what unleashes innovation. A strong economy is what unleashes young Australians to become entrepreneurs, to become tradies, to become academics. A strong economy is the only way that we build a future Australia for the next generation, which will see Australians have more money in their pocket each fortnight when they go home after another fortnight of hard work. It's a strong economy that will allow everyday Australians to have the opportunity to call a place a home of their own. A strong economy is the only thing that's going to allow Australia to remain a strong, secure nation in a very volatile, uncertain Indo-Pacific. This is why a strong economy matters. It's about people. It's about our future. It's about the younger generations. It's why we are so determined on this side to fight on all things economics, because we know, despite the continual spin from the Treasurer, the way the Australian people right now feel is what matters. They're feeling poor because they are. And while the government might like to blame international factors, the thing is, when you're talking about international factors, it affects everybody internationally. But when you are performing so poorly compared to other countries, when you have peer nations reducing interest rates, but here they're rising, you know there's something wrong here locally. Now, previously, that's been referred to as homegrown inflation, and indeed that continues to be the case, which is why opportunities are missing us by as a country. And that breaks my heart, because I would have thought that all of us, regardless of our political stripe, are here to build a better Australia for tomorrow. But every economic indicator says we're becoming a poorer country, and the next generation are not going to have the opportunities that we had. Now, when the world changes, a lot of things you can't control, which means you need to double down on those things you can. And what you can control is your own economic discipline. If the families of Australia have been asked to live within their means, and they are, it's not too much to ask the government to do the same. And that is why we'll continue to fight on all issues regarding the economy. This government has to stop its spending spree. It has every right to decide on its spending priorities, but it has an obligation to find room in the budget to pay for them, because when they don't, it drives up interest rates, and the Australian people pay through higher mortgages, higher prices in the supermarket. They also pay through higher taxes and higher debt. It's no coincidence that the only economic reform proposed by the Treasurer last year was to tax unrealised capital gains and superannuation.
Shame.
Coming after more tax, breaching a red line in Australian tax law, and they're dying to. And so the Coalition, Deputy Speaker, does stand here today, and we will support appropriation bills, because we're certainly not going to block supply. We are the party of economic stability. We're the party that believes in responsible government, and thus the government will enjoy our support on the passage of these bills. But I wanted to make these remarks today to make it crystal clear that the Coalition rejects the economic approach of the Albanese government, because it is making Australians poorer, our country weaker and more dependent. We need to make them prosperous, strong and fiercely independent. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I understand it is a wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the two related appropriation bills. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, after listening to the member for Fairfax, I have one question. What are you going to cut, mate? Deputy Speaker, the member for Fairfax has just spoken again and again and again about the budget. The member for Fairfax has said that they are an alternative government. The member for Fairfax has said that he rejects the economic approach that this government is taking, and the budget needs to change. Well, if that's the case, Deputy Speaker, then he needs to stump up, he needs to front up, he needs to tell the Australian people what he is going to cut. And how do we know that this is a coalition that cuts? It's because they cannot help themselves. It's because this is what they do year in, year out. It's in their DNA, and we have seen cut and after cut after cut.
Yes.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the government listened to the nonsense from the member for Fairfax without interjection. The member for Goldstein should provide the same courtesies to the member for Moreton.
Yeah, I take the Minister's point. However, in my time in the chair, I have witnessed a lot more interjections than what the member of Goldstein has done, and it's been let slide by many speakers. So I'll be monitoring it, and if it's enough, I'll pull him into line. Member may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a coalition that has spent years cutting from the budget. This is a coalition that has in their DNA, that has to their core the want, the need, the track record of cutting from the support that Labor governments have provided to Australian people. And Deputy Speaker, the member for Fairfax said we need to go line item by line item through that budget. And the real question, when they go line by line, when they go through that budget, is what is on the chopping block. And look, I understand that the Coalition is busy right now trying to cut their first female leader, but we're going to have to take a guess. We're going to have a go at what they might cut. Are the Coalition going to cut from healthcare? We've seen that movie before. We've seen them try to introduce a co-payment so that everyday Australians would lose bulk billing, so they'd have to stump up out of their own pocket just to go to the doctor. We've seen them cut from healthcare billions and billions and billions of dollars that go to make sure that our Australians are better and have the ability to get better. We've seen them when it comes to housing. Do they want to cut 5% deposits, allowing young people and people with families to get into their first home? Do they want to cut from education? We've seen that movie before too, Deputy Speaker. One of the reasons that I became involved in Labor in the first place was when John Howard was cutting to tertiary education. Deputy Speaker, do they want to cut support for the manufacturing industry? Again, we've seen this before too. Sent the vehicle building industry overseas, sent those jobs offshore. Is that what they're going to cut this time? Do they want to cut the tax cut that this Albanese Labor government has provided to every tax-paying Australian? Is that what they want to do next? Deputy Speaker, the reality is that we don't know. What we know is that they want to change the approach that we are taking, and that is an approach that is focused on addressing the cost of living concerns of every Australian. So if they want to change that approach, it's only going to be with more cuts, and Australians better watch out, because when they get that axe, when they swing it down, it will mean cuts to education, cuts to health, cuts to the things that Australians need the most. And Deputy Speaker, let's think about that economic landscape, and the economic landscape is clear. Unemployment is low, it's 4.1%. Inflation has gone from having a 6 in front of it under the Coalition down to having a 3 in front of it. Wages are up. And we know that when it comes to taxation, that this is a Coalition who wants to tax Australians more. Not only is it a Coalition that wants to tax Australians more, we should be reminded that the Coalition is indeed the government in this country who has been the highest taxing under the Howard government. We should remember that this is a Coalition who were the highest spending in this country under the Morrison government. And Deputy Speaker, when I am out door knocking in Moreton or chatting to people over the fence, talking to people at a barbie, the one thing is clear. They talk about 3 core things over and over again. They talk about health services, making sure that they have accessible and affordable healthcare. They want to know what government is doing when it comes to housing, because people deserve to have homes to be able to build their future. And they want to know what governments are doing about cost of living. And the Albanese Labor government has its eye firmly fixed on all of those things. The risk to our progress on cost of living, on healthcare and on housing is a Coalition opposition obsessed with cuts. So today I thought I'd highlight these 3 particular areas that are critically important, not only with the people on Brisbane's south side in Moreton, but around the country. And Deputy Speaker, at the end of last month, National Cabinet agreed to a way forward to meet the growing challenges across the health and aged care systems. The federal government is investing an additional $25 billion in public hospitals, like the QE2 Jubilee Hospital in Moreton. This means that Commonwealth funding for public hospitals will reach a record $219.6 billion from 26-27 to 23. It's triple the amount of additional funding than under the previous 5-year agreement. Is that what the member for Fairfax wants to cut? Deputy Speaker, that comes on top of the Albanese Labor government's rollout of 137 urgent care clinics across the country. As of October 2025, Australians had made more than 2 million free-of-charge visits to urgent care clinics. In my electorate locally, that means an urgent care clinic at the bottom of the PA. It means an urgent care clinic in Oxley at the bottom of the Canossa Hospital. And having visited those 2 urgent care clinics recently, what is clear is that our community wants that service. Urgent care clinics. Is that what the member for Fairfax and the Coalition are going to cut? Deputy Speaker, like thousands of other parents around the country, it's an incredible relief to know that if it's out of hours for our GP, that we can take our little girl to an urgent care clinic. And I know that families across the South Side feel the same way. Deputy Speaker, women's health. This week we have celebrated the 1-year anniversary of Labor's investment in women's health. A $792.9 million package which has led to more choice and more affordable healthcare for women. And this investment recognised that women's equality depends on strong women's health. And this is why the Albanese Labor government has prioritised it. I had the great pleasure of going with the member for Cooper, talking to local people, and I know how much work she has done in setting up this space, and now onto the member for Lyons and Minister Butler. Deputy Speaker, we talked to locals in Fairfax about how important these changes are when it comes to contraception, when it comes to menopause, when it comes to ensuring that women have the support they need in health. The package included the first new listings of contraceptive pills on the PBS in more than 30 years, and more than 660 women have filled more than 2 million cheaper scripts for these contraceptives. Deputy Speaker, is this what the member for Fairfax and the Coalition going to cut? Are they going to cut women's health? Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about bulk billing, because no health update is complete without mentioning the largest single investment in Medicare ever. From the 1st of November 2025, general practices were able to bulk bill all patients. This initiative is expected to support around 18 million additional bulk billed visits each year. And the numbers came in when it came to the national bulk billing stats, and it's 3,400 bulk billing clinics across the country, an 81% increase in how many people are being bulk billed. And in my local area, it's 11 practices who have moved from mixed billing to fully bulk billing, and that is good news. It's good news because it means Southsiders in Brisbane, it means that people across this country can go into either an urgent care clinic or can go into a fully bulk billed practice and only present their Medicare card. Deputy Speaker, is this what the member for Fairfax and the Coalition want to cut? Do they want to cut bulk billing? Deputy Speaker, 5% deposits. Late last year, one of my staff members had a big milestone moment in his life, buying his first home. He and his partner were justly proud and excited when they received the keys. They had worked hard and saved hard, but until the Albanese Labor government introduced the 5% deposit scheme, buying their own home was out of reach. And as the Minister for Housing said, the 5% deposit program is not just a housing policy. It's thousands of families building equity, building security, building a future. Deputy Speaker, 5% deposits. Is this what the member for Fairfax and the Coalition are going to cut? And just like the 965 people who, as at the end of January, had purchased a home in Moreton under the 5% deposit scheme, what will the member for Fairfax do with them? Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about the Housing Australia Future Fund. One of Labor's initiatives is the Housing Australia Future Fund. Round 3 is now open, and it's the largest yet. Labor will deliver more than 21,000 new social and affordable homes across the country. And this will bring the total of new social and affordable homes to 40,000 by the end of the round. It means Labor is progressing to meet our commitment to deliver 55,000 of these homes by mid-2029. And it's worth looking at the 4 HAF pathways. These streams ensure that the program is supporting the people it's designed for. The Partnerships at Scale scheme focused on partnership with industry. The Housing Diversity stream set up for the Australian Defence Force and veterans. The third stream, the State and Territory stream, enables expanded co-investment opportunities to fast-track housing delivery. And the First Nations stream benefits from $600 million in funding and additional concessional loans to support projects delivered by or in partnership with First Nations organisations. We are streamlining the National Construction Code to speed up building, reforming environmental approvals and working with states and territories to reform planning systems through the National Planning Reform Blueprint. Deputy Speaker, is this what the member for Fairfax and the Coalition are going to cut? The Albanese Labor government won't stop with our drive to build more homes. We won't stop with our drive to support more Australians into home ownership, and we won't stop with our drive to ensure the fair treatment of renters. Deputy Speaker, Labor recognises that so many Australians are still doing it tough, and that's why continuing to deliver measured, responsible support to ease cost of living pressures is our #1 priority. There is no single solution to addressing cost of living pressures. Our strategy involves coordinated measures across multiple sectors, and I've already outlined the initiatives in the health system, from increased bulk billing opportunities to more affordable medicines and to expanded urgent care clinics. I have also detailed the housing reforms that are helping make home ownership achievable for thousands. And Deputy Speaker, we cannot forget that Labor is also continuing to implement our tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer. Because from the 1st of July this year, all Australian taxpayers will receive 2 further rounds of personal income tax cuts. And this follows on from the first round of tax cuts that commenced on the 1st of July 2024. This means when you come to do your tax return, you'll be able to claim instantly from the new $1,000 instant tax deduction as well. And Deputy Speaker, I could go on. We could talk about the 3-day childcare guarantee. We could talk about the fact that under this new guarantee, every child who needs it is eligible for 3 days of subsidised early learning each week, no matter what their parents do. But Deputy Speaker, I want to come back to what the member for Fairfax talked about just before. I want to come back to the fact that the member for Fairfax talked extensively about the fact that he rejects the economic approach. Deputy Speaker, if Labor's economic approach is, as it is, a focus on cost of living, a focus on people, and a focus on making sure that we're addressing the things that Australians need, then the only option for the Coalition's alternate to that approach is to cut. They need to stump up and tell us exactly what will it be.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I've just heard a diatribe from one of the members about the magnificence of the Albanese government. And the case that has been put forward is that everything they touch turns to sunshine and gold, and everything that the Coalition wants to do is a problem. In fact, the question that was consistently asked over and over and over again was, where do people who want to see inflation come down, which means Australians pay lower interest rates, what is it that they wish to remove from the budget? I don't know why Labor members keep asking this question, because we have answered it consistently. We absolutely believe that $15 billion of Australian taxpayers' money should not flow from Treasury coffers into the CFMEU Labor cartel of corruption. We absolutely believe that that money going towards organised crime, bikie gangs, laundered into marketing expenses and eventually donations to the Labor Party is not just a matter of criminal activity. It is not just an issue of laundering of money. It's an issue of moral importance for this country. And so when Australians are paying the cost, because it's financed mostly through debt, this is the morality of this Labor government, They literally borrow from your children's future, stoke up inflation on Australian households today, and then, of course, force you to pay higher interest rates so they can finance organised crime, they can finance bikie gangs, and they can finance money that goes through a sophisticated CFMEU Labor cartel all the way through to corruption. I'm completely happy to say that I believe that should be cut out of the budget, because I think it's a moral crime, it's a political crime, it's a breach of trust, it's a form of corruption, and every Labor member, unfortunately, through the sophisticated system of CFMEU Labor corruption, stands to gain. I'm shocked they want to keep asking this question, but as we all know, it was detailed yesterday in a report that was handed down by the Prime Minister's hand-picked CFMEU administrator, and the title kind of gives away. The title is Rotting from the Top, the CFMEU in Victoria. And what has been revealed, and we all know this, is that particularly Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen has knowingly allowed and tolerated public money to go into public projects to then go on and finance organised crime. It's extraordinary, and not a single member on the Labor benches seems the least bit bothered by it. But we know why. Because when the money goes from organised crime and bikie gangs to the benefits of the CFMEU, it finds its way also into the Labor Party's coffers. This isn't some sort of contest or debate. Once it was revealed that bikie gangs and organised crime were actively engaged with the CFMEU to extract cartel kickbacks, the Prime Minister had the audacity to say to the Australian people that the Labor Party would no longer receive cartel kickbacks and donations from the CFMEU. Well, last week we had revealed AEC disclosures, which went through what political parties received what donations in what time frame. And there was a donation in the tens of thousands of dollars from the CFMEU to the Australian Labor Party. And some of the members sitting on the other side of the chamber right now are part of that division who enjoyed the benefits and are nodding along as I say it. I would not be proud of saying that to the members opposite. I would be embarrassed, ashamed and repudiating not just the conduct of your State Secretary, but also the Prime Minister for continuing to tolerate the CFMEU Labor cartel of corruption. It is the most disgraceful thing I can think I have ever seen in this Parliament's history, yet it does not even bat an eyelid from the members opposite. They seem enthusiastic and almost nod along. Well, let's go through the report that was tabled, provided eventually by the CFMEU administrator to the Watson inquiry into criminal activity, violence and corruption in the CFMEU in Queensland. The report identified a number of key factors, from what drove the corruption within the CFMEU connected to the Labor Party, the open and deliberate defiance of the law, how the big build in Victoria and big money in Victoria in particular became the liquidity for the corruption that financed the CFMEU Labor cartel kickbacks that went all the way into the Labor Party's coffers, how they actively sought to undermine the practices of other unions who are trying to do the right thing for their advantage. Of course, the individuals involved, you just need to go through the subheadings, Member for Lindsay, in this report, and the headlines. First one, introduction. Well, that's very administratively justified. The second one is power and corruption. Third one, violence. Fourth one, threats and extortions. Fifth one, systemic corruption. And it goes into the introduction of the outlaw of motorcycle gangs, manipulating the enterprise bargaining system, you know, that industrial relations system that Labor loves and sets up to advance the liquidity in the cartel kickback scheme of the CFMEU Labor cartel of corruption, manipulating the rise of labour hire, meaning they actively undermined people being able to be contracted onto work unless it suited them and bribes were paid. The appointment of unwanted and unnecessary delegates, meaning costs for public projects went up to feed the unions and its corruption. The appointment of friends and family to lucrative jobs, so let's just call that nepotism and corruption. The Building Industry 2000 slush fund, and that just talks about one slush fund. We know separately that the CFMEU engages in uses its own redundancy fund to facilitate cash flows to corrupt other institutions as well. Then there's a whole chapter, Deputy Speaker, just on ad hoc corruption. So you've got threats and extortion, systemic corruption, then there's a chapter that's just on ad hoc corruption. Then we have a chapter just exclusively on outlaw motorcycle gangs. Then, of course, there's one on enterprise bargaining agreements, subchapter to that, bribery. The subchapter to that, the black market, buying and selling EBAs, where essentially rights on work sites were used to trade and to get ill-gotten gains, which found their way through the CFMEU Labor cartel of corruption into Labor Party coffers. Then we had awarding EBAs to friends. I think that's considered the discount chapter. Third-party EBA brokers, so obviously people who clip the ticket along the way in EBAs being sold off through the CFMEU Labor cartel of corruption. Then we got one which was excluding enemies from EBAs, so basically people who stood in the way of the corruption. Then there's another subchapter, misuse and abuse of social procurement schemes. Every single thing they touched, they found a way to steal money from taxpayers. Then misuse and abuse of Aboriginal business EBAs, so don't think there's any virtue sitting behind it that they're trying to advance the best interests of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. The CFMEU Labor cartel of corruption looks at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders as a pathway to indulge their practice of corruption further. Then you have labour hire, money, the root of the problem. Well, that's pretty obvious. How wide was the corruption spread? I'll give you an answer, Deputy Speaker. Pretty wide. Systemic across the entire industry. In fact, I think I used the expression yesterday, industrial scale. Then we have a whole section just on ghost shifts, so people getting paid and not doing anything. Then organised crime, crime figures and criminals favoured by the CFMEU. Another chapter called organised crime methods associated with the CFMEU. Then there's a whole section, and you can't but laugh because there's literally nothing else you could say. A crossover with the tobacco wars. So you have organised crime, financing attacks on small businesses, engaging in the practice of illegal tobacco, and we know exclusively where this money goes, not just into organised crime, not just into criminal gangs, but actually into terrorism, to do things like finance the Iranian government's state-sponsored terrorism, anti-Semitism, to blow up Australian synagogues. The cartel kickback circle of life that sits at the heart of the CFMEU Labor project is nothing short of disgraceful and finances crime, is connected to organised crime, connected to bikie gangs and complicit in financing domestic terrorism. And one of the Labor members on the other side of this chamber, when I mentioned it before, nodded along. Now, I don't know about you, Deputy Speaker, but I accept that from time to time we have differences of opinion in this chamber. But when you actually get an independent report from an independently commissioned entity to look into a systemic issue of organised crime and corruption, I think maybe you shouldn't whitewash it. I think maybe if you were part of the Labor CFM or CFMEU Labor cartel of corruption, you'd probably want to know about it, and you'd probably want to make sure that it was stopped. But yesterday, Deputy Speaker, in the lead up to question time, I simply asked to table the report so that it could never be whitewashed again, and the Leader of the House objected to me doing so. I can't understand why on earth you would want to stop this report being published, let alone making sure, as unfortunately we found, independent corruption investigators were asked to delete reports, delete sections of the report. And then, of course, we know it took the Wood inquiry in Queensland to have this report made public because the minister wouldn't release it. We wrote to her, we asked for copies, we FOI'd it, we wrote to the Fair Work Commission, we asked for copies, we FOI'd them, but everybody seemed to want to be part of the cover-up. This is not governance in the best interests of Australia, Deputy Speaker. What we have is a systemic problem of corruption that's connected all the way through the CFMU Labor cartel of corruption that connects back ultimately to the Australian government. And worse than that, in the meantime, in Victoria and nationally, we have anti-corruption commissions who seem to not want to see this corruption, hear this corruption, speak of this corruption, and frankly, do anything about this corruption, because it is hiding in plain sight. It is hiding in plain sight, and it connects directly back to the Australian government and the Allan Labor government in Victoria. Now, there is another way. We have a choice as a nation about the type of country we want to be. We can choose an alternative path led by a united coalition government that wants to stamp out the CFMEU Labor cartel of corruption, to stop the kickbacks. But I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, some of us are willing to fight for it. After I lost in 2022, people said I was done. But to win again, circumstances were impossible. But we won because we fought for the community and their future. The Liberal Party's situation now is no different. The Australian people passed judgment on the energy and the focus of our economic strategy at the last election, because you reveal what you stand for by what you fight for, but more importantly, reveal who you're for by who you fight for. We need someone with a proven track record of turning an impossible situation into an improbable victory, because we know who we are fighting for. We know we're fighting for the Australian people, for families, for small businesses and for communities. And we want an Australia that we love, that's built on respect, where hard work pays off and Australians are in control of their lives. Making history requires leadership, and I can see a path where we can deliver that and where we can build a better nation. History is there to be made, but critical to that is expelling the Labor CFMEU cartel of corruption and the taint it leaves on the Australian government, the Australian Parliament, and, of course, the cost to the Australian people.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't know where to start after that. I must thank the member for Goldstein. I feel he walked into the wrong meeting. That meeting's down the docks on a Wednesday night, my friend. He's forgotten what we were actually here to speak about. I rise to speak in support of the appropriations bill. So, taken together, these bills give effect to the government's additional estimates for the 2025-2026 financial year. They authorise the expenditure required to meet the costs that have emerged since the budget, reflect updated demand-driven programs, and ensure that the Parliament, the public service and the essential national systems continue to function effectively and responsibly. At their core, these bills perform a fundamental constitutional role. Under our system of government, of responsible government, no money may be withdrawn from Consolidated Revenue Fund without the authority of the Parliament. Appropriation bills are the means by which the House exercises that authority. They are not vehicles for policy intervention. They are instruments of democratic accountability, ensuring that decisions already taken by government are properly scrutinised and transparently funded. And that distinction matters. These bills do not create new rights or obligations. They do not of themselves establish programs or impose duties. What they do provide is the legal authority for expenditure that supports Australians in real and tangible ways, through healthcare, disability services, defence capability, climate resilience and housing supply, and the proper functioning of our democratic institutions. That constitutional role is particularly important in the context of additional estimates. Additional estimates exist because budgets are forecast, not crystal balls. They respond to changes in economic conditions, updated demand for essential services, and decisions taken after the budget that nevertheless require parliamentary authority to proceed. Importantly, these bills demonstrate the distinction between fiscal discipline and fiscal neglect. Discipline means making responsible decisions, clearly explaining them, and funding them transparently. Neglect is failing to act when costs rise, needs change, or circumstances deteriorate, and then pretending that inaction is virtue. The measures contained in these bills reflect careful consideration by government where additional resources are required and why. They are accompanied by detailed portfolio statements that allow this House and the public to assess whether those resources are aligned with stated outcomes and priorities. For that reason, appropriation debates are not merely technical exercises. They are an opportunity for the Parliament to test whether expenditure decisions are coherent, justified and consistent with the values we claim to uphold, which is fairness, security, opportunity and responsibility. These bills meet the test. Appropriation Bill number 3, 2025-26, seeks approval for approximately $9.2 billion in additional funding for the ordinary annual services of government. This funding reflects updated costs and demand pressures across a range of portfolios. A significant portion of this funding is directed to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. As a member of the Standing Committee on Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, and as a former electrician, I've seen firsthand the importance of ensuring that funding in this portfolio is targeted, accountable and responsive to real-world pressures. Continued investment in programs such as cheaper home batteries and emissions reduction measures is not abstract climate policy. It is about lowering household energy costs, strengthening grid resilience and supporting Australia's transition to a cleaner and more secure energy system. In my electorate of Moore, that transition is already underway. As of 8th of February 2026, 1,792 household batteries have been installed across the electorate. Families investing in storage to manage their power bills, increase resilience during peak demand and contribute to a more reliable grid. This bill also provides $1.5 billion to the Department of Health, Ageing and Disability. This includes substantial funding for the National Disability Insurance Scheme, ensuring participants continue to receive reasonable and necessary supports. It also supports reforms to strengthen Medicare, protect access to medicines and improve the coordination and delivery of health services across Australia. As a kidney transplant recipient, I am acutely aware of the importance of strong, accessible health system, including reliable access to essential medicines. Supporting the NDIS through additional estimates is not a failure of planning. It is an acknowledgement of reality. As the participant numbers grow and supports evolve, funding must keep pace. Anything less would undermine the confidence of participants and their families and erode the trust that underpins the scheme itself. In my electorate of Moore, these pressures are not abstract. My office serves families navigating the NDIS, older Australians managing chronic conditions and health professionals working under sustained strain. That includes constituents relying upon the Joondalup Health Complex for complex and acute care, as well as follow-up treatment and ongoing medication in the community, underscoring the importance of stable funding arrangements across the health system. For them, the difference between timely funding and delayed funding is the difference between certainty and anxiety, between continuity of care and disruption. In suburbs across Moore, from Joondalup to Gwelup, these pressures are felt not in isolation, but across households, workplaces and care networks. These bills provide the legal authority and funding framework that support continuity in essential services. They help reduce the risk of services Australians rely on being left vulnerable to administrative gaps or funding shortfalls, simply because demand has increased since the budget. That is what responsible government looks like, including in such areas as defence and national security. In defence, additional funding supports the implementation of the 2024 National Defence Strategy and the Defence Integrated Investment Program. In an increasingly uncertain strategic environment, maintaining credible defence capability is not optional. It is a core responsibility of government and is one that requires sustained, disciplined investment. Appropriation Bill number 3 also supports funding for Home Affairs, including resources to respond to security threats and maintain Australia's cohesive and multicultural society. This is about protecting Australians while upholding the values that define us as an open, democratic nation governed by the rule of law. The defence investments supported by these bills align with the government's stated strategic priorities and with the need to ensure that capability acquisition and sustainment can proceed as planned. Delays in funding often translate directly into delays in delivery, with long-term consequences for workforce planning, industry confidence and national readiness. Likewise, funding for Home Affairs reflects the reality that security challenges do not operate on a fixed calendar. Whether responding to emergency threats, maintaining border integrity or supporting social cohesion, government must retain the capacity to act decisively and lawfully. Recent events include the recent tragic attack at Bondi and the terrorist incident at Perth are a stark reminder that security threats can emerge suddenly and with devastating impact. They reinforce why agencies must have the resources and flexibility to respond swiftly, professionally and within the rule of law. Importantly, none of these measures exist in isolation from oversight. Expenditure is subject to audit, scrutiny through estimates and ongoing parliamentary review. Appropriations authorise spending. They do not remove accountability for how that spending is carried out. That balance between responsiveness and restraint is one this Parliament must always guard carefully. These bills strike the appropriate balance. Appropriation Bill number 4, 25-26, complements this, authorising approximately $3.5 billion for services that are not classified as ordinary annual services of government. Constitutional requirements demand that these expenditures be dealt with separately, but their purpose is no less important. This bill includes further funding for defence capability delivery, for environmental water purchases under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, and for housing initiatives initiated through Housing Australia. In particular, the provision of loans to support social and affordable housing projects recognises that housing supply constraints are a national challenge that demands coordinated, sustained action. For communities like my electorate of Moore, these investments are not theoretical. Housing affordability pressures are felt acutely by young families, key workers and older Australians seeking to downsize. Federal support for social and affordable housing, when combined with state and local action, helps ensure that growth does not come at the expense of fairness or opportunity. For communities like Moore, access to stable housing supports workforce participation by enabling people to live closer to their jobs, care networks and essential services. That local experience underscores why infrastructure, housing and environmental investments funded through these bills demonstrate the interconnected nature of modern policy challenges. Housing supply, environmental sustainability and economic participation cannot be addressed in isolation from one another. Support for affordable and social housing through Housing Australia is a practical intervention that complements state and local efforts. It recognises that market forces alone will not meet the full range of housing needs, particularly for vulnerable Australians and essential workers. Environmental investments include water recovery, reflect the long-term responsibility governments bear to manage shared natural resources. These decisions require patience, consistency and funding certainty across multiple financial years. Appropriation Bill number 4 ensures that the commitments already made in these areas are properly resourced, rather than left exposed to delay or dilution. Appropriation Bill number 2, while modest in dollar terms, is equally essential. It provides additional funding to the Department of the House of Representatives and Department of Parliamentary Services to support the operations of this Parliament for the remainder of the financial year. This funding underpins the practical work that allows members to represent their constituents, committees to conduct inquiries, and the Parliament to function securely and effectively. In an era where democratic institutions face increasing global pressure, properly resourcing the Parliament is not an indulgence, it is a safeguard. Across all three bills, there is consistent emphasis on accountability. The appropriations are supported by the portfolio budget statements and portfolio additional estimate statements, which provide detailed information on how funds are allocated and the outcomes they are intended to support. These documents form part of the interpretive framework of the legislation and are essential tools for parliamentary scrutiny. It is also important to note that these bills replenish the advances to the Finance Minister and the presiding officers, ensuring that the government retains the capacity to respond to urgent and unforeseen circumstances. This mechanism is not a blank cheque. It is tightly constrained by law and subject to reporting requirements. But it is a necessary feature of responsible fiscal management in a complex and dynamic environment. For the people of Moore, the measures supported by these bills have real impacts. These bills reflect a government responding to changing circumstances with discipline rather than delay, and with transparency rather than improvisation. They recognise that good fiscal management is not about refusing to act, but about ensuring that the Parliament authorises that action openly, transparently, and in line with national priorities. I acknowledge that the appropriation debates are rarely glamorous. They lack the rhetorical flourish of major policy announcements, but they are among the most important debates this House conducts. They are where theory meets practice and where Parliament discharges its most basic constitutional responsibility. Finally, I just want to address the broader context in which these bills are considered. Australians rightly expect governments to manage public money carefully. They also expect honesty about why spending is required and what it is intended to achieve. These bills do not pretend that challenges can be solved without cost, nor do they attempt to obscure expenditure behind vague authorisations or opaque mechanisms. They set out clearly and transparently the amounts required and the purpose for which they may be spent. That clarity strengthens trust in public institutions. It allows the House to do its job and allows Australians to judge whether the government is acting in their best interests. On that measure, these bills deserve support, and for those reasons I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on this appropriation bill. Let me be clear from the outset, the Coalition won't oppose or delay the passage of these bills, and while we don't support all of the policies and programs funded in this budget, these appropriation bills are necessary legislative mechanisms to fund decisions that the government has already made. But just because we're not opposing these bills does not mean that we will remain silent on the reckless spending and bad choices that sit behind them. These appropriation bills authorise a further $12.7 billion in spending, $9.1 billion for ordinary services, $3.5 billion for non-ordinary services, and just over $9 million for parliamentary departments, on top of what was already a big spending budget. In the broader context, let's reflect on the fact that this week we've seen $15 billion siphoned away in CFMEU, cartel, mismanagement and corruption. We've got a $1.2 trillion debt bomb gestating under this government, and a whole range of inappropriate expenditure, mismanagement and poor decision-making that we see on a daily basis. And while families in my electorate of Monash are being asked to tighten their belts, many of those families have to make weekly decisions on whether to buy groceries, put food on the table for their family or pay their bills on time. This government is not living by the standard that it preaches to ordinary Australians. While this debate matters, I want to go into some examination of the flagrant spending that we are seeing under this government, because It is getting worse. It is putting Australian families at a disadvantage. It is hurting regional communities like mine. And it's also putting us well behind the 8 ball on our international competitiveness. We've got record levels of revenue in this country, and may I add, Madam Deputy Speaker, a lot of that is thanks to our mining and resources sector, who fund the roads that we drive on, the hospitals that we rely on, and the schools that educate our young people. We've got record levels of revenue, and in fact in the 2024-25 year, the Commonwealth raised $717 billion in receipts. That's 25.9% of GDP, the highest level in 25 years. Yet, despite this river of revenue flowing into Canberra, Australians across the country, but particularly in electorates like mine, are staring down strong deficits. Why? Because record revenue is being completely outstripped by record spending and record spending growth by a government that treats taxpayers' hard-earned money like a credit card with no limit. You cannot run a household budget like this. You would have your shutters pulled down if you're a small business that operated like this. And yet again, the standard the government expects of ordinary Australians is not adhered to by its own management. The government is now the highest spending government outside of the pandemic in 40 years. Spending is growing at 4 times the rate of the economy, and national debt is heading towards $1.2 trillion. That is a debt bomb that generations of Australians still yet to come will be paying back. They are at a disadvantage before they even get a start in life. Since Labor came to office, spending is up by $160 billion. That is, when you think about it, about $16,000 for every household in this country. And the government has added $100 billion to the national debt in just a single term. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not restraint, this is recklessness. And the consequences of that recklessness are showing up where Australians feel it most, at the checkout, on their power bills, in their rent, and on their mortgage repayments. We've had 13 interest rate rises under this government. I'm not surprised. I would not be surprised if we see a 14th, which the RBA have left the door open to. And when you listen to people like Philip Lowe, highly respected person who served previously as the RBA governor, he has said that inflation is a homegrown problem and that inflation is being driven by government debt. On the 28th of January, the ABS confirmed that inflation rose to 3.8% in 12 months to December. Trimmed inflation is at 3.4%. Both of these figures are well outside the RBA's target band. After nearly 4 years of Labor, Australians are paying more for the basics. Insurance has gone up 39%. I go around my electorate of Monash, I speak to particularly community groups and not-for-profits, those sporting teams and clubs that put so much back into our community, that live off the smell of an oily rag. And one of their chief complaints is the cost of insurance continuing to rise. It puts them at such a disadvantage. They work very, very hard to live within the constraints of a very tight budget. But these things have real impacts on communities like mine. Energy has gone up by 38%. How many times, Member for Mallee, have we heard the government talk about their $275 bill reduction? I think
Too many times.
We're up to nearly 100 times now. So energy's gone up 38%. We've seen rent go up 22%. I had a very sad story during the election where a lady came up to me outside one of the little IGAs that I was doing a listening post, and she said her son, who was a truck driver, he's a single dad with a few kids, he was nearly homeless because, and I won't mention the town, but in West Gippsland, he had to couch surf with friends because he could not get a rental property. And that was impacting his kids and the broader family. He moved back in with his mum for a period of time. But there are very real consequences for Australians who are doing it tough, who work hard, who do the right thing, who squirrel money away, who don't spend recklessly. They are hurting. Health is up 18%. How many times have we heard this Prime Minister say, all you need is your Medicare card? All you need is your Medicare card. Well, health is up 18%. And your Medicare card's not paying for that. People's credit cards are, their savings are. Education's up 17%. And I thank Trudy, who wrote to me recently about the living away from home allowance that is the same amount for kids living in metro and city areas as regional kids. Her children are doing it really tough. To the tradie who wrote to me and said he wanted to get some additional training and education to, as he put it, better support his family. And he said the cost of supplies and reading materials for the course that he was doing on construction, that was the real cost killer for him. These are real people, real stories, and they're really hurting. Food's up 16%. Had a lady come out of the Coles supermarket in Druin during the election campaign. She held up 2 bags of groceries and said, Mary, I can't get 2 bags of groceries for under $100 anymore. It's just going up and up. And these are not luxuries, they're essentials. They're everyday costs that families and pensioners and small businesses cannot afford. I spoke with a group of financial counsellors in my electorate recently, and we were talking about shoplifting from supermarkets on the increase. And it's not luxury items, it's not entertainment items, it's meat, it's fruit, vegetables, essentials, because people are in desperate circumstances turning to desperate measures. It's not some global mystery, this inflation problem. Australia's inflation rate is now higher than comparable economies like the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, the Eurozone. And economists have been clear about why, and I'll quote AMP's Diana Messina, who has said the government has been directly adding to inflation through record public spending. Shane Oliver, well-known and well-credentialed economic commentator, has said many of the drivers of inflation relate to government spending. HSBC's Paul Bloxham has said the key driver of inflation is not private demand, but strong public demand driven by government spending. So it could not be clearer. And I'll go back to the Reserve Bank Governor. Recently, there's been a lot of attention on her comments. Michelle Bullock at Senate estimates recently, and again before the House Economic Committee, where the Governor confirmed that excessive aggregate demand, including public spending, is contributing to inflationary pressures. And what happens when inflation stays high? Interest rates stay higher for longer. The government is forcing the hand here of decisions that are being made on interest rates, and it is hurting everyday Australians. The Prime Minister and the Treasurer are very quick to take credit, have been quick to take credit when interest rates come down. They need to take responsibility for the fact that their spending decisions are making life harder for people in my electorate of Monash trying to pay off a house, or if they're a young person trying to get a foot in the door and buy their own home. And while I'm speaking about my electorate, I will turn to some other points of this appropriation bill. And in that context, I'd love to give a shout out to some local wineries in my electorate. We in Monash, I love to say, we have world-beating products made by world-leading people. We've got the Phillip Island Winery, the Gertie's Winery, Purple Hen in Rill, Harmon Wines at Wattlebank, Dirty 3 Wines in Inverloch, and the Gippsland Wine Company in Loch. These producers are not just businesses, they are part of the fabric of our region. And on behalf of the electorate of Monash, I say thank you for employing people, for bringing people to our region, for making world-class products and making all of us so proud of the very fine things that we grow, make and manufacture in the Monash electorate. Across South Gippsland and Bass Coast, we've got wineries like Waratah Hills Vineyard in Fish Creek, Fleet Wines in Leongatha, Bass River at Glen Forbes, Silverwaters Vineyard at San Remo, Wild Dog Winery in Warrigal, Brandy Creek Estate. And they continue to showcase the very best of regional wineries anywhere in Australia. They're family-run, small to medium producers. They employ locals, they support tourism, they provide hospitality experiences to draw visitors to our town who spend money in our cafes and shops and accommodation providers. They continue to grow the identity and reputation of the Gippsland region as a premium food and wine destination. But these businesses are being squeezed from all sides. Higher energy costs, rising freight and transport expenses, increasing insurance premiums, labour shortages, declining discretionary spending as families tighten their belts. These businesses are resilient, but those banks of resilience are depleting, and the power bills keep coming, and the compliance and red tape keeps rising, and many of these businesses are struggling to keep their head above water. While this government pours billions into poorly targeted spending, it's already failed to provide meaningful relief to industries like the wine industry that are under pressure from inflation, cost of living pressures and weakening consumer demand. While local wineries, like any small business sector, are not asking for special treatment, they're not asking for a handout, they're just asking for a fair go to employ people and put back into their communities. They want inflation brought under control, they want interest rates to come down, and they want a tax system that encourages them to invest, employ and grow. Instead, they're getting a government that borrows more, spends more, taxes more. For small businesses who tell me they've never worked harder and faced more risk and red tape, it's a really tough time right now to be an Australian small business owner. And I want to say to every small business owner out there, right across Australia, from the Monash electorate beyond, I am with you. The Coalition is with you. We see the hours that you put in, whether it's servicing customers after hours, employing young people, sponsoring local sporting teams and community groups, getting involved in service clubs. We see what you do for the community. We back you and we'll be there for you every single time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the 2025-26 additional estimates appropriation bills. And before making my remarks, I acknowledge I'm making these remarks on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I pay my respects to Elders past, present and emerging, and my respects to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander persons who have joined us in the gallery today. These bills propose additional annual appropriations to address funding requirements that have emerged since the 2025-2026 budget and to support the implementation of government decisions that have been subsequently made and that have financial impacts in 2025-26. The bills include provisions to replenish the advance to the Finance Minister and the advance to the responsible presiding officer provided in the Appropriation Acts, which is a long-standing practice. These acts include the following advance to the Finance Minister and the advance to the responsible providing officer provisions, being $400 million in Act 1, $600 million in Act 2 and $1.9 million in Parliamentary Departments Act 1, plus amounts allocated under the presiding officer provisions. Deputy Speaker, these bills contain funding for critical initiatives like 1-800 Medicare, free mental health services, environmental projects, support for multicultural communities and other local community endeavours. Thanks to 1-800 Medicare, which launched in January this year, Australians now have even better access to free health advice. The registered nurses at 1-800 Medicare are there 24/7 to provide advice, assurance and care, and to refer callers to the health service that they need, whether that is a regular GP, the local hospital or a Medicare urgent care clinic. These triage nurses will listen to concerns, assess symptoms and advise on next steps. So Australians who are feeling unwell or caring for someone or unsure whether to seek medical help can call 1800 Medicare. Triage nurses can also connect callers to a free telehealth session with a 1800 Medicare GP via phone or video, with this service available all weekend and weeknights between 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. So if required, by phone and in the comfort of your own home, a 1800 Medicare GP can provide free care, like an emergency prescription for your regular medication or treatment for illness or injury. Just like urgent care clinics, 1800 Medicare was deliberately designed not only to provide health care to Australians, but to take pressure off hospitals. Estimates are that around 250,000 Australians will avoid a trip to a hospital emergency department each year because of the health advice and services provided by 1800 Medicare. The Albanese government's Medicare mental health check-in is also a program the bills currently before the House are designed to support. Medicare mental health check-ins are now online, giving easy and free access to early support for Australians experiencing mild mental health challenges. This service forms part of the Albanese government's commitment to ensure Australians can receive free mental health care when they need it, and over time is expected to help more than 150,000 people each year. Now, it is healthcare initiatives like 1800 Medicare and mental health check-in that makes the appropriation of funds in these bills so important. Sustainable investment in healthcare is a key item of this government's policy agenda because it is the single most important factor in building the foundations of a productive economy. A healthy population underpins a healthy economy, and that healthy economy can stretch and grow and become more productive. So this government's policy agenda is driven by the understanding and knowledge that health is an economic proposition, and that propositions to promote better health for all Australians are economic imperatives. To cut or reduce healthcare would be to do a disservice to the Australian people and to the Australian economy. Promoting and supporting local community endeavours is also a feature of this government's policy agenda, because when local communities thrive and grow, the country thrives and grows. In my electorate of Sturt, the fruits of this agenda have recently been realised in connection with educational facilities, climate resilience preparation and grassroots sport. Last weekend, I attended the opening of the upgraded facilities in the St Maurice Reserve. Thanks to the City of Nord, Payneham and St Peter's Council, those who attended the celebration enjoyed free gelati and a sausage sizzle, but did so in the knowledge that the $20 million upgrade to the reserve would protect their properties and streets in the event of a significant flood or storm event. The federal government contributed $9.9 million to this project as part of its Preparing Australian Communities program, which targets projects that improve resilience against natural disasters. Through this program, the federal government is funding 158 projects to help Australians cope better with bushfires, floods and cyclones. These projects will make it easier to not only plan for disasters, but to educate local communities about risks and build, improve and protect buildings, roads, bridges and natural areas. This is designed to reduce the impact of disasters, to handle disaster better when it occurs, and importantly, to recover faster when disasters happen. The first 2 months of 2026 have seen natural disasters take place across Australia, and climate change is making them worse. The targeted funding for this program is absolutely necessary to reduce the damage caused by disasters and to make recovery efficient and cost-effective. There are 4 key elements to the Preparing Australian Communities program. The social environment, which helps people work together to keep important services running. The economic environment, targeted at helping local businesses survive disasters. The built environment, protecting infrastructure like roads, houses and power lines. And the natural environment, looking after nature such as forests and rivers. So in 2019, the Future Focus Council of the City of Nord, Payneham and St Peters completed comprehensive citywide floodplain mapping, identifying areas at risk of flooding. The mapping incorporated a range of future scenarios, including infill development and the continuing effects of climate change. Like the Albanese Labor government, the City of Nord, Payneham and St Peters relies on the science and knows that climate change is real. And I'm proud to be part of a federal government that partners with local communities to invest in resilient strategies so that the effects are minimised. This project involved the construction of a detention basin in the reserve to temporarily detain water in the event of a major storm, to alleviate the risk of flooding to properties in the direct area and downstream. The construction of the detention basin altered the landscape of the reserve, so making an ideal opportunity for the existing assets to be upgraded. The result is more green space, trees, a new playground, a public toilet, a basketball court, barbecue, picnic shelter, furniture, paths, landscaping and irrigation in a climate-resilient setting. Residents now have a 1 in 100 risk of flooding and flood damage, compared to a 1 in 20 risk prior to the project. And that, Deputy Speaker, is targeted government funding with a discernible, sustainable outcome. Also in my electorate of Sturt is the Burnside City Council, which is home to the mighty Kensington District Cricket Club and Burnside Rugby Union Club, which currently occupy separate ends of the same club rooms. It's centrally located in beautiful Kensington-Wummer Kensington Gardens Reserve. The existing club rooms were constructed in 2 parts in 1950 and 1970, and I can attest firsthand that they are in a less than satisfactory condition and in dire need of an upgrade. Modern amenities are non-existent there, and they are just not suitable for the growing cohort of female cricket and rugby players. The federal government has contributed $3.6 million to the upgrade of these new facilities, which will sit on the same footprint. Not only will the new facility be the home base for both the cricket and the rugby clubs, it will also be beneficial to the community because of the breadth of what is happening. It will include 6 change rooms meeting universal design standards, accessible facilities including an elevator and ramp, a medical room, club rooms with integrated bar and kitchen, and a gymnasium. The broader community will benefit from use of the gym and changing facilities, use of the main club room space, which can be configured for use as both a function venue and a flexible fitness and training studios, and of course access to the bar and canteen. This development is being undertaken with the maximum possible benefit for the community as the key driver. And importantly, for the growth and facilitation of women's sport, the new facility will enable greater participation for women, which has been limited for decades because of the poor condition of the current facility. Women play cricket and rugby too, and they should not have to do so in a substandard environment which screams afterthought. The Kensington-Wummer redevelopment is a further example of this government's policy agenda with respect to health and fitness, community connection and active support for women and girls to play sport. It is deliberate, targeted funding which will have positive impacts for the broader community. And I'm looking forward to attending the sod-turning ceremony next Tuesday, 17 February 2026, and to watching this development take shape. So, what is really important to this government is to continue to find savings in the budget noting we found $114 billion worth of savings to date, and that finding savings of this magnitude is incredibly difficult. But we will continue to do this and continue to find ways to create efficiencies through restructuring government programs and drawing on new technologies. This is important because efficiencies and savings are preferable to cutting programs, which is the tone of the free advice that is often given to this government, often couched in the oversimplified suggestion of just cut spending. The initiatives that I have outlined in healthcare, community climate resilience and grassroots community sports are the product of deliberate, targeted spending that no Australian wants to see reduced or cut. No Australian deserves that it be reduced or cut. The government has a duty to the people of Australia and to communities to provide these types of programs, and this government intends to continue to fulfil that duty. It is not frivolous spending that can just be cut. To the contrary, Deputy Speaker, maintenance of that spending requires an offset of savings and creation of efficiencies in the budget to ensure it is sustainable, which is standard practice for this government. And so the Treasurer and the Minister for Finance have quite rightly been absolutely clear and that we are looking at where we can find savings and efficiencies, and we will maintain the discipline to make absolutely sure that budget pressures are managed to ensure the continuity of these critical programs that Australians deserve. Healthcare, infrastructure, education, grassroots sports and community climate resilience is what Australians expect and what Australians deserve. And quite rightly, as a feature of good economic management, targeted savings, efficiencies and restructure will be a key part of the May 2026 budget. I commend the bill to the House.
I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate for this bill be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and a resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour of this day. I'll put the question. All the opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Prime Minister.
I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the 18th anniversary of the National Apology to Australia's Indigenous peoples and Closing the Gap annual report and implementation.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Prime Minister.
I present a copy of the Closing the Gap Commonwealth Annual Report 2025 and Commonwealth Implementation Plan 2026, the Coalition of Peaks Annual Report 2024-25, the Coalition of Peaks Closing the Gap Implementation Plan 2026, and a copy of my ministerial statement. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and I pay my respect to their elders, past, present and emerging. I acknowledge our outstanding Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator Malarndirri McCarthy. Together with First Nations members and senators from across our parliament. We all join in welcoming members of the Stolen Generations and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leaders here in the chamber today. You enhanced this place with your presence, and it was my great honour to be in the Senate, one of the Senate courtyards earlier today, hearing firsthand the experience, the wisdom, the knowledge, the dignity of Stolen Generations firsthand, and I thank you for that. I know that since the alleged terrorist attack in Perth, many of you have been providing comfort to people grappling with shock and fear, people imagining how much worse things could have been. And I want to reaffirm what I said here last week. On behalf of the Australian Government, but also on behalf of the people of Australia, we see you, we stand with you. The danger of that attack was real, and so was the racism and hatred behind it, motivated by a white supremacist ideology. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have the right to gather and express their views without fear of violence. More than that, you have the right to a full and equal place in our nation and our future, unburdened by discrimination or disadvantaged, empowered by opportunity and security. That is the test and the purpose of closing the gap. Mr. Speaker, as Prime Minister, I have the honour of presenting the Australian of the Year Awards. And the 2026 local hero is Frank Mitchell, a Whadjuk Yuad Noongar man from Western Australia. In his acceptance speech, Frank reflected on a low point in his life. Isolated in a small community, under pressure as a single dad, and grieving the deaths of two close mates, when his uncle offered him a lifeline, a mature age electrical apprenticeship. Frank said this: "I now understand that work and education are not just about income or career progression. They are determinants of health and well-being. Completing my electrical apprenticeship gave me pride, hope and stability. It gave me the foundation to provide for my family and to grow into a leader within my community." Today, Frank is a proud partner in 4 companies in the construction industry. They have created 30 electrical apprenticeships for Indigenous Australians and a further 40 upskilling roles, and awarded $11 million in work to other Aboriginal subcontractors. Frank modestly says he is just one success story among many. Yet his story tells us much about the work of closing the gap. First, it reminds us that everything is connected: your health and education, your home and your job, that shapes who you are as a parent, your place in the community, the goals you set, and the choices you have. Second, Frank's story proves that one lifeline, one moment when someone recognises your potential and backs it and backs you, can change everything about your life. Sometimes when we talk about closing the gap, we can be guilty of focusing on that first idea at the expense of the second. The challenges facing us are significant, complex, they're connected, with causes that reach back generations. But that does not render us powerless. It makes each of us and the act of change powerful. It means progress towards one target will drive improvement in others. Since July 2022, more than 850 new homes have been built in remote communities. This reduces overcrowding, a target where we are seeing improvement. But we understand that a secure roof over your head is also a stable foundation for family, school, study and work. Building more homes creates local jobs and apprenticeships in construction. It drives better health outcomes and it makes communities safer. In health, we are upgrading over 100 services, from maternal health to mental health, from remote Australia to our cities. Many of these clinics had not seen a dollar of new investment for decades. Today I announce that we will provide a further $144 million to upgrade dozens more services. And as an important part of the historic hospital funding agreement that we secured through the National Cabinet just this month, we will deliver a joint $450 million boost to Indigenous health. Health is an area where the Coalition of Peaks has worked for years to drive a change in government's approach. Now all levels of government will work together to see this funding deliver a change in outcomes. This time last year, I outlined our plan to reduce the cost of 30 essential items in 76 community stores. So household staples like flour, cereal, pasta, even nappies and toothpaste are tied to city prices. And importantly, investing in supply chains as well. So these items are actually on the shelves in those remote communities. We have already expanded the success of that program to 113 stores across the Northern Territory, Queensland, South Australia and Western Australia. Today I announce we will guarantee the reduced price of these 30 essentials is available in all 225 remote stores right around Australia. We will also fund upgrades for storage in 75 stores to keep stock fresh when the wet season makes transport difficult or simply impossible. We all know what it means to be able to put healthy food on the table. The difference that it makes for mums expecting a baby, for a child's health and growth, even for their ability to concentrate at school. And that same multiplier effect is true for water as well. As of today, 40 clean water projects are either underway or complete, delivering for around 34,000 people in 110 communities. For most Australians, drinkable water sounds like the most basic thing, but the truth is it is everything. It keeps communities together and connected to their land. It keeps schools open. It means health clinics can perform dialysis on country. Mr. Speaker, closing the gap is a national test, a generational task, a moral imperative. But it is one we measure in these tangible outcomes. And that is why we listen to communities, why we invest in co-design, trust in the Coalition of Peaks led with such passion by the remarkable Pat Turner AM, represented here today by Catherine Little and Scott Wilson, and partner with Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. We built on that on Tuesday this week, just 2 days ago, when Minister McCarthy and Minister Tanya Plibersek launched Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, the first standalone plan to end violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children. Mr. Speaker, we are now 5 years away from most of the target deadlines. We are clear about where there is more to do. We must also guard against talk of failure, because talk of failure dismisses the aspirations and achievements of Indigenous Australians. It ignores the leaders and communities who are changing lives. Failure is a word for those who have stopped trying or given up listening. I make this clear today. I am not contemplating failure. Our government is not contemplating failure. We are determined to succeed. The Closing the Gap targets are a measure of our national progress, and there is real progress. 4 targets are on track, and based on progress to date, later this year, we expect confirmation that the target of 95% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children being enrolled in preschool will have been achieved. A further 6 targets are improving, and that number is of course based on the national average. Different states and territories are performing better on different outcomes, even in some of the more challenging areas. New South Wales, the Northern Territory and the ACT are improving when it comes to children in out-of-home care, while Western Australia, Victoria and South Australia have made significant progress in reducing youth detention. However, there are 4 areas where progress is stalled or going backwards, where we simply need to do better. The most urgent of those is suicide. Suicide shatters families and it tears apart communities. So often, amidst the grief, loved ones return to the heartbreaking question, how did it come to this? Compared to non-Indigenous Australians, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are 2.5 times more likely to die by suicide. As a matter of priority, our government will deliver $13.9 million to boost the National Support Line 13 Yarn, a crisis counselling service designed, led and delivered by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they offer, to quote their theme, no shame, no judgment, a safe place to yarn. We understand the suicide rate among Indigenous Australians include a number of deaths in custody. 35 years after that historic Royal Commission, the hard truth is that no government from either side of politics has done enough. The primary responsibility for law enforcement and detention rests with state and territory governments, and they have every right to put the safety of their communities first. No one is making excuses for crime, but we cannot ignore its causes. That is why our government is investing in prevention, not just punishment, particularly for young people, because we know that justice reinvestment works. When communities are empowered to take responsibility, to provide structure and support and put young people back on the right track, the individual rates of reoffending drop and the crime rate falls too. Communities are safer, families are safer. No one should grow up imagining that prison is a rite of passage. And as a society, our definition of justice must be measured by more than the capacity of our jails. Mr. Speaker, our government's approach to closing the gap begins with the building blocks of a good life and is driven by economic empowerment, breaking down barriers to wealth creation, nourishing aspiration and rewarding hard work, the self-determination that flows from financial security, from having a stake in the economy. This is less about what government can do with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. It is about the success Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are achieving for themselves. Because we do not need to create a new culture of innovation or aspiration among Indigenous Australians. That culture is over 65,000 years old. In energy and construction, tourism and fashion, hospitality and technology, Indigenous businesses are winning awards and creating jobs. Indeed, they are between 40 and 100 times more likely to employ Indigenous Australians. We are boosting the financing capacity of Indigenous Business Australia, backing more entrepreneurs to get their great ideas off the ground. And in that spirit, we are working to ensure communities can unlock the wealth of their land. We are on track to achieve the 2 Closing the Gap targets for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's access to their land and waters. And we want land to be a basis for prosperity and economic sovereignty, not a barrier to it. And that is why we're investing $75 million to reform prescribed bodies' corporate and native title organisations and empower them as economic decision makers, dealing direct with government investment vehicles like the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund, and private capital, particularly in the resources and clean energy sector, securing new projects and creating new jobs. Our government values the security and opportunity that a good job provides, and we respect the dignity of work. That is why we promised to abolish the failed CDP, and we have. Our remote jobs and economic development program has already supported over 1,500 new jobs. Today I announce that by 2027 we will double that number, and by 2030 we will double it again. 6,000 new jobs, paying real wages and bringing new pride and purpose to people's lives. That goes together with the 900 new jobs created through expanding Indigenous ranges, a program that draws on the wisdom of 1,000 generations to preserve our environment for the future. Mr. Speaker, as a Labor government, we know that economic empowerment begins with education, early childhood, fully funding every government school, and expanding horizons through university and TAFE. The last 4 years prove that when those opportunities are in reach, Indigenous Australians will grab them with both hands. In 2022, we promised to train 500 First Nations health workers. More than 580 have enrolled so far, and 162 have already graduated. In the last 3 years, over 40,000 Indigenous students have benefited from free TAFE. Now we are taking that success on the road. New mobile TAFE utes and trailers will deliver training on country, so locals have the skills and qualifications to build new homes, connect new energy, secure clean water and deliver the health care that communities need. Tomorrow morning in the Great Hall, we will gather to commemorate the 18th anniversary of the national apology to the stolen generations. Sitting behind Prime Minister Rudd that day as the Leader of the House, I remember looking up to the gallery, seeing the tears and quiet pride on the faces of those who had fought so bravely and so long to hear those words. The survivors who honoured us with their grace by accepting the apology in the spirit it was offered. The apology was an honest reckoning with our history, a call to action for our future, and a profound act of patriotism, true to the best of our values. Mr. Speaker, by global standards, our 125 years of federation makes us an old democracy. In the full sweep of Australian history, it is in the blink of an eye. Today, we celebrate that truth as a source of national pride, and we are all enriched by it. Because every time we open our minds to the wisdom and strength of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, every time we break down barriers of racism or disadvantage, every time we broaden the circle of Australian opportunity and deepen the meaning of the fair go, we are all stronger for it. Our nation is better and more united for it. That is the determination and the optimism we bring to this partnership, and together we will succeed.
We will call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition to speak in response to the Prime Minister's statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to acknowledge two moments of national significance: the tabling of the latest Closing the Gap report and the anniversary of the national apology to the stolen generations. Both invite us to reflect not only on how far our nation has come, but on the distance that we still have to travel together. I acknowledge first those members of the stolen generation and their families who are here today, and those watching the broadcast from home, and I pay my respects to members of the stolen generations who are no longer with us. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land where Parliament meets, and can I also acknowledge the presence of Minister McCarthy, Senator from the other place, the member for Lingiari, Shadow Minister Karen Little, other senators, and other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander members of Parliament. On behalf of the Coalition, I extend a warm welcome to those representing the Coalition of Peaks and Catherine Little from Snake. I thank you for your leadership and your work. The apology delivered in this Parliament 18 years ago was an important moment in Australia's story, and I was privileged to be here in the chamber. It was an acknowledgement of profound wrongs, the forced removal of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children from their families, communities and cultures, and of the enduring pain that those policies caused. For many survivors and their families, the apology mattered because it said plainly and publicly, we were wrong. An apology, however important, is not an endpoint. It must be matched by sustained action, by honesty about outcomes, and by a shared commitment to do better. The Closing the Gap framework was intended to be one such commitment, a practical expression of our responsibility to ensure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians have the same life opportunities as every other Australian. The report outlines the Albanese government's response to a deeply concerning picture. While there has been progress in a small number of targets, only 4 are on track, and indeed 4 have gone backwards. Outcomes in health, education, housing, justice and economic participation continue to fall short of what any of us should accept. These are not abstract statistics. They represent lives shaped by disrupted schooling, unsafe housing, and contact with systems that too often intervene late rather than support early. It is especially troubling that generation after generation, disadvantage remains entrenched in many areas. That reality should trouble all of us, regardless of party, ideology or position. Closing the gap must never become a box-ticking exercise or an annual ritual in this place. It is a national obligation that demands seriousness, discipline and long-term focus. Mr. Speaker, I want to address, as I have so many times in this place, the importance of all our efforts to end violence against women. This week, the government launched its National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Plan to end family, domestic and sexual violence 2026 to 2036. And I congratulate those who advocated for this plan and contributed to its development. The work on this standalone plan began under the Coalition government, and though it has taken 4 years, it has now been finalised. What matters most is not the words of any plan, but the tangible actions which must be undertaken. Our efforts to eradicate violence against women and seek justice for victims are often sharpened in moments of national attention. We talk privately and sometimes very publicly about why this keeps happening. We saw another tragedy, not that far from where I live, with multiple deaths, including that of an unborn child, just weeks ago in Lake Cargelligo. Sometimes we see reports that do not carry photos or names, and we know too often these are Indigenous women whose lives have been taken. We mourn that we do not know more about these victims, because inevitably these women are best known as sisters, daughters, mothers and friends. The prevalence of violence against Indigenous women is devastatingly higher, with around 1/3 of intimate partner homicides involving Indigenous women. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women are 27 times more likely than other Australian women to be hospitalised due to family violence. The biggest risk factors are well known: the involvement of alcohol, mental health issues, relationship stresses, especially financial strain and prior criminality. As I have said, while we continue to support the primary violence prevention efforts led by bipartisan intergenerational campaigns, we must also confront reality. And the reality is this: there is more to be done to address risk factors, to support men to change, and to ensure the justice system operates to keep women safe. While recognising the role of men's personal responsibility, attitudinal and behavioural change, the plan importantly says the majority of men in our communities are not using violence against women and children. The positive role of men cannot be ignored, and the role of families as a positive protective factor cannot be diminished. Family and domestic violence is not excluded from closing the gap reporting because it is unimportant. It is sadly excluded because the data is complex, underreported, and nationally inconsistent. That needs urgent attention. Mr. Speaker, we stand ready to support the government to better address the drivers of violence against women. What the Coalition has not committed to is simply agreeing to every proposal which is put forward. We will make principled decisions, we will carefully scrutinise legislation, and we will always consider whether proposals are improving the lives of Indigenous Australians. We took one such principled position this week on legislation for a new National Commissioner role because we saw that it was bureaucratic, duplicative, and focused heavily on symbolism without concrete ways to offer solutions. There are enough reports and enough consultation. What there isn't enough of is action and accountability. The Coalition will always prioritise practical action over symbolic gestures. That is our responsibility to the Australian public at large, and most importantly to the people who need our attention the most. Reconciliation is not advanced by flourishes of symbolism, nor by rhetoric that outpaces results. It is advanced when children are safe, when young people complete school with real opportunity ahead of them, and when adults can access jobs and healthcare. The Coalition believes that improving outcomes requires policies that are practical, locally informed, and genuinely accountable. However, we must not get lost in our differences. While we may not always agree across this chamber on how best to achieve outcomes, our resolve to achieve them is unquestionable. I want to highlight where there are important bipartisan gains under closing the gap, especially in education, an area that was a strong focus for the Coalition government. One of the Coalition's flagship programs was Connected Beginnings, targeted to provide Indigenous children with the best start in life by bringing together access to maternal and child health services, family supports, and early childhood education and care. In 2021, the Coalition committed to expanding this program to 50 sites, supporting around 25,000 Indigenous children in those critical years before school. I'm pleased the 50th site was successfully announced last year. The Closing the Gap targets in early childhood education are especially important, and while preschool enrolment is on track, attendance is down, and the latest early childhood development census shows that measures of school readiness for Indigenous children have flatlined. We need to see this improve. That is why new approaches like the intensive support trial funded by the Department of Education and its evaluation are critical. As a mother and a grandmother with 6 grandchildren in their early years, my aspiration for the next generation burns strongly. For Indigenous children and for all Australian children, we are entrusted with the responsibility to leave a better future for all of them. As Liberals, we believe deeply in the power of the individual, in the idea that people should be free to make choices about their own lives, and that the role of government is to enable, not dictate. We see how individual personal responsibility and families are at the core of strong communities. We believe in the role of enterprise and business, in aspiration and in keeping more of what you earn. As Leader of the Opposition, just like I did many years ago as Minister for Health, I undertook to spend time in remote Australia to better understand the issues facing Indigenous people. I spent several days with Senator Little and the member for Durack in the Kimberley last year, where we intentionally travelled to meet with community members, non-government organisations and business owners where they live. At the Kununurra Chamber of Commerce, the message from Indigenous business owners was the same as I've heard constantly over the past few years. They want the opportunity to grow their business for lower regulatory barriers and taxes and a government that is smaller, not a bigger presence in their lives. It was the very same story at an Indigenous-owned civil construction company I visited recently in Western Sydney, and indeed a familiar story for businesses across the country. These Liberal values lead to a very practical approach to closing the gap. It means backing aspiration. It means investing in education, because education remains the single most powerful tool for empowerment. There are no benefits from enrolling in education, only in attending, and families have the responsibility to make sure that children get to school. It means building safe communities, because no child can flourish without a safe and secure home. When these things come together without disruption, people find themselves healthier, happier, and with jobs to support their families and their future. It also means listening. Listening to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leaders and communities, measuring what works, being honest about what doesn't, and having the courage to change course when programs fail to deliver. With only 4 of the 19 targets now on track, 1 less than last year, now is the time for courage. Governments alone cannot close the gap. Real progress depends on strong families, safe communities, quality schools, meaningful employment, and health systems that reach people early and effectively. These foundations require cooperation across governments, service providers, community organisations, and the private sector. So today, this Parliament should recommit itself to the hard, unglamorous work of delivery, to policies grounded in evidence, to transparency in reporting, and to a shared determination that the next generation of Australians does not gather here to mark the same failures again. The Closing the Gap report is not just a measure of Indigenous outcomes, it is also a measure of our national resolve. And on this anniversary of the apology, let us honour its spirit, not only with words of regret, but with action worthy of the responsibility we carry.
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
I move that the House take note of the Closing the Gap Commonwealth Annual Report 2025 and Commonwealth Implementation Plan 2026.
The question is that the House take note of the document. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Oh, sorry. I'll just get the opposition to adjourn the debate. My apologies. The Manager of Opposition Business.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I declare that the resumption of debate on the motion to take note of the Minister's statement on the Closing the Gap Commonwealth Annual Report 2025 and the Commonwealth Implementation Plan 2026 stands referred to the Federation Chamber.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I'll call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Appropriation Bill number 3, 2025-2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed to that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the 2 related appropriation bills. There being no objection, the chair will follow that way. The question is, does Bill read out a second time? I'll give a call to the member for line.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on these bills which provide for the legislative mechanism to additional measures in the government's 2025-26 budget. Commonwealth expenditure is a significant issue for the Line electorate, more so than ever with a lack of funding flowing to regional Australia, including the mid-north coast of New South Wales. Increasingly, and certainly following the devastating floods of last year, constituents throughout Line are feeling that we as an electorate, as a non-government seat, though having to deal with the consequences of the government's poor fiscal discipline, including high inflation and a cost of living crisis, are not getting our fair share of the funds. And this is in spite of my concerted efforts for genuine engagement and collaboration with the ministers and the government. And the many proposals that I put forward for funding during the election and since, where my Labor opponent, and in fact no other opponent, matched or even put forward one project for funding. I've heard over this last fortnight many times the government's claim that it is a good friend of regional Australia, and I wish it was so. But the statistics paint a very different picture. Throughout their first term of government, Labor cancelled, cut and delayed more than $30 billion worth of infrastructure projects across the country. They abolished regional infrastructure programs, including the Building Better Regions Fund, Community Development Grants, Stronger Communities program, the very well-supported Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program, the Roads of National Importance, the Bridges Renewal program, the Regional Accelerator program, the Regionalisation Fund and the Energy Security and Regional Development Fund. Each of these programs were vital sources of funding, particularly for regional councils, to undertake both transport and community infrastructure upgrades. Even most of the regional and community infrastructure programs established by the government in its first term, such as the Growing Regions program and Thriving Suburbs program, have ceased. Now, I'm not prepared to leave it to the government to come up with the solutions. And since I was elected, I've been working with my electorate on their priorities for funding, to the extent that I have drafted and submitted a pre-budget submission to Treasury, to the government, to highlight our funding priorities and opportunities for budget reform across multiple portfolios in areas of need, including health, aged care, education, housing, water security, transport infrastructure, emergency recovery and preparation, community and sporting infrastructure and telecommunications. The submission was developed through consultation and public call for projects, and I sincerely thank my community for its response and engagement. Individuals, progress associations, sporting groups and councils have all been party to the document that I sent to Treasury on the 29th of January. In that document, I call on the Albanese government to reform its funding profile to regional Australia, to dedicate more funding to address the disadvantage and give due consideration to the Line electorate's needs. And I'll echo some of those needs here today. Health, as many of you well know, is one of the major concerns on my mind and on the mind of Line residents. And I'm very concerned about the level of access to health services across the electorate. It is clear that we need more investment by both the federal and state governments in local health services. While successive Labor MPs get up in this chamber and speak of the urgent care clinics that have just opened in their electorate, non-government MPs cannot say the same. Of the 122 open clinics, 88 or 72% appear to be located in Labor electorates. Just 2% are open in national seats. In New South Wales, 24 exist in Labor seats. Just three are in Liberal seats and 2 in national seats. The Minister for Health, indeed most members in this chamber, are certainly well aware of my efforts and my determination to secure an urgent care clinic for Taree. And whilst there is plenty of friendly banter at times across the chamber on this issue, its delivery is serious and urgent. Today, I was looking on my social media on a post that I put up around the urgent care clinics debate earlier this week in the chamber, and the response was from one of my constituents was, Labor seems to be having a laugh at us. That's how the people of Lyne are feeling about the response to the call to an urgent care clinic. And the only difference between members on the other side of the chamber and the Lyne electorate is that Labor did not promise an urgent care clinic in Lyne at the federal election. I was the one who promised an urgent care clinic, one that would have been delivered if we had got into government. So the only difference is, it seems to the people of the Lyne electorate, is because we're not a Labor seat, that we don't get one. Now, how does that meet the Prime Minister's commitment to govern for all Australians? How does it meet that commitment? It doesn't, and it doesn't pass the pub test for the people in the Lyne electorate. We have the oldest demographic in the country. The obvious negative implications of having an elderly population on the electorate's healthcare infrastructure is compounded by severe low socio-economic markers, which exist throughout large swathes of the electorate, particularly within the township of Taree and the wider Manning. Indeed, in 2016, the CEFA Index of Relative Socio-Economic Disadvantage score for the Mid-North Coast LGA was 943, well below the Australian average of 1,000. In 2021, there were 108.9 GPs per 100,000 population. Again, this is well below the New South Wales average of 123.8. Insufficient numbers of GPs, coupled with socio-economic fabric of the region, means that an alarming and increasing number of people are either unable to source a GP or cannot afford to see one. As a result, the area is experiencing sustained growth in ED demand. The Manning-based hospital, the region's only public hospital, is seeing a substantive volume of semi-urgent and non-urgent triage 4 and 5 presentations that are appropriate for an urgent care pathway. For instance, between the 1st of October 2024 and the 30th of September 2025, and these are figures I have provided to the Health Minister, the Manning-based hospital saw 12,429 triage 4 patients and 4,698 triage 5 patients. That's 17,127 low acuity presentations annually. Redirecting suitable triage 4 and 5 presentations to an urgent care clinic would relieve pressure on the ED, free ED treatment spaces and clinician time for higher acuity presentations, reduce overall waiting times and the proportions of patients staying greater than 4 hours, reduce ambulance offload delays by clearing ED capacity and reducing bottlenecks, improve patient experience with faster treatment for low acuity problems with an urgent care clinic model and less time in ED waiting rooms, and make better use of workforce. Redirecting even just 30 to 50% of those annual presentations would remove 5,000 to 8,500 presentations per year from the ED, delivering noticeable improvements in ED capacity and wait times. I note that an urgent care clinic was committed to in Maitland and has been delivered, a commitment I also made and a commitment that I have welcomed because it will benefit many of the constituents in the southern part of the Lyne electorate. And I'm grateful and I thank the government for delivering on this commitment. But Maitland is almost 2 hours away for constituents in Taree. And whilst I acknowledge that through the New South Wales Government and the determined efforts of my colleague, the member for Mole Lakes, Tanya Thompson MP, that the New South Wales State Government has committed funding, but yet to be delivered, to an urgent care clinic in Foster Tuncurry, this is not enough to adequately serve the health needs of residents in Taree, in the Manning Valley and in the Great Lakes region. Now, I want to take a moment because earlier in this debate, a member from the other side talked about cuts talked about how the coalition cuts funding. Indeed, I think cuts is used by the other side as well, and certainly by Labor, because the New South Wales state Labor government cut funding when they came into government for a Foster hospital, for a public hospital in Foster. That is Labor, and that is how it cuts. Let's not forget that. So, my Deputy Speaker, I have asked the government, I have written to the minister 3 times. Indeed, the minister has never personally written back to me in those 3 letters. I've had 2 responses from the Chief of Staff, and having been a Chief of Staff to a Cabinet Minister, we never wrote to opposition members. I would have never written to opposition members as the Chief of Staff. It was always the Minister that wrote, but indeed I've written 3 times and I haven't yet had a response to the Minister. And the other day, I have to work harder for one. I have to work harder because I'm on this side, yet Labor did not commit to an urgent care clinic. I did. I'm supporting a policy that many members from the Labor side have come up to me and spoken about, telling me about the benefits it's bringing to their communities. I'm supporting it, yet I cannot get a response from the Minister. So the battle goes on. There are many, many other issues that I could speak to, but I will, in the time remaining. I want to talk about the floods and the flood recovery on the mid-north coast. Indeed, it has to be one of the most traumatic events that I have experienced in my time, and the trauma continues. Only last week, I was in a town called Wingham, which is only 10 or so k's from west of Taree, a community that's situated on the Manning River, and a community that is living the legacy impact of the floods now all these months later. A town that continues to be cut off from others like Tanoni, Cranback, because the Bight Bridge that was completely smashed by the floodwaters continues there's no work being done on it. It's a big job. It's a big job to rebuild that bridge. It does need engineering expertise, but the community is frustrated that they're not seeing any action at all. There's the Tyree Bridge, which is a bit further out in a more remote part of the area. Thankfully, and I'm grateful, I've seen a message this week that there will be a temporary bridge put there which will help residents out in that area. But the Bight Bridge in particular, the impact is that the business community of Wingham is suffering significantly because a large population, it takes an hour and a half now. It takes an hour and a half for people that used to be able to go 10 minutes, bring their kids to school, go to the pharmacy, go to the local Coles. It's an hour and a half to come round to Wingham. For people that work in Wingham, it's an hour and a half. A lot of the business now has shifted to Taree and to Foster and to other areas. It's a huge, significant issue, and the community is incredibly frustrated. They're also frustrated because, as I can see under the disaster funding recovery arrangements, the Wingham pool is not considered an essential piece of public infrastructure. Now, to the people of Wingham, I can tell you, particularly in summer, it's an absolutely essential piece of public infrastructure. The pool was impacted by the floods. The council's decided it cannot be rebuilt where it is. They're going to need to find another location, but there's no guarantee on funding, and that is an enormous issue. The other concern that I have in relation not only to Wingham but across the area is the Mid-Coast Council, which is the council covering the Taree area. They've estimated that the cost of the recovery is $226.5 million. They so far have expended $43 million in recovery. How much have they got from the disaster recovery funding arrangement? Any guess? $3 million. Is that all? $3 million is all that they have been reimbursed under the disaster recovery funding arrangements. Now, this is a huge impact. Indeed, I'm on a committee that's looking at local government financial sustainability. Here's a case in point, $3 million when they've got $226.5 million. So I'm disappointed in the speed of the pace of the support for my councils, and I'll be looking to government to stepping up across all funding support. Thank you.
Thank the member for line. The question is the bill be read a second time, and I call the Assistant Minister and the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to start with the good news. 3 good things. Firstly, this week we've seen new data which confirms the biggest jump in quarterly bulk billing statistics in over 20 years. In just the last 3 months, we've seen a recovery of the bulk billing rate, GP bulk visits that are bulk billed, to 81.4%. There's now more than 3,400 bulk billing practices in Australia, and that's growing every week, Deputy Speaker. The math says that's more than a 50% increase in the number of bulk billing practices because of Labor's investments in strengthening Medicare. This growth has been seen in every state and territory right across the country, and it means that more than 96% of Australians now live within 20 minutes drive of a fully bulk billed practice. We promised at the election that we would take real action to turn around the decline in bulk billing rates that we inherited from the former government, who froze the rebate for nearly their whole decade of dysfunction and decay and division in office, and that is the promise that we are delivering. The second bit of good news is Free TAFE celebrates its 3rd birthday this month. More than 725,000 enrolments in Free TAFE have seen more than 210,000 course completions already. Hundreds of thousands of Australians have been trained and are now workers in essential areas building Australia's future, in nursing, in construction, in aged care, in early childhood education and the tech sector. Don't forget that those opposite, including today's Leader of the Opposition, said it was a waste of money, that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it, apparently. Well, hundreds of thousands of Australians say otherwise. They've valued the opportunity to upgrade their skills, whether they're school leavers or people retraining to re-enter the workforce or a career transition in areas of skill shortage. The other bit of good news is that cost of living delivery remains the government's #1 focus. Tax cuts for every taxpayer, including another top-up tax cut this July, which those opposite opposed, and another top-up tax cut next year, which they went to the election under the genius, the then Shadow Treasurer, the now putative soon-to-be Leader of the Opposition. Maybe if he's got the numbers, maybe if he hasn't, we'll find out in the next few days. He went to the election promising to increase taxes, pay rises for minimum and award wages, because cost of living is both money in and money out, taking the total increase under Labor to over $9,000 for lower paid workers. Paid parental leave expanded to 24 weeks. Super is now being paid on all government-paid parental leave, Deputy Speaker, something that they said could never be done. More energy bill relief with $150 off power bills for every household and around 1 million small businesses nationwide. The $10,000 bonus for housing apprentices, which is paid on top of their wages to help with those costs, and the payments are staggered now to help with retention and help support apprentices to complete and get into the construction industry. 30% off home batteries to permanently cut power bills with Labor's Cheaper Home Batteries program. Paid prac, transformative for nursing students, teaching students, social work and midwifery students who previously they were basically pushed into poverty, being forced to complete these compulsory hours as part of their qualification but not being able to be paid for them. It's all right if you're from a wealthy family, but for millions of Australians, that would not be an option given their economic circumstances. The boost to Medicare, $1.8 billion in extra hospital funding, helping Australians get the quality, affordable health care that they deserve. And the news, I think, last week of a record increase in hospital funding with the states and territories over the next 5 years. More choice and lower costs and high-quality care for Australian women. The focus on women's health under this government, the first government in Australia's history to be comprised of a majority of women reflecting the population, has seen a focus on issues that matter for women that have been too long neglected. Expanding the 5% deposits for all first home buyers, delivering another pay rise to aged care nurses following the first instalment in March. freezing the draft beer excise indexation for 2 years, a small cost of living measure, but particularly aimed at helping small independent breweries in the hospitality sector, cutting student debt by 20% with an average saving, wiping that student debt, meaning repayments are made earlier, and raising the income thresholds at which people are being forced to repay their student loans, an average saving of $5,500 and more Medicare urgent care clinics. So that's 3 bits of good news. Medicare, free TAFE and cost of living. It's a bit of a contrast though, Deputy Speaker, and the contrast has never been sharper or starker with the collapsing coalition clown show, the chaos, the circus that those on that side of the chamber have become. The meltdown has reached new proportions. As I speak, there's a conga line of them still lining up to quit the front bench. Haven't seen too many House members. Presumably they'll do that after question time today, but the senators have been lining up to rip down the first woman elected to lead the Liberal Party in Australia's history. The truth is, Deputy Speaker, she was never given a chance. From day one, when the member for Hume lost the ballot, they were split in two, she won by a couple of votes. From day one, he's been out there undermining, making sure that she could never succeed. The truth is, the mainly men who mainly wear the same blue suit, sometimes it's hard to tell them apart, have never accepted the fact that a woman was elected to lead their political party. As I said, Standing Order 76C, debating public affairs, it's very relevant to what's happening today. Ripping down the first woman to lead the Liberal Party. They've never accepted that a woman could lead the Liberal Party. Now, I've said on many occasions that the opposition leader many days looks out utterly hopeless. But honestly, what chance did she ever have? What chance was she given? To be fair to her, all the alternatives are worse, Deputy Speaker. At least she looks somewhat normal some days. But she's always been at her worst. Her worst days in the job, less than a year, have been when she's been forced to do things by the Conservative men on the backbench. But the real mystery in this, watching it unfold, unedifying over the last few weeks and months, is for what? For why? Why are they trying to rip down a centrist woman who's leading their political party? There's no policy, there's no ideas, there's no vision, there's no articulation of values, just an assertion they have some. The guy who's apparently going to challenge, he's just born to rule entitlement. Apparently it was his destiny to lead the Liberal Party. From when he moved from Sydney, from his mansion, he moved into, was it Goulburn, to stand for the vacancy in the electorate of Hume, and it was going to be his destiny to lead the Liberal Party. Just born to rule entitlement. So this woman has been doing the best that she can. She's been trying to govern from the centre.
Refer to the members by their name or position.
Yes, the opposition leader, who is the first woman to lead the Liberal Party, has been trying to drag them to the centre where most Australians are. But instead, the member for Hume says, no, it's my turn. He couldn't even wait a year. Now, he lined up last night. The whole building was waiting. The journalists were literally starving. People were bringing them food, waiting and waiting and waiting, until out he wanders to the cameras, which have been set up there since after question time. It's getting sort of late in the night. There was dew all over their equipment. They brushed it off, and there he was with all his friends. For those who didn't see the visuals, he was by himself. And honestly, it was like an episode of Utopia. He actually looked like Rob Stitch. Standing there, he had absolutely nothing to say. There was not a single shred of substance except, oh, well, people don't like us because the polling's really bad. I mean, here's a clue. Actually have a policy apart from defining yourself by what you were against. All Australians have heard from the opposition is all of the things they oppose. There's not a single shred of a policy that they've managed to put out. And Australians see the division. They're sick of it. So no wonder when you ask an opinion poll, a snapshot of public opinion at that moment, it's not a predictor of how people will vote at a future election. It's a scream in the dark. It's a cry for help from Australians to say, please, would you do your job as a functioning opposition? But if the member for Hume is the answer, it's a pretty dumb question. If the member for Hume is the answer, Deputy Speaker, then God help Australia and God help the Liberal Party. He's Peter Dutton's right-hand man. He was there at every step. Like, seriously, ask yourselves, how on earth is that going to help the predicament that you're in to elect the bloke who was further to the right than Peter Dutton? But, you know, what do his colleagues think of him, Deputy Speaker? As the Treasurer said yesterday, half of them support him and the other half have met him. But the most bizarre aspect of this is his truly terrible record. Like, objectively, if you were interviewing for a job with a key selection criteria and you had the panel out, you'd literally pick anyone else. As one of his colleagues said in the paper on the weekend, everything he touches turns to the little brown emoji. We'll say custard in here, Deputy Speaker, or Mr Hankey, for those who remember the screensaver back from the 90s. Everything he touches turns to custard. The Shadow Treasurer last term, he had the genius record. He actually went for the election, this was their policy, with higher taxes, bigger deficits, scrapping work from home. Well, that went well, it was very popular. Stacking tens of thousands of frontline workers and contracting them out to the private sector and labour hire firms and, his old mates at McKinsey and the consulting firms. There's how to blow a few billion. And the $600 billion risky nuclear reactor scheme. That was his genius contribution as Shadow Treasurer. The Shadow Defence Minister for the last 9 months or so, not that anyone would know it, he's literally had nothing to say. His only contribution to public debate in defence is, we should spend more. Well, OK, Shadow Minister, what should we spend more on? Well, I don't know, we should just spend more. It's like the brilliant contribution the member for Hasty at the last election. He was going to buy a squadron of F-35 fighter jets, except there were no pilots, no training, no petrol, no maintenance budgeted.
The member for Qantas?
No one called the member for Hasty.
I think you're quite right, yes.
A good point. I always think he's about himself, but you're right. It's a member for Canada.
He was on a roll, but yes.
I was on a roll, indeed. So the Shadow Defence Minister, he's had nothing to say. All he's got is an idea that we should spend more on something. He doesn't know what, but that sounds good. He hasn't asked any questions the last few weeks, despite seriously big defence policy announcements. His main achievements this term, 1, 2, 3, losing, undermining and quitting. But then there's his record as Energy Minister. Well, he was investigated by the Australian Federal Police for presenting doctored documents to the media. Eventually he had to apologise for that. Then, don't forget, Deputy Speaker, the readers, those left-wing communists who read the Australian Financial Review. In 2020, the readers' poll voted the member for Hume as the Energy Minister the worst performing minister in the Morrison government. Well, that's almost an achievement in its own right, to be the worst performing minister in the Morrison government. I mean, surely that deserves a promotion to be the opposition leader. But they weren't wrong. He was indeed, objectively, his own record says it, the worst energy minister in Australia's history. He went to the 2019 election promising that wholesale energy prices would fall per megawatt hour to $70. That was his promise. What he actually delivered after his abject failure was $286 per megawatt hour, but then, not content with that, before the 2022 election, he actually changed the law, changed the regulations to cover up the power price rises that were already baked in, coming down the pipe, that our government inherited after we won the election and found out the true state of the mess that he left behind. There were the serious questions over his conflicts of interest in his first stint as minister around 2016 with Grasslands or Grassgate. But really, it is a profound lesson in rock bottoms. Just when you think it can't get any worse, it can. Australians deserve better. But the problem, Deputy Speaker, they just have not got there yet. I almost feel sorry for the National Party being bound to this mob, the Liberal Party. The problem is not the leader, it's the party. It's not the sales rep. The product that they're selling is rotten to the core. Changing the label on the bottle doesn't disguise the fact that the wine is sour. I mean, the best before date, probably back somewhere in the 1950s. Now, their best hope, when they mutter to each other, is, well, maybe we'll end up in some kind of a three-way between the Liberals and the Nationals and One Nation. Nope, it's not going to work. One Nation will fill the hole you are leaving. Pauline Hanson, Senator Hanson, lives rent-free in their heads now. And that is the worst aspect, and I'll finish on this point, Deputy Speaker. It is the worst aspect of their abject failure, is the normalisation, because of the collapse of the coalition, their literal hatreds of each other. The normalisation, it's moving the Overton window as to what's acceptable in this country, and toxic, authoritarian, extremist politics that One Nation represents is allowed to kind of infiltrate and be normalised. It's not normal. It's not Australian. When Australians turn on their TV and see the chaos and the hate and the division and at times now the violence in parts of the Americas and Europe, they don't want that here. That's what One Nation and this extremist kind of politics represents, breaking down our social cohesion. Now, I'm incredibly optimistic The member for Gellibrand gave a fabulous speech on Tuesday night in the adjournment, pointing out the disjuncture between the increasingly extreme rhetoric in One Nation and half of that mob opposite, whatever they call themselves, and the experience of most decent Australians in the suburbs and regional cities and across the country. The data still shows up. When there's a natural disaster, it's the hard hats and the akubras and the turbans that turn up together. Overwhelmingly, migrants to this country, yeah, I can say the migrant word, not scream and shout and twitch, we're a nation of migrants. Migrants to this country are included, they do participate, they do start businesses, they do work, they do belong, they do feel included. I love our country, I love modern Australia, I love the reality. Unfortunately, where those people over there are going, seems like increasingly they hate Australia, the country that we are.
I thank the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs, Multicultural Affairs and International Education. The question is the bill be read a second time. And I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The opposition does not, as you would expect, support all of the policies and programs in the federal budget. However, the additional appropriation bills do provide the legislative mechanism by which the policies and programs of the government's 2025-26 budget need to be funded. And of course, the opposition does not oppose or delay this. Supply needs to be given. I won't quite go as far as to say confidence, because there are many people across the country, in metropolitan cities, in regional Australia, in remote communities, who do not have confidence in this government, and for good reason. I've just finished a meeting with Jo Marshall from Crookwell, the Chief Executive Officer of Australian Agricultural Centre. She was telling me about the concern in Upper Lachlan Shire about the number of wind turbines, those monstrosities that are being rolled out, supposedly to get to Australia to net zero. They are being rolled out in a reckless way. In Upper Lachlan, the 11 wind factories support 340 wind turbines, ranging from 126 metres high to 185. There is a proposal on the books to have another wind factory in that shire which won't even be connected to the grid. Why on earth would they want to build such a piece of infrastructure when it is not going to be connected to the grid, when it is not going to supply power to the energy system? And Crookwell suffers all of the time from blackouts. As extraordinary as that sounds, when it represents about 53% of the total green energy projects in the state, time and again that town is cast into blackness, into darkness, because it doesn't have enough power to support itself. And the proposal put the town on diesel generator backups. And that's the folly of this system. And that's just a microcosm of the future that awaits Australia. And indeed, Crookwell has an aged care home. Crookwell has a childcare centre. Crookwell has a hospital. And when it is pitched into darkness, when the power goes off, those important facilities need to have energy to continue to operate. And that can lead to dramas with people being, quite frankly, kept alive. And it's all well and good for the leafy suburbs of the teal voting centres of Sydney, but it's not good enough when you've got a country town supporting green energy projects, half of them in the state more than, and they get put into blackouts all of the time. Now, the Australian editorial of 12 February talks of the, that's today by the way, talks of the $1 trillion debt milestone drawing close. And it reads, as Australia's debt soars towards the $1 trillion mark in a matter of weeks, before the May budget, Wednesday was a dreadful day for the nation's economic outlook. A parliamentary hearing uncovered a previously undisclosed $54 billion blowout in the government's medium-term budget position. We hear all the time the Treasurer, in question time, talking about $1 trillion worth of Liberal Party debt. Fact-checked, it's a nonsense. It truly is. When the coalition government left office in May 2022, the debt was nowhere near $1 trillion. It was not. It was high. Yes, it was. We, as a coalition, were approaching a budget surplus, the first time for many years. And, of course, then COVID hit. And COVID brought with it a number of almighty challenges. Challenges this nation had not faced for, you could say ever, but certainly for 100 years. We had not had a global pandemic, a virus that was killing elsewhere in the world many, many people, such that there were open graves being dug in New York, Manhattan Island, churches in Italy being used as morgues to place coffins of people who had succumbed to this new disease. And Italy and the United States of America have good health systems, they do, and you would know that, Deputy Speaker, from your experience in the medical field, and I always acknowledge the role that you've played, particularly in paediatrics, member for Macarthur. But I can recall the meeting where the Chief Health Officer, Dr. Brendan Murphy, described to us a situation that if we did not act within weeks, there would be potentially 55,000 deaths from this virus emanating from China. And it was early 2020. And we closed the borders to China. We did everything that we could as a responsible government would to ensure that Australians were kept safe. And there weren't too many in that room. There was the Chief of Defence Force, there was the Prime Minister, of course, at the time, Scott Morrison. There was the Health Minister, a fine Health Minister, Greg Hunt, the member for Flinders, former member for Flinders. There were others besides, but there were only a few of the executive of government in that room. And yet, despite those ominous warnings given by Dr. Murphy, what we managed to do as a government was to achieve a status which the John Hopkins Centre acknowledged. Worldwide was the second best response, the second best nation for preparedness to COVID. And through the rollout of the vaccines, we saved many, many lives, not only in Australia, but also in the islands of the Pacific, where we looked after our close neighbours. We looked after the regional rim of the Blue Pacific. Closer to home, JobKeeper, 1.1 million jobs created in those 3 years since the pandemic hit, or the 2 and a bit years from the time we lost government, and 700,000 jobs saved through JobKeeper. And losing government was a bit of pill to swallow, but it was a bit like Winston Churchill, of course, losing office after doing so much to protect Great Britain from the perils of the Nazis in World War II. But that's politics. Thanks. And you move on, and you try to do your best in the national interest, and indeed that's what we did. But I have to say, it does gall me when the member for Rankin, the Treasurer, then thumbs his nose at the work that was done during those dark years when we were trying to keep the doors of businesses open, when we were trying to stop people from going into Great Depression-like food queues and job queues, and we saved Australians. We saved the lives of so many tens of thousands of Australians who are alive today and vital and healthy today because of what we did as a government. And I'm proud of what we did. It was difficult, the National Cabinet process, and I acknowledge that the Prime Minister last week worked through National Cabinet to, he says, achieve better outcomes for the state public hospital system, and I acknowledge that because health is crucially important. Working through that National Cabinet process. At the start, the outset of COVID-19, when the National Cabinet was set up, there was good cooperation too. And I also acknowledge, and it might the member for Wannon might pick something up and throw it at me in a minute, but the work that I was able to achieve through getting trucks over borders doesn't sound like much these days, but the work that then Transport Minister in Victoria, Jacinda Allen, and Mark Bailey, the Roads Minister in Queensland, played as Labor ministers in the national interest, working with me to make sure that trucks carrying vital vaccines and, just as importantly, food, were able to get over the border when, given the task, it was taking 4 hours. And after the cooperation I was given by those two ministers, Rita Saffioti in Western Australia was very, very good too, but also the other ministers, Liberal and Labor alike, played in ensuring that trucks were able to get over the border in 4 minutes, not 4 hours. And I acknowledge the work. I appreciate that some of us have moved on and taken other roles, and Victoria is a bit of a mess at the moment, and I look forward to seeing a new government in place there. But acknowledging the work that was done back in 2020 when things were grim. The government recently too, and these are appropriations, it's about spending, stripping back, putting in place rules and regulations over water buybacks and water allocations. Murray Watt, the Senator for Queensland, in Goolwa just the other day talked about the stripping back of environmental protections that he alleges the Coalition did. Now, what the Coalition did was ensured that the river system was protected, whilst at the same time acknowledging the vital role that our irrigation farmers and towns play in producing the food and fibre that Australia and many other countries need. And what worries me is when Labor and the Greens get their hands on the Murray-Darling system, what you end up with is a system that is imbalanced, and it tips way much too in favour of green groups. And what we do need is our farmers to be able to get the water that they pay for, and they are, whenever the government enters the water buyback place and space, the price of water goes through the roof, and it is such a shame. It is such a shame. But the appropriation bills also, of course, need to cover national security measures, and I tell you what, if ever we need good and tight national security and safety measures, it is right now. I was amazed this morning on the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation vote that we had 8 people, the Green, in this House, the member for Ryan and some independents voting against the motion that the government put forward. It was lost, thankfully, 106 to 8, but we need to be a cohesive society. I will agree with the member for Bruce on that score. And at the moment, what we've seen in metropolitan protests, but also in country towns, is alarming and disturbing. And I have to say, I support the New South Wales Police 100%. They have been under more pressure than they have needed to be. Premier Chris Minns has said that New South Wales Police are not punching bags, and he is right. There should not have been those protests. The protests should not have been heading the direction they were. And you see on the footage that is put up that some of the actions taken by the protesters, they had the mobile phones and the cameras all set up and ready to go, and then they produced stunts which the police then moved them on, and now the police are in trouble. And I tell you what, if I got bitten on the thumb, well, I would react probably the same way the police did as well. These protesters are professional activists. We've got a right to demonstrate in this nation, we do. It's a free and in a free and fair and democratic society in which we live. The right to demonstrate peaceably is there, but they do not have a right to hold up our cities and our country towns over and over and over again. And Paul Nicolau from the Sydney Business Chamber is right when he says that Sydney business has had a gutful. Those CBD businesses which open their doors and just want to trade are being stopped at every step of the way by these annoying activist protesters, many of whom are nothing more than scum. And I'm sorry, but they are. That's all they are. Because they, well, I don't care if you react, because they are scum. There is no other word for them. They are against Australia. The member for Bruce finished by saying they hate Australia. Some people hate Australia. Well, these are people who do, and they do hate our nation. They do hate what we stand for. They hate our traditions, and they hate everything that we stand for. And the police are right in doing what they do to protect the normal, good, everyday, ordinary citizens who've had a gutful of these scum.
I thank the member for Riverina. The questions of the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of these appropriation bills, and these bills enable the Albanese Labor government to deliver on the commitments that we made to all Australians at the last election, commitments grounded in fairness, responsibility and care for one another. They fund the services Australians rely upon every single day, things like health and mental health services, aged care, and ensure this parliament itself has the resources it needs to function effectively. When re-elected, the Prime Minister promised to make a positive difference to all Australians each and every day, to invest in our youngest Australians, to look after our oldest, and to build a society that is strong and fair and as resilient and generous as Australians themselves. These bills give effect to that promise. Deputy Speaker, beyond the figures and line items, these bills are about real people making real decisions for real outcomes for our country. This is especially true when it comes to healthcare. In Bonner, I hear these stories each and every week. And Deputy Speaker, if you've ever had a sick child on a Friday afternoon, which I know you most certainly have seen in your former life, you know that feeling, weighing up, and current life, weighing up where to go and how long it will take and what it might cost. That's exactly the decision that Medicare urgent care clinics are making easier for families. Last Friday, I saw this firsthand when I visited the Carina Carindale Medicare urgent care clinic in my electorate of Bonner. That's where I met Audrey, a young mum from Mansfield who was there with her almost 2-year-old and her 7-week-old baby. In just 1 week, Audrey had used that clinic twice. Her first visit was with a gastro-related illness of one of her children, and this time she was back because her little one had developed a rash. Like so many parents, all she needed was care quickly and without the added stress of not knowing what it might cost. Audrey didn't pay a cent for these visits, and all she needed was her Medicare card, not her credit card. The clinic was close to home, and the wait time was shorter than what it would have been at an emergency department. But Audrey's story is not unique. I also have heard from Angela, a local from Carindale, who attended the Carina Carindale clinic after returning home from a long international flight. She was worried when she had some symptoms that turned out to actually be a blood clot. Angela was seen within 10 minutes, treated promptly, and received the referral she needed for an ultrasound. She told me she had a great experience and that the speed and certainty made all the difference to her peace of mind. This is exactly how early intervention saves lives and relieves pressure on our emergency departments. I also want to share the experience of Abdullah from Mount Gravatt. After receiving information about the urgent care clinic from our newsletter, Abdullah contacted my EO for advice after cutting his finger. My team directed him to the Carina Carindale clinic, and in just over an hour he'd been triaged, seen by a nurse and treated with some stitches. He was grateful he didn't have to travel further or sit for hours in an emergency department, and that matters, particularly for people juggling work, family, transport and of course the added cost of healthcare. And it's not just people who have actually already received care. Residents like Myra and Carol, some of my older residents from Fairway Retirement Living, have told me just how reassuring it is simply knowing the clinic is there, especially on the weekends. Deputy Speaker, this is exactly how the Albanese Labor government is showing up for people across my electorate of Bonner by delivering free, accessible healthcare that families can rely on when they need it most. Right now, 122 Medicare urgent care clinics are open right across Australia, delivering care closer to home and taking pressure off hospitals. And with another 15 clinics still to be opened, affordable healthcare is only going to get more accessible. At a time when families are managing real cost of living pressures, knowing that care doesn't come with an unexpected bill makes a genuine difference. Deputy Speaker, across Bonner, these clinics are doing more than treating cuts, rashes and injuries. They are reducing anxiety, easing pressure on our emergency departments and giving people quality healthcare close to home. These bills also fund 1800 Medicare, recognising that health concerns don't wait for business hours. Australians can now call 24/7 to speak to a registered nurse and be guided to the right care. Around 250,000 Australians each year will avoid unnecessary trips to emergency departments because of this service. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour and the member will have leave to continue speaking if required when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? Give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. King's Tom's Club, founded in 1965 by Croatian migrants, sits right in the heart of my Fowler electorate. For decades, it has been more than just a sporting ground. It has been a home for culture, for community, and for Sydney United 58 FC. On the weekend, I attended their season opener against UNSW FC with club president Mark Ivancic. Standing on the sidelines, surrounded by the club legends, former Socceroos and lifelong supporters, I was reminded that this club was not just about football. It was about identity, it was about belonging, and it was about giving young people a place to grow. Sydney United has produced more than 60 Socceroos, including Mark Bosnich, Tony Popovic, Graham Arnold, Miller Jedinak, Robbie Slater and Tim Cahill. That legacy does not happen by accident. It comes from dedicated volunteers, parents who drive their kids to training in the rain, and coaches who give their time week after week. On the day, more than 40 ex-players will welcome back coaches and board members, some of whom represented both club and country as far back as the late 1960s and 70s. It was not just a reunion. It was a powerful reminder that strong clubs are built across generations. Grassroots sport, when supported properly, build leaders. It strengthens communities, and in places like Fowler, it gives young people this direction, discipline and hope. I also want to thank the Young UBF podcast team, Thomas and Abdul.
Time has expired, and I give the call to member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, I rise to acknowledge the passing of Councillor Paul Koch and to honour a life defined by steadfast service to the people of Gawler. For more than 15 years as an elected member, Paul gave his energy, his voice and his heart to local government, never wavering in his commitment to the community he loved. Even during illness, he remained active and engaged, continuing to contribute meaningfully to council and to public life, determined to see through the work he had begun. Paul was well known across Gawler for his passionate environmental focus, advocating for sustainable practices and thoughtful planning that would protect the natural beauty of the region for generations to come. He was also recognised for his extraordinary volunteer work training guide dogs, dedicating countless hours to helping others gain independence and confidence. On council, Paul was deeply involved in committee work, contributing to the Gawler River Flood Management Authority, the Gawler and Districts College Governing Body and Northern Adelaide Waste Management Authority, ensuring local voices were heard in important decisions. Paul understood that local government is about everyday impact, everyday facilities, local services and community safety, and he treated that responsibility with care. As the founder of the Gawler Makers Market, his ability to bring people together will never be lost within our community. On behalf of the Parliament and the people of Gawler, I extend heartfelt condolences to Paul's family and friends. May he rest in eternal peace.
Member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the Busselton Margaret River Airport is at the very heart of Forest, lying there with great potential to diversify the local economy away from being reliant on just mining, and my community is desperate for this government to invest in a terminal upgrade to unlock its true potential. We're talking about not just the people that would come to the region in the top of the plains, but creating opportunities for our agricultural businesses to send their produce directly to world markets underneath those passenger jets. The unparalleled growth of the airport is truly remarkable. From some 10 years ago, with less than 20,000 passengers a year, to now more than 250,000. We're talking about 500 people at a time trying to get through a terminal that only has capacity for 200. Overwhelmingly, these are FIFO workers leaving their families and our community to head off to iron ore mines that are generating billions of dollars of royalties for our nation's prosperity. I think it's only fair that we back them in with a terminal that's befitting of the contribution they make to our economy and, of course, creates those opportunities for international tourism in the region as well. The Prime Minister's very fond of landing his jet at Busselton Margaret River Airport, but not all of us have the benefit of a 737, and those FIFO workers deserve something more. Thank you.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For many first home buyers, the dream of owning a home can just feel out of reach. Saving for a 20% deposit while paying rent, groceries and bills is simply too much. That's why the Albanese Labor government's home deposit scheme is making such a real difference in my electorate of Holt by cutting the required deposit from 20% to just 5%. It's helping everyday Australians get their foot in the door years sooner. I just want to share a story of Holt locals Mark and Jana. Like so many in our community, they were working hard and doing everything right, but were stuck watching house prices rise faster than their savings. Thanks to the 5% deposit guarantee, they didn't have to wait another 5 or 10 years. They didn't have to hand over thousands to an insurance company for lenders' mortgage insurance. Instead, they finally got their keys and moved into their own home in Narre Warren South. That is what this policy is about. Like Mark and Jana, 2,565 first home buyers in Holt have fulfilled the great Australian dream of home ownership.
Member for Kooyong.
Deputy Speaker, as the Lunar New Year approaches, families and communities across Kooyong are coming together to share meals, enjoy lanterns and lion dances and celebrate renewal. This year we welcome the Year of the Firehorse, a rare and powerful symbol that appears only once every 60 years. The horse represents strength, movement and determination, and fire brings passion, resilience and transformation. These values resonate strongly with many in our Chinese communities, people who've made an extraordinary contribution to Australia's multicultural story. From business and education to the arts, community organisations and public life, Chinese Australians have helped shape the open, dynamic country that we are today. At a time when voices of division can sometimes feel louder than those promoting understanding, celebrations like Lunar New Year are ever more important. They remind us that diversity is a source of strength and that we share common values of respect, hard work, care for family and hope for the future. I wish all in Kooyong a happy, healthy and prosperous Lunar New Year. Xin Nian Kuai Le, Gangzi Fang Chai.
Member for Tangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in solidarity with the people of Myanmar. This is a deeply painful and worrying time for many Burmese Australians. I share the concerns felt by my brother and sister in Tangi, who live with fear, distress and anxiety for their families, friends and loved ones who are still living in Myanmar. Tangi's Burmese Australian community tell me how they are scared for their families. They live with daily fear that the harm may fall onto their loved one in Myanmar. These heavy hearts are felt throughout the community in Tangi. I feel their pains and concern and wish to tell them that they are not standing alone. It has now been more than 5 years since the Myanmar military overthrew the democratically elected government on 1st of February 2021. Since that time, the people of Myanmar have suffered violence, displacement, and violations against their human rights. People have been unjustly detained, and there have been great humanitarian sufferings. Standing in solidarity means not looking away, so I add my voice to the Burmese Australian community in Tangney, who are voicing out against what has been happening for more than 5 years in Myanmar. I would like to say this word. I stand with the people of Myanmar. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to expose what looks like an industrial-scale conspiracy at the heart of the Australian Labor Party. Last year, the Prime Minister shut down Parliament, scrutinising the scale of the CFMEU Labor corruption racket. And now they stand accused of presiding over $15 billion in washed money. This CFMEU Labor cartel has ripped off Australians, driven up construction costs and pushed home ownership further out of reach. Jeffrey Watson SC's report into systemic corruption in the Victorian CFMEU division was delivered on the 1st of December last year, yet 2 chapters allegedly detailing the CFMEU Labor cartel have been stripped from the version made public. What are they hiding? Australians have footed the bill for $15 billion in wash money. Recent AEC disclosures show the CFMEU money flowing back into Labor coffers, despite the PM's promise not to take it. When scrutiny was shut down last year, Australians were told it was unnecessary, and now we know why. This is not isolated misconduct, it is systemic, it is entrenched, it is protected. If the Victorian Minister refuses to release the full unredacted report, the Prime Minister must answer for himself or be complicit in a cover-up. Australians deserve transparency, integrity and a government that confronts corruption, not one that shields it.
Member for Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, when I was young, the only red flags that I knew about were the ones that I had to swim between at the beach. There were no conversations about what a bad relationship looked like. Gen X women like me grew up seeing misogyny and disrespect on our tellies, in our workplaces and in many of the relationships around us. We didn't use the word gaslighting, we didn't know what it was, but what we got was, you're too sensitive, you're crazy, you're overreacting, and we got it all the time. Now in my 50s, I'm so gutted by the rising rates of family violence, the influence of the manosphere. Hard-won progress is being eroded. In November, we delivered a 40% funding boost, an additional $41 million to 1-800 RESPECT, because we know it saves lives. We've made the $5,000 Leaving Family Violence payment permanent. We're funding men's behaviour change programs, and we are investing $1.2 billion in housing for victims of family violence. Incredibly important, but we also have a responsibility, everyone does, in our daily interactions, to talk about good and bad relationships. And while many will celebrate Valentine's Day on Saturday, please wave the red flag. If you've got hot and cold energy, love bombing, location tracking, relationship cycling, situationships, wave the red flag for your friends and your family members and loved ones.
Member for Flynn has the call.
Deputy Speaker, the new Aged Care Act and Support at Home program came into effect on the 1st of November 2025, touted as significant reform to how in-home aged care is delivered and funded. The government assured older Australians there would be no worse off. However, what I'm hearing from seniors, support services and advocacy organisations is very different lived experience. Many older Australians are confused by the new arrangements and finding their budgets no longer stretch as they once did. As a result, some have been forced to reduce or cancel essential services, including their food intakes, thereby directly impacting on their health, well-being and independence. Others have accrued unexpected debt because they were unaware of the co-contribution payments, or they have been unable to manage these amounts. For older people determined to remain living independently, this uncertainty has real consequences. My office, along with advocacy services, have seen increased demand from older Australians seeking help to understand the changed system and resolve disputes with providers. That alone signals the need for clearer communication, better transitional support and a system that is simpler, more transparent and reassuring. Deputy Speaker, aged care reform is necessary, but so is trust. Our seniors deserve a sustainable aged care system that supports people to stay in their own homes with dignity. Where the changes bring added cost, uncertainty and distress, it is right we listen and respond with clarity, compassion and practical solutions.
Member Solomon.
On Sunday I attended Mass at St Mary's Star of the Sea Cathedral. Our children were baptised there and had their first Holy Communion there. Our daughter Sally's godfather is an old army mate of mine, Richard Halloway. I meant to give him a shout out yesterday. It was his birthday, so happy birthday, Dicko. He's a Timor veteran. I'm also a Timor veteran, along with two of my brothers. Member for Herbert's also a Timor veteran, and tens of thousands of other Australians who served in Timor in the ADF or the AFP. As I said yesterday in this place, I acknowledge the Timor-Leste President and Prime Minister Xanana Gusmao, who I caught up with on the recent visit with the Prime Minister. Timor-Leste has come a very, very long way, conducting a series of very successful and peaceful parliamentary and presidential elections since the restoration of their independence. I also, on behalf of Timor veterans, want to thank President Joseph Ramos Horta for broadening the eligibility scope for the Timor-Leste Solidarity Medal for ADF and AFP personnel. I know it's very much appreciated by Timor veterans, and we look forward to confirming the details for this Timor-Leste award. Viva Timor-Leste. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, last week's RBA decision confirmed what Australian families already know. There is no light at the end of the tunnel under Labor. It's too hard to buy a home. It's too hard to start a business. It's too hard to start a family, and it is too hard to access basic services. The cost of everything going up and up and up. This is a great country, Deputy Speaker, but for too many Australians, it doesn't feel like it. The basic promise that if you work hard and you do the right thing, you'll get ahead seems broken. And our economy has hit a speed limit and it's painfully slow, Deputy Speaker. Now, our Liberal priority must be to protect our way of life and restore our standard of living that has been trashed under Labor. That's our mission, because both are under assault under Labor. Every day, Australians are making hard choices because this government, this Prime Minister, has failed to make those choices. Failed to make those choices. Labor is failing Australians, and Australians deserve better. We need less government, less spending, less taxes, less regulation, less regulators. Australians need change, and Australia is worth fighting for.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Deputy Speaker, with the sighting of the crescent moon just 1 week away, I rise to send my warmest wishes to the Muslim communities across Maribyrnong as they prepare for the holy month of Ramadan. From the heart of Flemington and Kensington to the streets of Gladstone Park and right across our electorate, Ramadan is a time of profound spiritual significance. It is a season of fasting, reflection and deep devotion. In Maribyrnong, our suburbs were built by immigrants. We don't just accept diversity, we celebrate it. Our Muslim community, our healthcare workers, our educators, our small business owners are a vital, inseparable part of our story. However, we must also confront a harder reality. Too often, the place of Muslim Australians in this country is unjustly questioned. There are some, including in this parliament, who have tarred this community with a broad brush of hatred and prejudice. Let me be clear. Labor rejects this rhetoric of division. You belong here, your contributions are what make our nation strong, and we stand firm against attempts to diminish your identity as proud Australians. Instead, we celebrate the values of zakat, the selfless charity and empathy so many practice daily. Whether gathering at a local mosque for Taraweeh or preparing a crowded table for a first iftar, our faith, your faith, enriches the fabric of our community. To every family in my electorate celebrating, may your fast be easy, your prayers be answered, and from my family to yours, I wish you a blessed, healthy and happy month. Thank you.
Member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, with the huge changes in the media and communication industry over the past 20 years, it has become harder and harder for local newspapers to survive. I'm proud to say that community journalism is still alive and well in the Parkes electorate. Indeed, the Cobar Weekly is celebrating its 40th birthday. That's 40 years of celebrating and commemorating community milestones and 40 years of advocating for the Cobar community. That is a significant achievement, and I congratulate all of those who have played a role in the Cobar Weekly over the years, including the managing editor Sharon Harland and her team. I would also like to congratulate the team at the Broken Hill Times, who have celebrated the paper's first anniversary in October last year. The Broken Hill Times stepped in when the Barrier Truth shut after 130 years of operation. The Gunnedah Times marks its 5th birthday in November last year, and it was established with the owners of the Narrabri Courier. The electorate's own Lucy Pert, who took over the historic Gilgandra Weekly and added a number of other mastheads to the stable, has been a strong advocate for community journalism. Lucy was last year awarded life membership of the Country Press New South Wales after a record 8 years of being the president. There are over 35 publications in my electorate, from the Western Herald in Burke to the Hillston Ivanhoe Spectre to the Parkes Phoenix, the Champion Post to the Dunedoo District Diary, and everywhere in between. Thank you for the work that you do.
Member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, last night our community got behind our local star Emily Arthur as she represented Australia in the snowboard halfpipe at the Milano Cortina Winter Olympics. Yeah. Emily is a Hughes local from Warrenora Heights who went to Bosco College in Engadine, like me, but unlike me, she served as the flag bearer for the 2016 Winter Youth Olympic Games in Lillehammer, where she won a silver medal. This is Emily's 3rd Winter Olympic campaign, and she said she wasn't there to play it safe. Emily's second run was delayed after the competition was paused for 10 minutes after a terrifying crash from one of her fellow contenders from China. The usually joyful and energetic atmosphere reduced to silence while Emily had to stay ready for her run. True to her word, Emily went for it, but unfortunately her difficult second trick couldn't quite get up. Emily did an amazing job representing us. We are so proud of the heights that she's reached over her 3 Olympic Games, and we're looking forward to all that she achieves in the years ahead. Deputy Speaker, we send our congratulations to Emily and to all the Australians doing us proud these Olympics. Forza Team Oz.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I wanted to deliver a message to all Australians. You deserve better from this government. And I say that because I know that in suburbs in my electorate, like Parkwood, Pimpamar or Pacific Pines, you're struggling under the burden of this cost of living crisis that has been thrust upon you by this Albanese Labor government. And we know that the Reserve Bank thinks that you're doing it tough too, under circumstances that are entirely at the feet of this Labor government. Last week, the CPI numbers that came out from the ABS went back up to 3.8%. It leaves the Reserve Bank with virtually no choice but to raise interest rates. So every Australian with a mortgage has now seen the RBA set their rate at 3.85%. Now, the obligation for this Labor government when they landed in office in 2022 was to soften the blow, to soften the landing after COVID. But what they've done has caused a crash. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is families all over the Gold Coast, in suburbs like Ormeau, Arundel and Labrador, struggling, mortgage repayments that are now $1,800 per month higher than what they were when the Coalition left office in 2022. Sadly, we must return to the government in order to make sure that we restore the Australian way of life. You deserve so much better.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to recognise 2 outstanding locals from Singleton, Josh and Beck Barnett. who have both claimed Australian titles at the recent ABCRA National Finals Rodeo in Tamworth. Husband and wife, 2 national champions, one incredibly proud community. Josh qualified in 4 events, the first bloke to achieve that in more than 20 years, and secured the Australian Saddle Bronc title. He also finished in the top 10 across his other events, missed out on the all-round cowboy total by just 3 points. That's consistency, determination and grit at the highest of levels. Beck went in the finals ranked second in steer undecorated and delivered across 3 demanding rounds, finishing first, second and fourth to take out the national title. That is composure under pressure, Speaker, and a true championship form. What makes this achievement even more impressive is that Josh and Beck both work full-time while contributing to their family business, Barn Lodge Stock Horses. Josh has been part of Morgan Engineering since he was 16, starting an apprenticeship and now serving as a customer service manager. I want to acknowledge Morgan Engineering for backing Josh with travel, support and sponsorship so he can compete nationally while still continuing his career. This is a regional Australia at its best, Speaker. Hard work, family business, local employees backing local talent and national success coming straight out of Singleton and the Hunter. Thank you.
Member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Rotting from the top.
Props,
Rotting from the top.
you.
The report headline says it all. And what's inside this independent report is a catalogue of corruption and criminality. I'm surprised those opposite are interjecting. Rotting from the top tells
Member
the
for
story
Gippsland.
of the CFMEU,
Member for Gippsland.
corruption and rorts.
Sit down. Well, you wouldn't listen to me, so I'm asking you to sit while I explain something to you, and you can have the call again. I told you about props at the beginning of it. That's the second time you chose to ignore me, so you can have another shot without the props.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen had an ounce of decency, she would take some responsibility for the failures of her government and resign immediately. Ms Allen was the minister at the epicentre of the big build projects, where an independent anti-corruption investigation had uncovered $15 billion worth of rip-offs and rorts. And the member for Bendigo, who spoke in support of John Setka, is speaking up now. Do you still support John Setka and the rorts and rip-offs and the corruption in the CFMEU? Member for Bendigo, do you still support him?
Please direct your comments to the chair.
Well, Deputy Speaker, if they're
You can
interjecting,
ask me about that. You cannot direct your comments
interjecting,
directly
Deputy
to
Speaker,
her.
I think I've had every right to respond to the interjections. So why does this matter? Why does this matter, Deputy Speaker? Because this is a $5,000 per household corruption tax on every Victorian household. $15 billion worth of taxpayers' money wasted. Now, what would $15 billion buy you? Think of the new hospitals. Think of the improvements to schools. Think about the improvements to our roads. Think about taxpayers' money being paid to union thugs and organised crime mates instead of being paid to recruit more police, more nurses and more teachers. Now, I'm pleased to see, Deputy Speaker, that the Liberal leader in Victoria and the National leader, Danny O'Brien, are offering a fresh start and real solutions. We need to end the rorts, the waste and the corruption to get Victoria heading in the right direction.
Member for Gordon has the call.
Deputy Speaker, our record investment in Medicare is seeing real cost of living relief around the country, like in my community in Melbourne's western suburbs. Just take a walk around Caroline Springs, Deer Park or Deanside and you'll see it's full of young families moving into the area and building their futures. Families who have mortgages, bills and weekly supermarket shops shouldn't be hit with another bill every time they visit a GP. And no one should be putting off seeing a doctor because of the cost. I know this, Labor knows this. It's why we've increased bulk billing incentives so that more people can see a doctor for free. And the results are in, Deputy Speaker. There are now 23 Medicare bulk billing clinics in my electorate of Gorton. That's 70% of the GP clinics in our local area where you can get an appointment for free. 70%. The national bulk billing rate is now sitting at over 80%. 96% of Aussies live within a 20-minute drive of a fully bulk billed practice. That is incredible, Deputy Speaker. And we have 2 urgent care clinics just down the road in Melton and Sunshine. That's free walk-in care, fully covered by Medicare, taking pressure off our emergency departments. This is making a real difference for families, and it's the direct result of this Labor government's historic investments in Medicare, because when you visit the GP, you shouldn't need to carry your credit card, just your Medicare card.
Member Member for Wannon has called.
Deputy Speaker, I'm pretty sure this question time we're going to see those in government looking back at people's track records to see whether they're suitable for higher office or not. So what I thought I'd do is I'd look at the Minister for Energy's previous records, just to give the bit of a house as to why he was appointed as the Minister for Energy. And he had nearly 3 months as Treasurer in the lead up to the 2013 election. Guess what he defended? He defended higher deficits. Guess what he defended? The bank deposit levy. Do you remember the bank deposit levy? He defended lower growth. He defended lower growth. And he defended higher employment. So isn't that the most impeccable track record for Labor to appoint as the Minister for Energy? And he hasn't let us down in that portfolio either, because question after question after question, we've asked him whether he's going to deliver his promise on $275. And he won't even mention the words. He will not mention the words. So when they're talking about the history of people here in this question time, have a look at their track record, because it is appalling, and the Minister for Energy is absolutely the prize example.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As of this week, 3,247 households in my electorate of Sturt have installed a battery under the Albanese Labor government's Cheaper Home Battery Scheme. That's 3,247 households using clean energy, enjoying lower energy bills and contributing energy to the grid, which lowers bills for everyone. When these figures came out, I shared the results with my community and invited people with a battery to get in touch to tell me how that battery was making a difference. One of those who responded was Peter, who lives in Paradise in the northeast part of Sturt. He said, as a retired resident of Sturt, I am one of the households that has benefited from the Cheaper Home Battery Scheme. I would like to express my sincere thanks for this initiative, which has made home battery storage more affordable and has allowed us to make better use of our rooftop solar by reducing household energy costs. For many of us in retirement, being able to manage rising energy costs while also contributing in a practical way to a cleaner energy future is something we value greatly. This program has made a real difference to our household. Thank you for highlighting the positive impact these policies are having for local residents. Not just in Sturt, across the country, cheaper home batteries are good for the planet, good for the hip pocket and good for the country.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statement has concluded. I'll invite members to take their seats quickly and quietly as possible. Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I inform the House that the Deputy Prime Minister will be absent from question time today. He is undertaking duties and representation as Defence Minister internationally. The Minister for Defence Industry will answer questions on his behalf, and I inform the House that the Minister...
Order. The member for Fisher, when the Prime Minister is making announcements, members want to hear the announcement. I know it was said in jest, but I just ask when announcements are before the House, that just people listen. Prime Minister.
I inform the House that the Minister for Housing will be absent from question time today, and the Treasurer will answer questions on her behalf.
Before we move to questions without notice, there was a use of props during the 90-second statements. I want to ensure that all members are aware that's highly disorderly, and I will take action if that continues. We'll move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the report into CFMEU corruption, where the Chief Investigator found that taxpayer funds were compromised, and I quote, bribes were being paid here, there and everywhere. Will the Prime Minister write today to the National Anti-Corruption Commission seeking an urgent investigation into this serious matter to ensure that Commonwealth taxpayer funds have not been misused and that no Commonwealth official has been implicated in these extremely serious findings?
Call to the Minister for Workplace Relations and Employment.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. The Watson report is an important report that was commissioned by the Administrator to help him in the work that he is involved in cleaning up the CFMEU. Of course, this report was detailed work that clearly identified issues going back from 2012 until the Administrator actually took over. Mr Irving has released a detailed statement in response to the report. He will refer the report to the AFP, Victoria Police, the Fair Work Commission and other relevant law enforcement agencies and regulators. Mr Irving has said that this report had been released so authorities can take whatever enforcement action they consider appropriate as the CFMEU enters a new chapter under his leadership.
All to the honourable member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government showing leadership and delivering for Australians by strengthening Medicare, easing cost of living pressures and helping them to earn more and keep more of what they earn? How does this compare to other approaches to leadership in Australia?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Maribyrnong for her question. Indeed, we are focused on the Australian people and working every day to deliver for them. We're strengthening Medicare because that's just what Labor governments do. More bulk billing, making medicines cheaper, opening urgent care clinics, delivering 1-800 Medicare, properly funding public hospitals, making sure that the only thing that Australians need is their Medicare card, not their credit card. We're delivering cost of living relief across the board, cutting taxes, cutting student debt, getting real wages up and protecting penalty rates so that Australians can earn more and keep more of what they earn. We're properly funding every single public school in the country, making a difference. We've had 725,000 Australians have benefited from free TAFE. We're establishing university study hubs around regional Australia. We are making it easier for Australians to get into their own home. Help to Buy is up and running, Build to Rent is building. And since we fast-tracked our 5% deposit scheme in October last year, more than 31,000 new home buyers have their first home. There's always more to do, and our work to make a positive difference is never finished. But, Mr Speaker, while we're building more homes for Australians, those opposite are busy tearing down their own homes. They're obsessed with cutting each other down, but they never want to cut your taxes or cut the cost of living. They can't stand each other, Mr Speaker, but they all stand for cutting Medicare. They love fighting, but they never fight for Australia. They just fight each other because it goes to their core values. And we've seen that with the extraordinary launch of a leadership campaign that didn't have a single new policy idea. It was just the vibe. They got out there, not a single new idea.
Order. No, the Prime Minister will. No, the Prime Minister will pause. Before we go to the next question, I'll hit order. Members on my right. The member for Moncrieff is entitled to take her point of order, and she shall do so.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister, it's on relevance. You're really not talking about what the question was and giving us an answer. You're focusing on the opposite.
Order. The member for Gippsland. The Leader of the House.
The final part of the question asks for the Prime Minister to provide information to the House on other approaches to leadership. There are many to choose from those opposite, and that's what he's doing.
The Prime Minister was definitely asked about approaches to leadership, and so the comments he is making is obviously being directly relevant to the question he was asked.
I was waiting for their leadership candidate to say, vote for me and I support world peace. That was the substance that was in there. Because essentially they all agree. They all agree
We're not looking after
Order.
Australians, but just looking after themselves. And it doesn't matter who sits in that chair. The problem isn't the leader. The problem is that whoever sits there will just be another Liberal.
The call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you. To the Housing Minister or Treasurer in her stead. Warringah contains some of the most expensive land in the country, contributing to a shortage of crisis accommodation and social and affordable housing. The government has announced plans to divest part of HMS Penguin land at Balmoral in Warringah and intends to seek full market value, prompting concerns the land will be sold to wealthy developers for luxury apartments and not address issues of public affordable, social and affordable houses or crisis accommodation. Will the minister take steps to ensure this public asset is used for social benefit?
Give a call to the Treasurer representing the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and to the honourable member for her question. I will speak to the colleagues about that specific parcel of land that that the honourable member refers to. I know that you've raised it with us in good faith, and we will check it out. On our approach to social housing more broadly, we've built about 5,000 social and affordable homes already. There's another 25,000 in planning or construction. And that's because, unlike our predecessors, we are taking this housing challenge very seriously. And we know that in different communities around Australia, there are different opportunities to build more social and community housing. And as we go about that important task, we'll be as consultative as we can be.
Call to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Minister, today the government released Closing the Gap annual report, and the Prime Minister demonstrated in his address that we are getting on with the job of delivering for First Nations people. What are the priorities of this year's Closing the Gap report?
Call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations representing the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Lingiari for that question, but also for the incredible, valuable role that she plays on ensuring that our government remains focused on closing the gap. As our Prime Minister has said, our government is determined and optimistic about closing the gap for First Nations people. To achieve this, our government is building on what works, listening to First Nations people, partnering with their organisations and investing in community-led solutions. I'd like to really recognise the Minister for Indigenous Australians on her work on the 2025 Closing the Gap annual report and the 2026 annual implementation plan, which demonstrates our progress and sets out a clear agenda for the year ahead. Our government is delivering jobs and training. We're easing the cost of living pressures and making significant new investments in areas such as food security in remote communities, health, housing and education. The Albanese government is delivering more real jobs in remote communities because every Australian deserves the opportunity of the dignity of work and a fair pay for the work they do. We have announced that we are doubling the Remote Jobs and Economic Development program from 3,000 to 6,000 jobs. Already 1,500 jobs have already been created across the country. And we're delivering cost of living relief by lifting the cap on our low-cost essential subsidy scheme and making it available to all 225 remote stores across Australia, reducing the price of 30 essential grocery items. And through National Cabinet, governments have agreed on record Commonwealth investment for First Nations health and secured further health investment for states and territories. And while building on what works, we're investing in Aboriginal community-controlled health services infrastructure. We're supporting birthing on country so more babies are born at full term, and we're training more First Nations health workers. The Albanese Labor government is also taking action where we know we need to see more progress. This week, in partnership with First Nations people and all Australian governments, we have launched the first standalone national Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander plan to end family, domestic and sexual violence, backed by immediate investment. Now, this has been long advocated, and I'd like to recognise the work of the Minister for Social Services and Auntie Muriel Bamblett, along with the Our Way Steering Committee, for making this happen. Closing the gap requires partnership with First Nations people and action right across government. As the Prime Minister has said, working together we will succeed in closing the gap and delivering better outcomes for First Nations Australians.
I call the member for Goldstone. I'll just do some acknowledgements in the gallery today. I'm pleased to welcome Councillor Helen O'Neill from Bega Valley Shire as a guest of the Emergency Management from her electorate of Eden Monaro, and Mr Rocco O'Keefe OAM and Mrs Joan O'Keefe OAM, both awarded Order of Australia medals this year in this year's honours list as guests of the member of Moncrief. Give a call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to his minister's refusal to answer questions yesterday and today about Geoffrey Watson's report into the CFMU Labor cartel of corruption. Given the Prime Minister has refused to write to the National Anti-Corruption Commission, can the Prime Minister explain what steps he has taken to satisfy himself that not a single hard-earned taxpayers' dollar from the Commonwealth has been misused?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I want to address the part of the question that goes to the NAC. The NAC is independent. That is how it has been established. They can look at whatever they want to look at. They can refer, do whatever inquiries they want, and they should be allowed to do so without political interference.
No, the Prime Minister has concluded his answer. Order. Order. The member for Goldstein has asked his question. The question's been answered. We'll now hear from the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government's record investment in Medicare making it easier for Territorians to see a doctor for free? Why is it so important after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker. And thanks to the member for Solomon. He and the member for Lingiari are amazing advocates for better health care for that incredible part of the country they represent. And their advocacy, that advocacy, I can tell you, has driven our record support for a stronger Medicare in the top end. The member for Solomon, I can tell you, Mr Speaker, was a relentless supporter of Charles Darwin University's bid for the first medical school ever in the Territory. I know he's delighted they're taking on students this month, Mr Speaker. And both members also pushed our government finally to address the historical underfunding of Territory hospitals that had seen the Territory receive less funding proportionally than any other jurisdiction for many, many years, and we fixed that as well, Mr Speaker. This year, we've increased Commonwealth funding to Territory hospitals by 30%, the biggest increase any jurisdiction has ever received in hospital funding. Indeed, Territory hospitals, as a result of the National Cabinet Agreement, Territory hospitals will receive $1 billion more than they would have received through an extension of the old Morrison agreement, Mr Speaker. And we've opened 8 Medicare urgent care clinics as well, Mr Speaker. 6 in remote communities, 1 in Alice, 1 in Palmerston, and a 9th urgent care clinic will soon open in Darwin because of a promise made by the member for Solomon at the last election, Mr Speaker. Now, Mr Speaker, the member also asked me about bulk billing rates in the Territory, and I'm pleased to report that the number of general practices in Solomon that are now bulk billing all of their patients all of the time has tripled since November, Mr Speaker. Now 3/4 of general practices in Solomon are 100% bulk billing because of the investment that we made last year, Mr Speaker. But indeed, right across the Territory, bulk billing rates are skyrocketing, helping people see their doctor for free. The bulk billing rate in the Territory now for pensioners and concession card holders and kids is now over 97%, the highest rate in the country, Mr Speaker. But the biggest increase, I'm pleased to say, has been for working-age Territorians who don't have the benefit of a concession card. I said yesterday, Mr Speaker, that bulk billing for those working Australians has increased by about 8% across Australia since November, but that increase is 21% in the Territory, a 21% increase for working Australians in just 3 months, which means that the total bulk billing rate in the Northern Territory has already almost reached 90%. It's now 89.5%. And I tell you, Mr Speaker, that shows the value the Territory gets for 2 amazing local MPs and from a government that's determined to strengthen Medicare.
Call to the honourable member for Nichols.
For climate change and energy, does the minister agree that the Albanese government has broken its promise to reduce household energy bills by $275 by 2025?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. And there's no doubt that energy prices have been under pressure in recent years. No doubt at all. We've been very clear about that. The Australian people know that. Energy prices in Australia are slightly below the OECD average, but that doesn't mean that hasn't put huge pressure on Australian families and businesses as energy prices have gone up. That is the fact, Mr Speaker. Now, there's 2 questions. How did we get here and what are we going to do about it? Well, the fact of the matter is, when there was a global energy crisis, Australia entered that crisis ill-prepared.
The Minister will pause. There's just a wall of noise happening at the moment. So I'm going to ask the Minister just to be heard in silence, just as the member for Nichols was. This is a repeat performance and it's not going to continue today. The Manager of Opposition Business, please don't interject when I'm addressing the House. And the Leader of the Opposition as well. Just...
Mr Speaker, give her a pass.
Order. The Minister will continue.
In defence of the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker, she was complimenting me on my tie, so I'm prepared to take the interjection. But, Mr Speaker, we entered the global energy crisis ill-prepared because under the previous government 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power had left the grid and 1 gigawatt had come on. I hear moans from those opposite.
Order. The Leader of the Nationals.
And as you know, Mr Speaker, I'm always trying to find a bipartisan note at the dispatch box. So to quote Senator Canavan, who recently said, the other thing I often hear from government senators and members of the other place is that the former government failed because 4 gigawatts...
Will pause. The member for Gippsland on a point of order.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And the point of order is on relevance. The question was very tight. The minister is being as loose as a goose. If he can't answer the question, he should just sit down.
Order. The issue with these questions are you're asking an opinion. Does he agree with his commitments to reduce? So he's arguing because of the question he's been asked. It places the... Yeah, because of the question, the way the question is framed. So if you're asking whether he thinks he's broken something or disagreed about does he agree the broken promise to reduce the cost, he's arguing that perhaps that's not the case and he doesn't agree with that, right? So it's going to be the same answer that he's going to get to the same question that he's getting over and over again on this topic. So just make sure the minister is being directly relevant. He just can't start quoting random people. He's got to make his answer elected representatives. Other members. Order. That he just needs to make whoever he's quoting directly relevant to the question he was asked.
I, for one, Mr Speaker, would never call Senator Canavan random. But, Mr Speaker, Senator Canavan said,
Order.
The other thing I often hear from government senators and members of the other place is that the former government failed because 4 gigawatts of baseload power came out of the system over that decade or so and only 1 gigawatt was installed to replace it. That is true. That is a fair criticism of energy policy over the last 10 years or so, Mr Speaker. You won't often hear me approvingly quoting Senator Canavan, but he's spot on there, Mr Speaker. Now, then the second question is, what do you do about it? Well, we on this side of the House think that you introduce more of the cheapest, fastest to deploy form of energy. Those opposite think the answer is more of the most expensive, slowest form of energy, Mr Speaker. So, on that side of the House, we saw 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power leave the grid and 1 gigawatt come on. In our not yet 4 years in office, we've seen 2 gigawatts leave and 7.7 gigawatts come on, Mr Speaker. 7.7 gigawatts come on. That's more supply. More supply means lower prices, Mr Speaker. Less supply means upward pressure on prices. That's what the Liberal and Nationals left Australia with, particularly their former Energy Minister, the member for Hume, Mr Speaker, who in 2018 promised, and I quote, that he would slash $183 to just over $400 per annum from household bills, Mr Speaker, and in a speech on the 30th of August 2018. By the time he left office, were bills down $400 a year? No, Mr Speaker. They were up $45 on Ausgrid, $116 in Endeavour and $135 for Essential. The member for Hume.
Order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government working to close the gender pay gap, and how does this compare to other approaches?
I'll give the call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Werriwa for her question and her strong advocacy for working women in this country. Our government has placed gender equality at the heart of our workplace relations reforms. We put gender equality well front and centre when our government funded well overdue pay increases for workers in aged care and early childhood education, many who were women. Early educators like Leanne from Canberra, who said, "We're finally being recognised for the professionals we are." Our government also took action to reinvigorate enterprise bargaining, which is delivering higher wages for women. I'm pleased to report that the latest ABS weekly earnings data show that women on enterprise agreements are earning 12.4% more. This is good news. Now, the Albanese Labor government has consistently advocated to the Fair Work Commission for a pay increase for minimum wage and award-reliant workers, many of whom are women. And when the government also stepped up, importantly, to protect penalty rates in law when they were under threat, to ensure that these same workers' pay wouldn't go backwards. Of course, we banned pay secrecy clauses. This improves the ability for women to advocate for better pay. And we are starting to see the benefits of our reforms. When the former coalition left government, the gender pay gap was at 14.1%. I'm pleased to report to the House that under our government, the gender pay gap is now lowest on record at 11.5%. This progress hasn't happened by accident. It's the result of a government determined to prioritise gender equality. Now, I am asked about other approaches. And yes, there was a very, very different approach to tackling the gender pay gap by those opposite when they were in government. While those opposite sat on the government benches, they failed to take any practical action when it came to closing the gender pay gap. Their attitude was exposed by the very now famous Senator Canavan, who said the gender pay gap report was, and I quote his words, "useless data that breeds resentment and division." They just don't get it when it comes to the gender pay gap. But to be fair to Senator Canavan, he might be clueless about the gender pay gap, but one would say he's pretty good at breeding resentment and division when it comes to the coalition. While those opposite remain divided and focus solely on their own jobs, we're getting on with backing Australian women earning more.
Give a call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer. Australia's debt is due to hit $1 trillion over coming months. The Treasurer has spent years dishonestly, claiming others had hit this milestone, and yet in truth it is going to happen on his watch. Will the Treasurer confirm that, for the very first time in Australia's history, Australia's debt will soon hit $1 trillion?
The part of that question with the dishonesty is not within the standing orders, as we've dealt with that earlier this week as well, so I'll just get you to withdraw that part. You can't accuse someone of being...
Withdraw.
I thank the member, and the Treasurer now has the call.
It's kind of you to refer to him as the Deputy Leader, Mr Speaker. For now it is. Yeah, for now it is.
Order.
That's the point I'm making. That's the point I was making. Order. I'm going to get the House to order, and I'll hear from the Deputy Leader of the I'll hear from the Deputy Leader of the Nationals.
Speaker, thank you. It's not a point of order, but I'm reminding you of your comments at the start of the week, or yesterday, where you said short people are always treated with the highest standards of respect in this chamber, and I would ask the Treasurer to reflect on that.
The member for Barker, just going to have you help the House by not interjecting. And I want to hear the Leader of the House.
Understanding orders, Mr Speaker, somebody can't raise a point of order and then open with "it's not a point of order" and then continue to go on.
Yeah. Look, the order. Just members on my members on my left. Members on my left again is just cease interjecting. Look, the question was. Members on my right. Can everyone just please show some respect into this chamber? It is absolutely ridiculous. Just everyone realise where they are. The question was reflecting on the Treasurer. We dealt with that. Should never have been in the question in the first place. The Treasurer is just going to continue with his answer and refer to all members by their correct title.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The opposition has a lot of nerve asking this government about debt. This government has worked very hard for 3.5 years to get the Liberal debt down by $176 billion. Debt in the last year is $176 billion lower than we inherited from those opposite, and that will save the people of Australia $60 billion in interest costs, Mr Speaker. They've got a lot of nerve. When we came to office, they had debt as a share of GDP at nearly 45%. We've got it down to 37%. And when it comes to the $1 trillion of debt that they left us, Mr Speaker—
Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition, we've dealt with disorderly, and I don't want to have to remove you, but I will if that sort of language continues.
Under the last budget, the pre-election outlook of those opposite in 2022, they had debt crossing the $1 trillion threshold 2 years ago. And because of our efforts, because of our surpluses, our spending restraint, banking the upward revisions to revenue, we've been able to delay that by a couple of years, Mr Speaker, and get peak gross debt to GDP down from 45 to 37. We've got $176 billion less debt than those opposite had, and that's saving the Australian people in interest, Mr Speaker. And so the idea that we would take lectures on debt from those opposite is preposterous, after the mess that they've left us and the efforts that we have put in to cleaning up that mess, Mr Speaker. Now, I think the question from the member for Fairfax partly explains why. In all of the commentary we've seen in recent days about the shambles over there, in every long list of possible deputy leaders and shadow treasurers, the member for Fairfax isn't on it. The member for Fairfax is the only person considered incapable of retaining his spot as the deputy leader of the Liberal Party, Mr Speaker. But he should take some comfort from the fact, that the last guy who failed as Shadow Treasurer now considers himself entitled to a promotion.
Give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What developments have there been in the economy and the Albanese government's economic plan? How does this compare with other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and once again to the outstanding member for Moore for his question and for his focus on the big issues in our economy and in our society. This is a government which is focused on the big challenges in our economy, even if those opposite are not. And even though inflation is much lower than when we came to office, we do know that it is higher and more persistent than we would like it to be. We know that productivity has ticked up a bit in recent quarters, but for 2 decades now, our economy has not been as productive as we need it to be. And we know that the global economy is unpredictable and volatile as well. And so these 3 challenges guide our economic plan. They're guiding our work on the budget as well. Now, as I said in an earlier answer, we have made progress on budget repair, getting the Liberal debt down, but we know that there is more work to do. We have made progress on policies to boost productivity, but once again, we know that there's more work to do, including in the next budget, Mr Speaker. And we're helping with the cost of living because we know that people are still under pressure. We were reminded of that in recent data, and that's why we're boosting bulk billing. It's why we're boosting superannuation for low-income earners. And it's also why we are rolling out 2 more tax cuts for 14 million Australian taxpayers. From 1 July, every one of those taxpayers gets another tax cut, and they will get another one the year after as well. Now, Mr Speaker, those are the tax cuts that the member for Hume opposed, and he said that he would repeal if he got a chance. It was part of the member for Hume's election platform for higher income taxes, bigger deficits and more debt. And that's especially relevant today because it was the member for Hume himself who told David Spears only in March, and I'm quoting, "The best indicator of future performance is past performance." That's what the member for Hume said. That should send a shiver up the spine of every Liberal and every Australian, Mr Speaker. That sense of entitlement that defines the member for Hume is only matched by the cloud of incompetence which surrounds him, Mr Speaker. And that's why I'm not sure that Senator Patterson—
Order. The member for Bowman will cease interjecting.
That's why I'm not sure that Senator Patterson was being especially helpful to the Liberal cause when he described the member for Hume, and I'm quoting, as the smartest policy brain in shadow cabinet. The smartest policy brain in shadow cabinet, Mr Speaker. You can read that 1 or 2 ways. I don't know what's more worrying, that it's false or that it might be true, Mr Speaker, as the Energy Minister says. Mr Speaker, we are focused on the big issues in our economy, the big challenges in our economy. We're focused on the numbers in the budget. Those opposite are focused on the numbers in the Liberal Party room.
Order.
And it reminds us once again, they can rearrange the clowns all they like over there, Mr Speaker. It will still be the same 3-ring circus.
Call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Why hasn't anybody at all in the Albanese government taken responsibility and apologised for failing to deliver the $275 energy bill reduction promised to Australian families?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for the question, and I'm particularly grateful for the interest shown by the National Party in my portfolio, Mr Speaker. To paraphrase my favourite tailor, it's actually sweet all the time you spend on me. It's actually romantic, Mr Speaker.
Order.
I won't be thinking—
Order.
Yeah, they're on to me. Mr Speaker, I won't be thinking about the National Party on Saturday, even if they're thinking about me on Valentine's Day, because their obsession is just a little bit over the top, Mr Speaker, but I wish them all the best. Oh, here he is. What's the matter, sport?
Order. Order. Members on my right. The members on my right. The member for Wannon is entitled to a point of order. The member for Barker is now warned and won't be here if he interjects one more time? Okay. The member for Wannon will take his point of order.
Speaker, it goes to relevance. It was a very specific and direct question, and I would like you to ask the minister to come back to it, especially the $275 part.
Yes, I agree with the member for Wannon. It was a question, but the problem I have with these questions are they are bordering on asking for an opinion, as they are in that category, understanding Order 98. D, number 1. So I'm just trying to work within the standing orders, but these questions are very difficult for me to oversee because they're asking for an opinion or a reason, and it's a lot different to when you ask a fact or a figure question. That's all I'm saying. So the Valentine's Day was not part of the question, so thank goodness. So may the minister please just return to the question. He's had the preamble, and I'll ask him to return to the subject of the topic.
Just pointing out, Mr Speaker, I'm very grateful for the question, and I'm grateful to the National Party, especially as the Shadow Minister hasn't bothered to ask me a question all year, Mr Speaker, but I get plenty of questions from the National Party, not from my part-time Shadow Minister, full-time Deputy Leader candidate, Mr Speaker.
Order.
To deal with the question, Mr Speaker,
Order. Members on my
as
left.
I said in my previous answer, energy prices have been high around the world, including in Australia. And so we as a government decide to do something about it by providing energy bill relief opposed by those opposite. Our policy is to introduce more energy, 7.7 gigawatts introduced to the grid, not promised plans in development, connected, Mr Speaker, to the grid operating, as opposed to those opposite, particularly the member for Hume, who oversaw 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power leave the grid and 1 gigawatt come on. So our plan is more of the cheapest form of energy and the fastest to deploy. Their plan has several parts. More of the most expensive form of energy.
We've had one point of order on relevance. The member for Gippsland, I'd like him to state the point of order.
Speaker, the minister is defying your ruling to be relevant to the question.
Once again, I explained to the House the difficulty with these broad questions. They're not narrow. They are not narrow questions. They're asking for a broad question that the minister is giving a broad answer to, but it would assist the House if the minister could not refer to government necessarily opposition policy, because he wasn't asked about opposition policy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Simply pointing out that recognising energy prices are too high, there is an obligation on governments and oppositions to do something about it. But we have very different plans. Our plan is more energy, and we are getting more energy on. 7.7 gigawatts connected, 4 gigawatts off, only 1 gigawatt on under them. Their other plan, the other part of their plan, is to sweat coal-fired power for longer. That is their plan. They're open about it. That is unreliable. That is a threat to reliability of the system. Today, Mr Speaker, today, as we speak, we have 2.9 gigawatts of coal-fired power broken down. 4 units, or 1 unit at Eraring, 1 unit at Vales Point, 2 units at Yulorn and 3 units at Gladstone, all not working. And for some of those haven't been working for weeks, Mr Speaker. That is a threat to reliability. We want to replace that energy and get more new energy on. They want that to last for longer. That means higher bills. That means more pressure on Australian families. That means more pressure on Australian industry and more pressure on rural and regional Australians. We have a better plan.
Give the call to the honourable member for Aston.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Defence. How is the Albanese government delivering for defence, and what are the alternative approaches?
Give the call to the Minister for Defence Industry, the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs and the Minister representing the Minister for Defence.
I thank the member for their question.
Order.
The highest duty of any government is to defend the Australian people and safeguard our national interest. And, Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is laser-focused on delivering this through record defence investments, our reform agenda and getting the equipment our ADF needs into their hands sooner. Speaker, we're delivering warships way ahead of schedule. We're producing autonomous Ghost Shark submarines right now to safeguard our maritime approaches. We're rolling missiles out of an Aussie factory and building a second one right now. And we're acquiring counter-drone capabilities in record time. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about alternate approaches. While we've been busy delivering, what's the former Shadow Defence Minister been up to? He certainly hasn't been asking many questions in Parliament. 3 defence questions in 285 days. Now, to be fair, I think he's actually learned from his disastrous time as the Shadow Treasurer. Some would reflect and try and improve their performance, but not the member for Hume. He's decided the simple solution is to just disappear. You can't fail if no one knows you're the Shadow Defence Minister. 3 defence questions in 285 days. Clearly his focus has been elsewhere. One thing is crystal clear. His focus is self-interest, not the national interest. So, Speaker, let's summarise our approach to defence compared to the member for Hume's record.
Order, the member for
Speaker,
Herbert.
we're acquiring stealth fighters. He was a stealth Shadow Minister. We're investing record amounts in our submarines as part of the silent service. He was the silent defence spokesperson. We have the Nulka that imitates warships to decoy missiles. He imitated Facebook followers. We're forging ammunition and shells. He used documents that, let's say, weren't real.
Order.
Oh.
Order. When the House comes... Order. Order. Members on my right, the Minister for Infrastructure, the Minister for Climate Change. The Minister will just pause. I want to hear from the manager.
You probably don't, but on relevance, the Minister's not being relevant to the question and he's indulging in fake news, and I'd ask you to pull him to order and sit him down if he can't answer a serious question. No. Calm down, mate.
Order. The manager doesn't need to add when he's raising points of order. Just going to remind the minister he was asked about other approaches. I've given him some leeway. Just make sure his answer is being directly relevant to what he was asked about. Perhaps update the House on policy.
Thanks, Speaker, and I'll keep talking about our approach to defence compared to the alternative one. Speaker, we're investing in better we're investing in better camouflage for the Army.
Order.
He camouflaged power prices. We're increasing long-range strike for the Navy. He's launched a close-range strike on the opposition leader.
Order.
We're getting new ships, new missiles and new drones. He got a new haircut. We're focused on defence. He's blowing up the Liberal Party. Speaker, we're focused on the defence of the nation. They're just embroiled in their divisions and putting their self-interest ahead of the national interest.
Order. The member for Gippsland and Cowper are now on warnings alongside the member for Barker. Give a call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Mother of 3, Push Panjali, told the Herald Sun that Labor's interest rate rises have, quote, already affected us 3 times. My kids used to do swimming, karate and soccer, but now they only go to swimming because the 3 activities were out of our budget. It's like we are just living our lives to pay the mortgage and nothing else. Meanwhile, the Clean Energy Regulator is looking to spend $411,500 to upgrade fancy meeting rooms. Prime Minister, when Australians are being asked to tighten their belts, why can't this Labor government?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Monash for her question. And indeed, I hope that the member has the integrity to say to the member who she asks about that, to be fair to the member, she was not here when her opponent, so she mightn't be aware because it's pretty unbelievable. that this Treasurer, on budget night, handed down a position to have top-up tax cuts, a tax cut this July and another tax cut next July, after this Treasurer came into the House and moved legislation to readjust the tax cuts to make sure that low and middle income earners got a fair crack, and it was taken from the top to give them a crack.
Order.
That's what this Treasurer did. Now, it is unbelievable that at the time, the shadow Treasurer that night of the budget went and did interviews and said that they were opposed to the tax cuts. Yep. And then did AM the next morning and said that they would actually legislate, if they were elected, to increase the taxes of low and middle income earners in particular, but all 14 million Australians. So I hope that the member for Monash told the constituent or the person mentioned in the Herald Sun that that was the case. Because what we have done is understand that people are under financial pressure, but you can have two approaches to that. You can see grievance and try to just feed it, or what you can do is try to address it. What we do is try to address it by lifting up cost of living measures. That's why we've provided energy bill relief. That's why we've provided cheaper medicines. That's why we've provided the 20% cut in student debt. That's why we've tripled the bulk billing incentive. That's why we've opened Medicare urgent care clinics. That's why we have cheaper medicines. That's why we have a batteries program to assist with reducing energy bills as well. All of those measures are what we have done.
Durack.
The other thing we have done is to provide each and every single year that we have been in office for an increase in the minimum wage, something that those opposite, the coalition, whoever has sat in the Liberal Party leadership chair, has never ever put in a submission to the Fair Work Commission saying that wages should be increased for people on the minimum wage. That's the big difference. We want people to earn more and keep more of what they earn, and we want cost of living relief, all of it opposed by those opposite, regardless of who sits at the front.
The member for Herbert has had a very good go today, and this week he'll leave the chamber under 94A. Order. That kind of interjection is highly disorderly, and we're not having it. We'll hear from the honourable member for Chisholm with her question.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting women in the workplace and strengthening their rights at work? Are there other approaches that could jeopardise this progress?
The call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the member for Chisholm, and can I just say what an absolute pleasure it is to look at our backbench and our front bench and see so many women representing their constituencies here in this place. It's not the first time that I've made this point in this chamber, but it bears repeating that the Albanese Labor government is the first female majority cabinet with the first female majority government in Australia's history. The gender equity within the Labor Party is a result of decades of purposeful work. I know we're still a day away from Friday the 13th, so I'll try not to spook those opposite. They're doing a pretty good job of having done that themselves this week. But I do want to mention affirmative action. Mr Speaker, in 1994, the Australian Labor Party first introduced affirmative action for women. Now, over 30 years later, you can see the results of that decision before you. A party and a government that is full to the brim with bright, talented women contributing to our parliament and standing up for their communities. And do you know why it is important to have women in the room making decisions, women in leadership positions? It's because of the difference it makes. The difference it makes to women. It means we can deliver not only for them here, but out there, which is the most important thing we can do. Under this government, we have made significant progress with the gender pay gap. Record low of 11.5%. In 2022, we were ranked 23rd. Now, 43rd, we're now ranked 13th. We've expanded paid parental leave and we're paying it on super on it. 1st of January, we delivered 3-day universal childcare. We've delivered pay increases in women-dominated industry like aged care and early education. We've delivered a tax cut for every taxpayer, 90% of women better off, and will deliver further tax cuts this year. But I wonder who was the shadow treasurer, in fact, who decided that those opposite would vote against tax cuts, particularly tax cuts for women. It was obviously the member for Hume. But that's not all. He, of course, is also one of the architects of the opposition's return to work policy and has also, in fact, been one of the chief opponents to affirmative action in the Liberal Party. I give you the smartest policy brain in the Liberal Party. And in the last 9 months, what we've seen is persistent undermining of the Liberal Party's first ever female leader from day one. Now, that's not my words. That's not my words.
Order.
That is the words of your shadow Attorney-General. And I couldn't agree more.
Order.
Persistent undermining
Order.
from
Members
day
on my
one.
left will cease
While the Liberals
interjecting.
engage in the embarrassing spectacle that we see before us, Labor is getting on
Order.
with the work, and we are working every day for the women of this country.
The call to the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you. My question is for the Minister representing the Environment Minister. Minister, late last year this parliament passed important reforms to our nature laws, the EPBC Act. The changes allow states to be delegated approval powers that are traditionally federal ones. Your government sold this to us on the promise that strong, outcomes-focused national environmental standards would be in place before the states acquired those powers. Will the government once more assure the Australian people that the states will not be given increased powers until all of these critical standards are finalised?
The call to the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment.
Yeah, thanks very much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Bradfield for the question. In terms of the laws that were passed, first of all, on the concept of delegating approvals and assessment powers to the states, that did exist under the old Act. But under the old Act, you effectively had to entirely delegate, and the concept of only delegating specific functions is something that was new under what went through. In terms of the progress of both standards and any concept of delegation to the states, if I can go through the pace as to how each of those works. Getting the new environmental standards is our #1 priority. That's where the pace is occurring. The new legislation comes into effect in tranches over the next year, and there'll be opportunities for people to be engaging on the development of the new national environmental standards, and they are the backbone of the legislation that went through. Work is already well underway on developing the standards, and we're working through. There's been in the order of around 700 submissions that have been made on those standards, which we're now working through. In terms of the delegation, the concept of there are two different forms of delegation. You've got delegation potentially of assessments, and you've got delegation of approvals. The delegation of assessments is something that would have to be in place and functioning before a delegation of approvals was even being considered. So in terms of the order, it's the standards that are happening at pace now, and anything in terms of delegation, there would have to have been for some time a functioning assessments agreement before there was consideration being given of approvals.
Give the call to the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. How is the Albanese Labor government working with local councils to support communities, and how does this compare to other approaches?
Give the call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Barton for the question, because before she arrived here, she was a councillor at Georges River Council, and she knows how important it is to fully fund local councils so that they can support our local communities. Our government strongly supports a sustainable local government sector, because we know that a strong and sustainable local government sector supports our communities to thrive. Mr Speaker, numbers matter. and those opposite are painfully aware of that. But we on this side of the House are focused on different numbers, numbers that matter to the lives of Australians. Numbers like $3.4 billion of direct investment in local government this year through financial assistance grants, ensuring councils have access to funds to deliver the services communities rely on. Those opposite froze indexation on financial assistance grants when they were in government, ripping nearly $1 billion out of the sector. In contrast, Mr Speaker, we are doubling the Roads to Recovery program, delivering $1 billion annually to support councils across the country. We've increased road black spot funding to $150 million a year, meaning more money for those dangerous sections of our local roads. And we're delivering our new $200 million Safer Local Road and Infrastructure program, with Tranche 3 announced just last week. Most importantly, we're delivering transparent grant programs available to every council across the country, from growing regions and thriving suburbs to regional and urban precincts and partnerships program. Whilst the previous coalition government made reckless commitments that councils couldn't deliver, and we know of the colour-coded spreadsheets from grant programs, from everything from connectivity to infrastructure. And who could forget that doozy of regional grants being given to the North Sydney pool, which I don't think is open yet. Mr Speaker, as a former local mayor, I know how important it is to have productive relationships with all levels of government, and I take a very different approach to those opposite. We know when those opposite were in government, the member for Hume was forced to apologise to the Lord Mayor of Sydney after claiming she'd driven up carbon emissions by spending $15 million on travel. Turns out councillors had only spent close to $6,000. Now, I'm no Rhodes Scholar, and I didn't study economics at Oxford. I attended a humble but mighty public school, but by my rough calculations, that's a $14,994,000 mistake. Mr Speaker, as I said, numbers matter in this place, and I heard the member for Hume described as a numbers man this morning. Geez, I'd want to hope he gets his numbers right this time.
Give the call to the order. Give the call to the member for Curtin.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Many Australians increasingly feel angry, divided and isolated. Social media platforms play a large part in this, driven by algorithms that control our attention, amplify hate and create echo chambers. The minimum age for social media is a start, but there's more to do, such as the promised duty of care or giving people more control over the algorithms imposed on them. What more will your government do to build safe and positive online spaces to urgently protect and repair our social fabric?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Curtin for her question and for her interest in what is, I think, one of the critical challenges facing not just us here in Australia but globally as well. How we deal with this new technology that can make an enormous difference, enables us to be better connected than we have ever been, enables us to get information at our fingertips that we simply would have had to have gone to the library or gone through a much more time-extensive route. But our social media ban is a start, and the member's right that we need to do more. The social media ban, though, has exceeded the government's expectations. The fact that 4.7 million accounts either got shut down or paused in the initial stages, and the ongoing work is occurring across those 10 platforms. It's about giving Australian kids more time away from the pool of recommender systems. It's about giving them more time to develop real friendships with real people and to learn how to get along with people who might have different views or experiences. And the fact that it's being replicated around the world, with Spain the latest country to get on board, shows Australia leading the way in this area. Our upcoming digital duty of care will also put the onus on platforms, though, to proactively protect all Australians from harm. And this can have a range of areas: grooming of people, the algorithms pushing people towards more and more extreme views. And I was part of the American Leadership Dialogue many years ago at Stanford University with someone who was a whistleblower at Facebook, who spoke about the impact that it had had in pushing people towards extremism and the danger that that represented. We need to assert as a country, not just as a government, that social media has a social responsibility, because these algorithms can cause enormous issues. They can amplify rather than reduce prejudice. We see in some of the debate about issues that should be able to be discussed much more respectfully, such as the Middle East and other issues of conflict, people being pushed into more and more extreme positions, people being pushed in ways in which they presented as facts, things that simply are not true as well. Social media does not optimise for social cohesion. It does have a social responsibility. We all need to work hard as a community to ensure we're acting with thought and with kindness, whether in real life or online. People will say things online they would never say to your face, and that is a real issue that we have to confront. And I thank very much the member for Curtin for raising this issue, and I say to her and others in this chamber as well, this is something that really should be right above politics, that we need to work on as a society, because together we all have an interest on behalf of not just ourselves, but more importantly as well, the generations to come.
Call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government modernising our energy grid? Why is this important after a decade of mismanagement, and what are the risks?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And the honourable member for Griffith will be particularly pleased to know, given we launched the cheaper home batteries policy in her electorate, her now electorate, wasn't her electorate at the time, it now is, in April, that as of today, 230,890 Australian households have installed a cheaper home battery, reducing their bills by up to 90% and in many cases getting a rebate instead of a bill. Now, those figures are not included in the 7.7 gigawatts of dispatchable energy that we have added to the grid, to go to the honourable member's question about progress. And we've seen a sign of that progress in the last quarter of last year, when we hit 51% renewables for the first time. It was also a quarter of record electricity use, more electricity use than ever in Australian history, but the grid coped very well. We saw emissions hit an all-time low as use hit an all-time high, and we also saw wholesale prices fall by 44% to $50 a megawatt, Mr Speaker. Now, the honourable member asked me why this is important after a decade of neglect and what the risks are. Well, I have to say, Mr Speaker, the 50% figure, which we've just hit, was not unpredicted. In fact, in 2018, the Labor Party indicated we would like to get to 50% renewables. And at the time, the then Energy Minister was asked, what will that mean for wholesale prices if we got to 50% renewables? And on the day he was asked, when he was the Minister, wholesale prices were $92 a megawatt. And the member for Hume was asked, what will happen to wholesale prices if we got to 50% of renewable energy? And he said, oh, it will certainly have a huge impact on the wholesale market. It will probably double the wholesale market. In fact, prices have halved since then, Mr Speaker. Double, half, I mean, who cares? It's all the same, Mr Speaker. It's all the same. Now,
order.
This is good news for the member for Farrer, Mr Speaker, because numbers aren't the strong point of the member for Hume. When he's not getting them wrong, he's hiding them by changing the law or making them up, like he did when it comes to the Lord Mayor's travel bill for the City of Sydney, and then blaming his staff for it, Mr Speaker. The only thing that the member for Hume has more trouble with than numbers is working out what Facebook account he's logged into at any particular time, Mr Speaker. It's very confusing sometimes. It's very hard work.
Order.
The trouble is, there's very little cost to be paid for that sort of mistake, but Australians are paying the price of the member for Hume's mismanagement. Those 4 gigawatts that left the grid and only 1 gigawatt come on, we're still paying the price. Australian industry is paying the price. Australian households are paying the price. Australian households know that we need to get on with the job of the energy transition after a decade of denial and delay. That's what they asked us to do in May. That's what we'll keep doing while those opposite are focused on themselves.
The call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Single mum Kylie has told the West Australian of the impact of Labor's cost of living crisis, and I quote, "I had no money and was left behind in my rent and couldn't even provide a birthday cake for my kids. The cost of even a small shop at supermarkets is ridiculous." End of quote. Meanwhile, the Department of Foreign Affairs spent $17,295 on a luxury party boat in Sydney Harbour. Prime Minister, when Australians are tightening their belts, why can't this Labor government?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Durack for her question. Indeed, when it comes to Kylie's circumstances, we on this side empathise with everyone in Australia who are doing it tough. Many people are doing it tough
Order. The member
in Australia,
for Lindsay
and
will
that's
cease
why
interjecting.
we seek to do something about it. Now, I have no idea, I'm not aware of the circumstances around Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, but Foreign Affairs, we host people. We hosted someone over the last couple of days, and I assure you the cost was a lot more than that for the President of Israel to visit here. That is what governments do through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. We host people, and certainly I have hosted international leaders here and delegations. When it comes to Kylie's circumstances, though, if Kylie is in work, Kylie would have got a tax cut that, given those circumstances that Kylie speaks about, chances are she wouldn't have got anything under their government, of which the member for Durack was a part. She doesn't have the same excuse as the member for Monash. She was here when she implemented tax cuts at the high end and voted against a tax cut for Kylie. She voted against Kylie getting energy bill relief. She voted against Kylie getting support with cheaper medicines if she has it. If Kylie has kids at school, she's opposed to, in regards as waste, the fair funding that we have for every public school in Australia for the first time. If Kylie in Western Australia visits an urgent care clinic, and I was in Ellenbrook on the weekend, and in Ellenbrook with the member for Hasluck, we went to the new urgent care clinic there that's already seen. Thousands of people will go through that clinic in a growing area of Western Australia. We on this side of the chamber don't just empathise, we do something about it. Those on that side of the chamber oppose every cost of living measure that we have put forward, regard it all as waste, whether it's the record women's health program that we've established, the support for Medicare, the support for education, but school funding, free TAFE or university hubs. They oppose real wages and minimum wages being increased, and they oppose tax cuts for every Australian.
Give the call to the member for Spence.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to cut student debt and make university more accessible for students in the outer suburbs and regions? Why is it important to be united in delivering these changes, and what are the risks of alternative approaches?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the sensational member for Spence, for his question. As he knows, we've cut student debt by 20%. And when we announced that we would cut student debt by 20% for 3 million Australians, the Liberal Party immediately opposed it. And the then Shadow Treasurer put out a statement where, remember, he said this: "There are no free lunches in economics." And then proceeded to announce a policy of free lunches, but for bosses. That was, I promise I'm not making it up, that was the big vision. Escargot for CEOs. No wonder the Australian people chewed them up and spat them out, but obviously they've learnt nothing, because Julius Caesar had more support from his senators than what we've seen going on over there today. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about how we're going to help more young Australians get a crack at going to university. And I can tell you, as I said on Monday, more Aussies will go to university this year than ever before. But I can also tell you there are more university study hubs today than ever before. We promised to double them, and we've done it, and then some. There's now 69 of them operating across the country. And to give you an idea of how important they are, think about this. And I should say one of them is in Elizabeth, in the member for Spencer's electorate. In Elizabeth Bay in Sydney, 70% of young adults in their 20s or 30s have a uni degree today. In Elizabeth, in South Australia, in the member for Spencer's electorate, it's 7%, not 70, 7%. These hubs are about changing that by bringing uni closer to where people live. And I know that my mate, the member for Spence, gets that. That's why he fought so hard for it. That's why he got so emotional at the opening of it. I'm sure he won't mind me telling people he shed a tear or two on the day. And that's because he loves his community and he knows what this will do and the lives that it will change. And, Mr Speaker, I know you love your community too, and you get it as well. We opened a study hub in Inala in your electorate a couple of weeks ago, and we got a chance to meet the young people from Glenalla State High. This is for them and kids like them who dream big. And the fact is, think about it, guys. Just think about it. Talent is distributed equally. It's opportunity that's not. And it's things like this, it's hubs like this that are about changing that.
Call to the honourable member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Did Australian families see the $275 reduction in their energy bills the Prime Minister promised 97 times?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Order.
There's no getting away from me, Mr Speaker. No getting away from me. I thank the honourable member for the question. I thank the Prime Minister for the opportunity to take it. What Australians have had access to, Mr Speaker, is 230,000 cheaper home batteries to reduce their bills to nothing. Including 44% of them, Mr Speaker, in rural and regional Australia, and including in the honourable member's home state of Queensland, 55% of cheaper home batteries have been in rural and regional Australia. 55% in Queensland. The people those opposite are meant to represent.
Order. Order. The member for Lingiari. I'll keep an eye out for props. Don't worry about that. But the minister has concluded, so the member for Gippsland will also resume his seat. And the member for Cowper is going to leave the chamber. I just specifically said don't mention props. You're on a warning. Not appropriate behaviour. And I warned at the beginning of question time. This is what happens. There's consequences for actions. We shall now hear from the honourable member for Dunkley.
My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for Australian families in social services, and what puts this at risk?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thanks so much, Mr Speaker, and I really want to thank the member for Dunkley for her question, because I know not only is she a great supporter of the work that this government is doing on family and domestic violence, but she knows how important the increases have been to pensions and other payments in her electorate. And, Mr Speaker, I'm very proud to say that on this side of the House we are absolutely focused on helping Australian families. That means up to $5,000 extra if you're on a pension. It means $1,800 extra in rent assistance. It means cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, higher wages, lower taxes, 5% deposits, cuts to student debt, free TAFE, a whole range of measures to take pressure off families, including almost doubling the amount of paid parental leave since we've come to government. Australians getting paid parental leave are about $12,000 better off under this Prime Minister. So after 40 weeks of carrying a baby, mums and dads can look forward to 6 months off. But after 39 weeks of carrying the Liberal Party, I'd say this Leader of the Opposition can also look forward to a little bit of time off from the job. It's interesting that the member for Hume has said that a crusade was needed to attract more women to the Liberal Party. He said, we absolutely need more women in the party at every level. I don't think he meant every level. Let's not forget, it's the member for Hume that trashed the economic reputation of the Liberal Party. He went to the last election promising both higher taxes and higher deficits. He's the man who hid energy price increases. He released those dodgy documents around Clover Moore's travel. There's the Jamland saga, there's the dodgy water buybacks. He said he lived up the road from Naomi Wolf at Oxford. She wasn't there at the time. It was reported that a prominent Liberal woman said of the member for Hume, he is a caricature of a Liberal male, males who have managed to progressively alienate women from the Liberal Party. It does seem to me, Mr Speaker, that any day of the week an average bloke in the Liberal Party wins over a woman, and the only real qualification you need are the XY chromosomes.
Order. When the House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Western Sydney mum Kate has told the ABC that her family are now having to rely on a community pantry to make ends meet, saying she has, quote, relied pretty heavily on them in the last couple of years. Meanwhile, last year the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade spent $17,930 on a Kylie Minogue impersonator at a Wellington food festival. Prime Minister, when Australians are tightening their belts, why can't this Labor government?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Lindsay.
Order.
I thank the member for Lindsay for her question. It goes to Kate being concerned about costs of living, something that we share that concern, which is why we're doing everything we can to help people like Kate, the energy bill relief, the cheaper batteries, the cheaper medicines, the free TAFE, the making sure that tax cuts are put in place, the urgent care clinics, including one or many that are in Western Sydney. The member also refers to waste. I hope that if she does know Kate, she tells Kate about the $31 billion in cost blowouts associated with Inland Rail, the $29 billion in cost blowouts for the NBN. At least something was being created there, but we actually paid the French $4 billion to cancel, to not build the submarines. We paid $1.8 billion out to victims of robo-debt. We paid $444 million to the Great Barrier Reef Foundation without a tender process or even consultation with the foundation itself. We spent $660 million on commuter car parks, including where there was no railway station. $423 million on an offshore processing contract awarded to a firm registered to a shack on Kangaroo Island. Now, I'm very affectionate about Kangaroo Island these days, Mr Speaker,
Order.
But $423 million for a shack registered a company there. $100 million on sports rights funding based on the colour-coded spreadsheet, $70 million on a COVID-safe app that found only two unique positive COVID cases, $30 million for Western Sydney Airport land, remember that? 10 times its value, 10 times its value, and of course, during COVID, the $20 billion of JobKeeper paid to companies who were increasing their profits, not having it decrease. When we talk about waste, the Liberal Party are the experts.
The call to the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. What has been the focus of the Albanese Labor government over the past fortnight, and how does this differ to other priorities?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Whitlam for her question and for the fantastic contribution she is making to represent the people of the south part of the Illawarra and the Southern Highlands. As a Labor government, when we come to Canberra here, our focus is on delivering for the communities that we represent and delivering for the national interest in line with Australian values, turning the promises that we took to the Australian people that saw us elected in May 2022 and then re-elected with a bigger majority in May 2025 into the progress that people want to see. We know that there's always more to do, more we can achieve together, and Australians can be sure that that will always be our focus. I lead a government that is orderly, that is cohesive, that has proper cabinet processes, that work as a unit together, that make decisions after getting proper information and make sure that it gets implemented. And that is what our focus is every time we come here to Canberra. But those opposite have shown that their focus is on each other and on themselves. We have a declaration, or not quite a declaration. I watched last night, it was pretty extraordinary. Went out there, a resignation, and then no declaration of why he was resigning, and certainly no policy alternatives being put forward. And that, of course, was on, in terms of timing, on the day that President Herzog was visiting this parliament. Now, that is consistent with the sort of disruption that we've seen, and the timing and the priorities don't seem to matter to those opposite. On the National Day of Mourning for victims of the anti-Semitic Bondi terrorist attack, they announced that the coalition was splitting for the second time. On the day of the funeral of the well-respected across this parliament member for Higgins, the members for Hume and Canning were publicly plotting against their leader at a house in Melbourne. The member for Hume, of course, has been a part of all of this, and today, on the day of the Closing the Gap report, we have the call for a spill and a range of resignations from the front bench. And tomorrow on the morning in which members of the Stolen Generation will attend the breakfast at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, at 9 o'clock, those opposite will be making calls before then and filing into their party room in order to either depose or reaffirm who the leader of the Labor Party is.
Order. Order. The Prime Minister's time has concluded his answer. Just resume. The Prime Minister.
He's not going to be Leader of the House, let alone Leader of Government, Mr Speaker, and I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the discussion of matter of public importance. I have received a letter from the honourable member for Page proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's portrayal of Australians due to higher energy costs and other costs of living pressures. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the honourable member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. And I know you're aware, I know everyone on this side of the House is aware, I know that the Australian community is aware that cost of living is in a crisis in this country, Speaker. It is in a crisis. It's in a crisis for family budgets. It's in a crisis for small business in Australia, that the cost of everything is just going up and going up and going up. And I want to focus on a couple of things through this next 10 minutes, Speaker. One is obviously the focus of this is energy. I want to talk about the failures of this government on energy policy, but also just want to note the two, Speaker, that just this week we saw the mortgage rates go up for Australian families. They've gone up, and I want to note too, Speaker, I know you'll know this, that interest rates around the world are going down in most countries. They're coming down in just about every country around the world, except Australia. And it's commented on by most economists around Australia and the Reserve Bank themselves that a lot of this is about government policy right now. So every mortgage went up in Australia this week, Speaker, because of the policies of this Labor government, and the damage that's going to do to family budgets and indeed higher interest rates to business is not good. But Speaker, you can't go past cost of living, you can't go past talking about this government with first talking about the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, Speaker. And their policy, they have an ideological obsession, Speaker, that at the expense, a $9 trillion plan to get Australia to net zero 2050, Deputy Speaker. Now, besides, I'll go into some of the costs of that and why that is so destructive, but before I do, in regional Australia, I'm very conscious too that involves physically 60 million solar panels to be built around predominantly all in regional Australia, and 20,000 wind turbines as well, Deputy Speaker. And a big part of the cost, the Minister likes to get up and say renewable energy is cheap or free. It's not, Deputy Speaker, and he's very misleading in saying that, because one of the major costs behind it is the new transmission system, 20,000 kilometres of new transmission system, Deputy Speaker. Now, why do they need new transmission system? Because all this generative capacity that they're building with these 60 million solar panels and these 20,000 wind turbines are being built where there isn't transmission systems, and they're being built where there aren't poles and wires. And the cost of that is enormous. So that's about 50% of a bill is around some of those delivery costs. But he says it's free. He's misleading. He knows that, Deputy Speaker, and he continues to mislead the Australian public on that. Now, what we're already seeing, we can talk about families, we can talk about the fact that they get their energy bill every quarter and are shocked and are horrified about how much it's going up, Deputy Speaker. But the other thing that's going on around Australia is business are feeling it, and especially big business and heavy business. People who are energy intensive, the smelters around Australia, the refineries around Australia. You could go up and down the coast of Western Australia with the nickel industry, the lead industry. You go to South Australia with the steelworks, the lead industry in Port Pirie. You can go around the east coast of Australia, Tomago, a more recent one. Now, all of them, Deputy Speaker, all of them have either paused what they do or have asked or said that they need government assistance. What does that say, Deputy Speaker? That says that something is going seriously wrong if those businesses unanimously are saying that they need government assistance to keep going. And it all comes back to this obsession by this government and this obsession by the Minister about emission reductions. Now, Deputy Speaker, we acknowledge that we should do our fair share of emissions reductions, but their obsession has us leading the world in emission reductions. And I want to highlight 3 countries, Deputy Speaker, who are not signed up to the policies of this Labor government. 3 countries who are saying we're not going to do what Australia is going to do with emission reductions. And those 3 countries are China, India and the United States, Deputy Speaker. Now, all of those countries have said we are not signed up to that. And they're not signed up to it because they know the expense of it and they know the unattainability of that. Now, just China, just to take them as one example, Deputy Speaker, the emissions in China go up more every year than Australia's total emissions. I'll repeat that. It's important to understand that. The emissions in China go up more every year than Australia's total emissions. Now, this obsession by the Minister and this obsession by this government means that we are going, nothing we do, we want to do our fair share, but nothing we do, Deputy Speaker, will change the temperature of this globe in Australia, because we are only just over 1% of total emissions. So yes, we should be committed to do our fair share. Yes, we could contribute as a good global citizen, but nothing we do, given the size of our economy and the size and the emissions that we emit compared to any other country, will change anything. But yet, no, that's not a good with the ideological obsession of this minister and this government, Speaker. So, while they might feel good, this is not good. Now, we do have a plan, Speaker. We do have a plan, and a responsible plan, as the opposition on this side of the House. And what we've said we will do is that we will lower emissions by the average of the OECD. So whatever they lower emissions by, we will match that. Not what they say they're going to do, but what they are actually going to do. And we have committed that is the target that we will have. Now, that will mean a difference. I mean, this government's obsession means that they are aiming for emission reductions in 2035 by anything between 60% and 70%. Makes them feel good, but the damage, as I've said, that's doing to families and businesses is manifest. Our emission reductions at this rate would mean we'd be getting emissions around the 35%, which again is doing our fair share, but not killing the Australian economy, not killing family budgets at the same time. Now, I've mentioned also at the start here about cost of living pressures, Deputy Speaker, and mentioned mortgage increases, that we know mortgage increases in Australia have gone up this last week because of the policies of this government. But I want to just touch on a couple of others that are doing a lot of damage to cost of living. And one is, it's very dear to a lot of colleagues of mine, especially colleagues who operate within the Murray-Darling Basin, Deputy Speaker. Murray-Darling Basin, one of the great food bowls of the world, not just Australia, but the productivity, the food and fibre grown in the Murray-Darling Basin is quite phenomenal. Now, there are different ideological obsession on this one. Their ideological obsession on the Murray-Darling Basin is that for some reason the River Murray mouth can never close. Now, the bizarreness of that is before we had the Lock and Weir system built on the River Murray and the Darling, Deputy Speaker, the mouth of the Murray would have closed a lot. And it did close a lot because, of course, what those locks and weirs do is hold back water, so there is a continual amount of water that goes out. But in droughts, that would lock up all the time. So with that ideological obsession, what they're doing now, they are spending, talk about waste money, they are spending billions of dollars, buying water off food producers in this country and fibre producers in this country. Now, I don't think it's hard to work out, Deputy Speaker, that if you were going to stop farmers and stop our producers in the Murray-Darling Basin from growing things, that isn't going to help the cost of those things. Because, as you know, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy wants to talk about supply and demand. Well, I tell you what, if you're growing less of something, guess what? The price of it might go up, Deputy Speaker. And their obsession there is not okay. The other thing I want to talk about, and again with the obsession with the emission reductions, is they already have instituted a ute and SUV tax, Deputy Speaker. That means the cost of SUVs, the cost of utes in this country have already gone up, Speaker, because, again, not because of anything but government policy on this side. So when the tradie wants to go and buy his ute, or the family want to go and buy their SUV, Speaker, that have all gone up, distinct, just a blatant government policy. The other one I also want to talk to about, and it's endemic. The last day of Parliament last year, we saw changes made to the EPBC Act, Deputy Speaker. Now, one thing that this government is sort of in their DNA of Labor, and especially when they have an alliance with the Greens as they do in the Senate, it's in their DNA. They cannot have more. They cannot have too much red and green tape, Deputy Speaker. They love red and green tape. They love more legislation telling people what they can do and what they can't do. Now, every stakeholder, Deputy Speaker, that I talk to about that is trying to export out of this country, trying to do stuff in this country, every stakeholder I talk to says that this government is making things more difficult and therefore more expensive in the government legislation that they've done for the last 4 years. Now, you don't see all this immediately. Sometimes these legislative changes, and especially the one made with the EPBC Act, we might not see for 3 or 4 years. But this government doesn't understand the economy. They are sending companies and families broke in this country, and shame on them.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention. our rural and regional health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's good to welcome the member for Page back to the dispatch box. I welcome this matter of public importance today. On this side of the House, we understand the pressures that people and families are facing, which is why we are delivering cost of living relief for all Australians, from more bulk billing to cheaper medicine, student debt relief to supporting people to buy their first home. It's measures delivered by this Labor government that are actually helping people. What is not helping people is a division and chaos from those on the other side. Last week, the member for Page was on the backbench with his national colleagues. Now he's back at the dispatch box. Oh, now he's walking out on the MPI like the Nationals did to Susan Ley. Oh.
The member for Page, just take your seat quietly, please.
The member for Page has found someone who will talk to him. Yes. As I said last week, I'm not sure, I'm confused in this game of musical swivel chairs, but now this former Deputy Prime Minister you're now speaking to. Okay, that's clear. All right. And right now, Liberals are rushing across this building in and out of offices, trying to do the numbers and topple the first female leader of their party. The first female leader of their party. On this side, we're focused on delivering for all Australians. On that side, aren't they, Ted? They're focused on themselves. Deputy Speaker, I genuinely thank the member for Page for moving this MPI, and I do hope he stays in the chamber. I'm not sure, is he still here? Stays in the chamber to hear about what this government is delivering for people in his community. I expect he'll probably walk out on me like he did, the Nationals did, to Susan Ley. Yeah. But as the member for Page knows, I'm a frequent visitor to his community, and I rarely come empty-handed. In 2023, we opened the Lismore Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. Walk-in care for urgent but not life-threatening conditions, not like what might happen tomorrow at 9, open 7 days a week over extended hours. And like all Medicare urgent care clinics across the country, it's popular, not like the Coalition. Since opening, 22,966 people have received fully bulk billed care, 100% free. I love Tari. Do they still have the Take 5 cafe? They do. Very good. Since opening, 22,966 people have received fully bulk billed care, 100% free, an average of more than 200 people a week, member for Page. But there's more. In 2022, I was in Lismore, where I opened the Medicare Mental Health Centre. Walk-in mental health support and care from clinicians and peer workers, also open 7 days a week over extended hours. And I can share with the member for Page and this House that the Lismore Medicare Mental Health Centre has the highest number of occasions of care of all of the 18 currently open in New South Wales. Just last year, the Lismore Medicare Mental Health Centre provided 34,727 occasions of care, all completely free, at no cost to his constituents. It's our government, Deputy Speaker, that is delivering completely free Medicare-backed services for people all around the country. And I would say to the member for Page, oh no, be more like the member for Riverina and embrace these services in your community. Yeah. He's gone. The member for Riverina welcomed me to his community and joined me at the new Wagga Wagga.
Member
You're not
for
in your seat.
Page.
You're not
This
in your
is your
seat.
MPI. Let's not repeat earlier this week where I had to ask people who put the MPI to leave the chamber. So please, no interjections. I do want to hear the Assistant Minister, just as I heard you.
Be more like the member for Riverina, who welcomed me to his community and joined me, the member for Riverina, who joined me at the new Wagga Wagga Medicare Mental Health Centre, offering free mental health care to people in his community. Deputy Speaker, it's the Albanese Labor government that is focused on delivering affordable health care for all Australians, saving Australians time and money. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has made the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago. $8.5 billion to deliver more bulk billed GP visits every year, hundreds of nursing scholarships and thousands more doctors. Australian patients and families are saving hundreds of dollars a year in out-of-pocket costs. For the first time, from the 1st of November last year, our government has expanded bulk billing incentives to all Australians and created an additional new incentive payment for practices that bulk bill every patient. Already over 3,300 general GP practices are now fully bulk billing. 3,300. Over 1,200 of these were previously mixed billing practices, making Medicare even stronger, helping with cost of living pressures and making sure every Australian receives the best health care that they deserve and for free. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government's Medicare urgent care clinics are genuinely a game changer for Australians. Our government went to the last election promising to open 50 Medicare urgent care clinics. We've delivered 124 free Medicare urgent care clinics across the country, with more to open. And as Assistant Health Minister, I've recently opened clinics in Gladstone in central Queensland, Buderim on the Sunshine Coast, Austral in southwestern Sydney. More than 2.5 million Australians have already been treated at one of Labor's existing urgent care clinics, which, as I said, provide bulk billed care for urgent but non-life-threatening conditions, 7 days a week for extended hours with no appointment needed. In my community on the Central Coast, the Lake Haven Urgent Care Clinic has seen over 31,650 locals since it opened late in 2023. The recently opened Erina Urgent Medicare Clinic, which I opened with Dr Reid, the member for Robertson, has already seen more than 1,700 presentations, opening just before Christmas. And Medicare urgent care clinics are trusted alternatives to emergency departments for families across the country, with around 1 in 4 patients under the age of 15. And Deputy Speaker, as a pharmacist, the sole pharmacist in this place, I'm pleased to update the House on how we are making cheaper medicines even cheaper. With a script now costing no more than $25 under the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, a general prescription co-payment $25, as well as freezing the cost of concession scripts at $7.70 through till the end of this decade to 2030. This is another key cost of living measure delivered by the Albanese government. The last time, Deputy Speaker, scripts were $25, I was working in community pharmacy on the Central Coast in my electorate back in 2004. I know just how much this matters to Australians as a pharmacist, and had we not cut the cost of medicines more than once since coming to government, a single script would now cost more than $50, more than double what it is today. This is real cost of living measures for Australians, making a big difference in communities right around the country. In my electorate alone, locals have saved over $12.7 million on 1.7 million cheaper scripts. That's $12.7 million on 1.7 million cheaper scripts. And I know as a pharmacist that I would see parents come from a visit to the doctor with prescriptions for their children and say, can I share this antibiotic mixture, or can I get this prescription filled and can I delay this one? This means that parents and families are now not being forced to make these decisions, that they can get the medicines, the vital medicines that they and their families need. And Deputy Speaker, in the time I have left, I'd like to talk about the difference that our Medicare mental health centres are making. I mentioned the Medicare Mental Health Centre in Lismore earlier, and the profound difference that's making in access to free care to local people in a community that has been hit by so many natural disasters and the long tail of that affects communities. We've now established 53 Medicare mental health centres across the country. These centres offer free walk-in mental health support and care from a team of clinicians and peer workers. As part of our $1.1 billion mental health election package, we're growing the number of these free centres to 92 across the country. Recently, we've opened centres in Campbelltown in southwest Sydney, Mount Isa in northwest Queensland, Burnie on Tasmania's northwest coast, and Bondi in response to the tragic terrorist attack. These centres mean people get the mental health care they need without the barriers, no cost, no appointment and no referral. Free care when and where it's needed. And that's supported by our new National Early Intervention Service, Medicare Mental Health Check-In, that we have officially launched on the 1st of January this year, and that in a staged way is providing more help for Australians for free. Digital mental health support free for all Australians over the age of 16. Yeah. Deputy Speaker, I am proud as a pharmacist, as a local MP, as an Assistant Health Minister, to be part of a government that has made the biggest investment in Medicare since it was established. A government that has brought mental health into the heart of Medicare and free services into the heart of communities, and that is providing cost of living relief to all Australians.
I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I just give a shout out to the member for Dobell, a lovely member in this House who works incredibly hard. I'm not going to be able to agree with everything that the member says, of course, because I have a different view on our side of the House. And I note that the member for Dobell spoke quite a bit about medications and, Medicare and clinics and mental health. I really want to focus, however, on a health check for the net zero plan of Labor. And I think that it is time, after 4 years, that the coalition asks the questions. How is this really going? We get a lot of spin from the other side of the chamber, especially from the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. And I've got to say that the experience in my electorate is nothing like the spin that the minister likes to give every question time, I've got to say. So he won't talk about retail energy prices. There's probably a good reason for that. I think so. Because every Australian family knows, and especially in my electorate, that energy prices continue to go up. Choice out in the regions is also another issue that this government is doing nothing about. You might be able to get one tiny gas line and that's it, and you are at the mercy of the company that runs that gas line. So the question that was asked many times in question time today was, how's the $275 reduction in energy actually going across Australia? Well, you know what? We never hear about it. It's never actually spoken about by the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. There is no apology for the fact that in actual fact, energy prices have gone up about $1,300, nowhere near $275 reduction. There is a 40% increase in power bills. Just think about that. We've heard from our side of the House today so many examples of people. These are people. It would be really wonderful if this Labor government could pay attention to the fact that these are people's lives that are being impacted by the rising cost of living, the continuing cost of living. And they're paying for it. They're paying for it in their own energy bills. And for renters, it's worse than anything else. Like, we have the Climate Change and Energy Minister constantly talking about batteries, home batteries. Amazing savings. No renter can afford a home battery, and no pensioner can afford a home battery. And who is paying for those batteries? The taxpayer. Thank you. The member for Nichols is perfectly right. It is the taxpayer. Those who are earning not even necessarily great wages, their taxes are going into paying for this fabulous $2.4 billion scheme, I believe, for the actual home battery scheme. So what is the cost of net zero? Well, Australians are paying somewhere between $120 and $140 billion. The figures are really a bit washy, really difficult to know. And the fact of the matter is that it's taxpayers who are paying the dollars. So we have the capacity investment scheme alone is aiming to support $73 billion of investment by 2030, $52 billion in generation, $21 billion in storage, and therefore the big ones that go actually onto mostly farm properties. I can tell you right now, for the people in Mallee, the farmers who are wearing this enormous cost by the Labor government to go for that ideological aim of net zero, it is happening out in our electorates. We're paying for it. The Nationals believe in a much better energy policy, which is cheaper, it is better and it is fairer. We're not planning on diving well and truly above OECD countries of our kind. We just want to match them in real terms, not the promises, not the ideological fanfare that is constantly made, but it is in real terms, and Australia is already punching well above its weight. There is no way that it is justifiable for the Labor government to continue to pursue families that live in Australia to achieve their ideological aims.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Deputy Speaker, it is the height of hypocrisy for those opposite to come into this chamber and speak the word betrayal. If we want to talk about betrayal, let's talk about the decade of economic wreckage left behind by those opposite. Let's talk about the decade of denial, delay, cuts that stalled our energy grid and gutted the essential services that Australian families rely on. The opposition stands here today pretending to be the champions of everyday Aussies, but there seems to be some amnesia from those opposite, because let's look at their record. Let's look at the man that they're apparently going to elect to lead them, potentially tomorrow, the member for Hume. Who was he in those decades of those lost years while he was the Minister for Energy? Under the member for Hume's watch, energy bills didn't just rise, they soared. He presided over a chaotic, ideologically driven era where 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power left the grid with only 1 measly gigawatt put in to replace it. Those opposite didn't just fail to plan, they planned to fail. Well, Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the chamber know Australians are under pressure and we're doing something about it. Not 22 failed energy policies. Our plan is clear and every member on this side of the chamber is united behind that plan. It's to deliver real cost of living relief whilst building Australia's future. Since coming into office, we haven't just talked about the problem, we've acted. We are fixing the mess they left behind. We delivered the most significant energy bill relief in our nation's history. And how did the Coalition respond to this direct help for Australians that they say that they champion? They voted against it. Every single time we stand in this House to lower the bills of everyday Australians, they say no. They voted against the energy price relief plan. They voted against the caps on gas and coal prices. What they talk about betrayal, but the fact that they can look into the eyes of struggling families and then go vote against their bill relief is the ultimate betrayal. Our government is doing the heavy lifting to rebuild a grid that they ignored for 10 years. We're acting on a suite of energy market reforms to make the market operate more efficiently, where we're investing in the renewable revolution. We've launched the solar share offer and the cheaper home batteries program that is ensuring the benefits of the cheapest form of energy, renewables, are felt by the hip pockets of every Australian. I think of Rhonda and Mark and Travancore from my electorate, who have embraced the renewable energy in their household and are now reaping the awards, cheaper energy prices. Deputy Speaker, those opposite may not want to talk about the past, but what about the future? Their decade of denial was a betrayal of the futures of young Australians. By refusing to acknowledge the reality of climate change, they didn't just stall our economy, they risked our children's future. Now they want to double down on that betrayal with a nuclear fantasy that experts say is the most expensive way to generate power and won't be ready for decades. It's a recipe for higher bills and more delay. Well, young Australians cannot afford such reckless policies. Deputy Speaker, Labor is delivering for working people. We have delivered real wage increases for the first time in a decade, benefiting our educators, our carers and our low-income workers. These are the everyday Australians those opposite say they are the champions of. But yet they vote against penalty rates, protecting penalty rates, and rail against superannuation reforms that benefit working people. And on healthcare, we know the cost of living is tough. That's why we've made PBS medicines cheaper and freezing the price of PBS scripts to a maximum of $25, helping people like Fatima in my electorate, who is living with a neurological disorder. She's in her 30s and the cost of her medicines has been a constant strain on her budget. Fatima represents the many Australians who are benefiting not just from cheaper medicine reforms, but more bulk billing services and our expanded network of Medicare urgent care clinics and the largest investment in women's health ever. And those opposite, they come in here and give speeches about government spending. Deputy Speaker, while we return to our communities tonight to continue delivering for them, those opposite will stay behind for yet another party room meeting where they'll attempt to knife their first female leader. and they want to lecture us about betrayal.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This topic is about the government's betrayal of Australians due to higher energy costs and other cost of living pressures. And you will have noticed that we've been asking a lot of questions of the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. And what I want to talk about to begin is the subject of integrity in campaigning, because I think that's really important. It's one thing to be on the Treasury benches, but how you get there and what you say to get there matters in a democracy such as ours. Now, before the 2022 election, the Labor Party, who spend 80% of their energy on the messaging and 20% of their energy on the actual policy, got Reputex to do a bit of work for them, and someone came up and said, look, if this happens, this happens, this happens, that happens, people's energy bills could fall by $275. So the Prime Minister went out before that election campaign and said, Australians' energy bills will fall by $275. I'm going to quote him. Yes, he said it 97 times. I'm going to quote the Prime Minister what he said about that modelling. The Prime Minister said that that modelling that led to the promise of $275 fall in energy prices for households was the most comprehensive modelling ever done for any policy by any opposition in Australia's history. I'm going to repeat that. The Reputex modelling was the most comprehensive modelling ever done by any policy by any opposition in Australia's history. So the people of Australia probably thought, well, they've obviously done the work, and if they've done the work, the policy is sound, and if the policy is sound, we can expect our bills to drop by $275. And then there's an inability to take responsibility on behalf of the minister, and that's why we keep asking him about it. Now, I ask you, so when he gets up to the dispatch box, he starts talking about the home battery scheme. Now, I just ask my colleagues and anyone in this place, did the Prime Minister say households' energy bills will drop by $275 by 2025 if they get a cheaper home battery and pay $10,000 for it? Did he add that last bit on? I didn't hear him say that. I just heard him say that their energy bill will be reduced by $275.
That's exactly right.
So it wasn't a plan to reduce prices, it was a plan to reduce coalition seats. And unfortunately for Australia, it succeeded. But it's worth saying that I think when you go to the Australian people with a policy and you say it's the most comprehensive modelling you've ever done, you want to have done the modelling and you want to get it right, because now Australians are paying the price. They're paying the price of a failed energy system that is based on ideology, as many of my colleagues have said. And I am a supporter of renewable energy. I think it's a great technology. It needs to be rolled out in the right places, and it needs to be part of a diverse grid. And I've spoken before about the Centre of Independent Studies doing some modelling and showing examples from around the world where renewable energy is quite good in a grid, up to about 30 or 40%. But when you get over that, the instability increases and the prices increase. Now, that is what is happening around the world for the few countries who have tried this, and Australia's attempting to get to 82% renewable energy, intermittent power. It's not that we don't like renewable energy, it's not that we don't think it has a place, but to put so many eggs in that one basket means that we will get instability of the power grid, and that matters for households, I get that. But think about industry that's got to run 24/7. If they don't have reliable energy and if they don't have cheaper energy, I worry, and I'm seeing it in my electorate, I worry that some of those businesses will say it's cheaper and easier to do business offshore.
That's right. Well, they are.
And the global emissions don't change if that happens. But by gosh, the Australian economy is damaged, and people who are employed by those companies lose their jobs. We lose economic activity, the tax receipts will fall, you won't be able to brag about redistributing as much money because you won't be getting as much tax. It's a real recipe for disaster in the Australian economy. It's causing great damage to families, to workers, to industries. And when you go to an election, do the work, get the policy right and be honest with the Australian people. $275 was not honest, and the Australian people are paying the price.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Right now, families across Elizabeth, Salisbury, Gawler, Manapara, they are feeling the pinch. Groceries cost more, power bills bite harder, mortgage repayments stretch further than they used to. And at a time like this, Australians expect their government to focus on them, not on internal squabbles. The Albanese Labor government is focused on easing cost of living pressures, whilst those opposite fight each other. We are fighting for working people in communities like Spence. We're delivering more tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer. That means workers at Edinburgh, tradies on job sites in Playford, small business employees in Gawler keep more of what they earn. Combined with stronger wage growth and record job creation, that's real support in the weekly household budget. We've taken decisive action on student debt. We've cut 20% off help and student loan balances, wiping an average of $5,500 from individual debts. That's 3 million Australians nationally carrying a lighter burden. And in Spence alone, 19,243 current and former students benefit. That's young apprentices, Uni Hub Playford students, nurses, teachers and tradies starting their careers in the north. We've changed the repayment system as well. If you're earning $70,000 a year, your annual repayment drops by around $1,300. That's $1,300 staying in your pocket for groceries, fuel, school costs, or however you choose. We've made the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago, because in Spence, bulk billing matters. We've expanded the bulk billing incentive and boosted payments to GP clinics that bulk bill every patient. More than 3,300 GP practices nationally are now fully bulk billing. In the north, 21 Medicare centres are delivering that support. And by 2030, 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed, because we're dedicated on expanding financially accessible services for all Australians. We've delivered the largest medicines price reduction in the 75-year history of the PBS. No Australian pays more than $25 for a PBS script. Concession card holders no more than $7.70. Australians have saved $2 billion at the pharmacy counter, and we've added or expanded those savings to more than 400 medicines on the PBS. For pensioners in Gawler, families in Elizabeth, veterans across the north, that's real relief. Our Medicare urgent clinics are another game changer. We promised 50, we delivered 124, with more to come. More than 2.5 million Australians have received free urgent care, and the Elizabeth Medicare Urgent Care Centre is doing outstanding work for the northern suburbs. Open 7 days, extended hours, fully bulk billed, no appointment needed. We've also committed $1.1 billion to strengthen mental health services across the country, including new and upgraded Medicare mental health centres offering free walk-in care, because mental health support must be accessible, local and free. And we recognise energy prices are too high. Families across the north know it every time the bill arrives. But the people of Spence also understand how important renewable energy is to Australia's future. That's why our community has embraced the cheaper home battery scheme. We now have the 5th highest battery uptake in South Australia and the 9th highest in the nation. That is the north stepping up. That is households investing in solar and storage to bring down their bills, and it delivers real short-term relief through lower quarterly bills and long-term security through cleaner, more reliable energy. On housing, we are making it easier for Australians to buy their first home. First home buyers can purchase with just a 5% deposit. And if you buy a house in the north, it means on average you would only need a $32,500 deposit to get your foot in the door. That cuts years off the time it takes to save in growing areas like Manapara, Playford or Gawler. And they won't pay a single dollar in mortgage insurance. We're building 100,000 new homes just for first home buyers, including 17,000 in South Australia, nearly 7,000 reserved for first home buyers. This is practical cost of living relief and an increase of supply. Tax cuts, lower student debt, cheaper healthcare, cheaper medicines, energy bill relief now, energy security for the future, a fairer path into home ownership. There is more work to do, and we will keep on doing it. Because whilst others focus on themselves, we remain focused on everyday Aussies, focused on easing pressure, focused on practical relief, focused on delivering for every household across the north. Thank you.
Member for Riverina.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister for Climate Change and Energy what I thought was a very reasonable question in question time today. I put to him, why hasn't anyone, just anybody at all, in the Albanese Labor government taken responsibility and just said sorry for failing to deliver the $275 energy bill reduction promised to Australian families? And what did he do back to me? He quoted Taylor Swift. Well, I want to quote another political philosopher, being Shania Twain, who once famously said, "That don't impress me much." Ooh. So you got the brains, but have you got the touch? Well, I would argue about the minister and brains, but I will give him some credit. But he certainly lost touch with ordinary, everyday Australians. And, Deputy Speaker, they are hurting. And they hurt especially every time they get their energy bills, because they're going up and up and up. Indeed, 38% increase in power costs for the average householder. And this is hurting, and you couple that with the cost of living crisis, and you can understand why people out there, outside this building, think that the minister has lost touch, and he has, and it's sad. And we know that energy is the economy. We know certainly that food production costs are increasing, and the poor old farmer, they are price takers, they are not price makers, and their bottom lines are reducing appreciably. And I'm surrounded by my Nats colleagues. We've got the members for Page, Parkes, Lyon, Hinkler and Nichols, and they are all great food-growing areas, along with the Riverina. And I appreciate there's probably some members over there who have areas where they grow food and fibre. I just saw the member for Durack turn around. I mean, she's got the biggest electorate in the world. But indeed, when it comes to producing food, it takes energy, and it's getting more and more expensive. And whether it's the Sunraysia or the Riverina or wherever it is just costing our farmers so much more. And every step of the way, they are being stymied by this Labor government. They're having to pay more for water, they're having to pay more for inputs, and they're having to pay more for power. And, but the cost also is being borne by everybody every time they go to a supermarket and they get to the register and see that they've got less in their trolley and it's costing them more. They can't afford it, and they're having to make expensive costs. They're having to make expensive decisions, and it costs their family. It does. And we heard earlier in question time about families having to choose one sport over another for their kids. And this Labor government, well, they're just rushing policy through this place in haste. They're not considering the average, ordinary, everyday Australian whenever they make these policy decisions on the run. And we heard from the member for Nichols talking about renewables, and he's right. There's nothing wrong with renewables, but it has to be in balance. Indeed, 1 in 4 homes had rooftop solar under the former coalition government. It's the highest in the world. And I know the Labor government crows about it and says, oh, look, you know, we're fantastic in that regard, but we were getting to work on reducing power costs. Those opposite are only hurting people with higher energy prices, and it has to stop. The buck has to stop somewhere. It stops with this government. This government has said that they were going to address cost of living crisis, but spent the first 18 months putting in place a $450 million referendum on the voice, dividing Australians and certainly getting nothing from that. And when you get the minister responsible for hoping to bring down energy costs, all he can do is quote Taylor Swift. Now, nothing against Taylor Swift, but seriously, he needs to get absolutely serious about the energy costs of this country. And then we have in Upper Lachlan Shire, where they actually support 53% of New South Wales green energy projects, they're getting blackouts all the time. And then they're being expected to put in more towers as high as 260 metres high. It's going to cover the countryside of Yass Valley and Upper Lachlan Shire when they're already paying the most when it comes to green energy projects. It has to stop. This government has to stop the reckless rollout of renewable projects because it's hurting regional Australia, and particularly my electorate of Riverina.
Member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to address the claim that Australians have been betrayed through higher energy prices and cost of living pressures. It's a serious allegation, but it should be tested against facts, history and responsibility. The rhetoric is loud, but the history is inconvenient. Let us start with energy. Wholesale electricity and gas prices did not suddenly become volatile because of a change of government. They were hit by a global energy shock following the war in the Ukraine. They were strained by an ageing coal fleet reaching retirement. They were constrained by inadequate transmission. They were weakened by a decade of stalled reform and policy drift. Those structural reforms were not new. They were inherited, a bit like their wealth. For nearly a decade, there was no settled national energy framework capable of attracting long-term capital from the so-called party of business. Announcements were made, schemes were floated, leaders were replaced, policies were rebadged and re-announced, investors were left waiting. Energy systems are capital-intensive and long-dated. If you delay decisions for political convenience, you do not avoid cost, you compound it. And the member for Page, I strongly suggest you visit regional Western Australia and see those remote communities and those mine sites you love so much, to see them adding renewables because of the savings in the mining industry. So energy systems do not respond to slogans. They respond to steel in the ground and capital committed. Capital, concrete, copper. And let us not forget another uncomfortable chapter, the great privatisation experiment. Across this country, Liberal governments have sold poles and wires, they've sold generation assets, they promised efficiency, competition, lower prices. Australians got higher network costs, vertically integrated gen-tailers with significant market power, and then a regulatory maze that made genuine competition harder, not easier. You cannot sell the family silver, pocket the proceeds, and then express shock when the new owners seek a commercial return. Once the assets are sold, governments lose direct leverage over pricing and planning. That is not ideology. This is corporate law. So what Australians saw much of the last decade was drift. What investors saw was risk. What households experienced was volatility. Since forming government, we have taken practical steps. First, we delivered targeted energy bill relief to households and small businesses. That has directly reduced pressure and contributed to moderating inflation. Second, we've accelerated transmission investment and supported new generation and firming capacity so reliability is maintained as ageing coal exits the system. Reliability is sustained by engineering and investment, not by a press conference. Third, we strengthened market oversights, competition settings to ensure Australians are not paying more than they should. And importantly, wholesale electricity prices have come down from the extraordinary peak seen during the global energy shock. That stabilisation matters. Wholesale markets drive retail outcomes. Reduced volatility is not accidental. It reflects coordinated intervention and new supply entering the system. On the broader cost of living question, context matters. Inflation surged across advanced economies. Europe, North America, Asia have all faced the same pressures. Supply chain disruption, labour shortages and energy shocks. The cost of living pressures Australians face are real, and no responsible government dismisses them. And we have taken inflation seriously since day one. The responsible course in that environment is not to inflame demand or abandon fiscal discipline. It is to stabilise inflation, provide targeted relief, restore wage growth and maintain credibility. Inflation has moderated from its peak. Real wages have returned to growth and tax cuts have been delivered to every taxpayer. Cheaper medicines, expanded childcare, energy rebates have reduced household pressure. That is not betrayal. That is disciplined management in difficult global conditions. In 1964, Donald Horne wrote The Lucky Country. It is often quoted as praise. It was not. It was a warning. He warned that a nation run by second-rate people, I'm looking at you guys over there, who relied on luck rather than leadership, of shopkeepers and ticket clippers content on take margin from the system rather than building new capability. For too long, energy policy resembled ticket-clipping economics, defending ageing assets, delayed reform, avoiding hard decisions and hoping the market sorts it out. Energy markets do not reward hope, they reward planning.
Member for Lyon, I'd actually like to hear the member for Hinkler right now. You have the call, member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the member for Page, who today provides the House with the important fact that this government's betrayal of Australians due to higher energy costs and other cost of living pressures is out of control. Only late last year I hosted the Deputy Nationals leader in my electorate of Hinkler, one of the lowest socio-economic regions of this country, and he was able to see firsthand that Labor's mismanagement is hitting Hinkler hard. As of late 2025, the average weekly rent for houses in Hervey Bay was sitting between $625 and $650. That's a super tight, high demand market with vacancy rates below around 1%. I recently toured the ever-expanding neighbourhood centre in Hervey Bay with CEO Tanya Stevenson and committee member Bernard Weeble. The organisation develops and delivers programs and services in response to community needs, and one of the most pressing is the need to support vulnerable people feeling the immense squeeze of Labor's cost of living crisis. Right. When power prices rise and keep rising under Labor, this impacts the well-being of our community, and organisations like the Neighbourhood Centre step up and are busier than ever. A drop in transport access to the elderly is meaning a loss of connection and not attending medical appointments. Demand for emergency relief is skyrocketing. The Neighbourhood Centre's Comfort Kitchen usually serves 80 meals every Wednesday night. It's now around 120, and the growth area, sadly, is in children's meals. More people are coming in to help for housing support, but there's very little left to provide. This week I also heard from the Salvos in Bundaberg, where Captain Chris Millard described a 20% rise in demand at Christmas time. More people needing food and essentials than ever before. This growing list of essential needs are simply too expensive under this government. Labor has presided over the biggest collapse in living standards in the developed world while fuelling an addiction to spending that is driving up the cost of living today and leaving a $1.2 trillion debt bomb for the next generation. Under Labor, we have experienced the largest decline in living standards in the developed world. Mortgages are up by an average of $1,800 a month after 12 rate rises. Labor's spending has blown out from 24 to 27% of GDP, the highest level outside of a recession in nearly 40 years. Every minute we are paying $50,000 or $72 million a day just on interest on Labor's debt. Every dollar that pays interest is a dollar we can't spend on aged care, on Medicare, on schools or on hospitals or tax relief. We cannot put unsustainable spending on the national credit card for our kids to pay back tomorrow through Labor's higher taxes. After nearly 4 years of Labor, Australians are paying more for everything. Insurance up 39%, energy up 38%, rent up 22%, health up 18%, education up 17% and food up 16%. When I return home over the coming weeks, I will be asked, well, what will the coalition do about this mess? We'll take the pressure off families, fix the budget and keep Australians safe. We will start by cutting income tax and easing cost of living pressures. We'll get the budget under control and stop the waste. We'll introduce affordable energy and responsible emissions reduction. And importantly, we must keep Australians safe at home and secure our borders. It's in our DNA to keep backing small business, growing the economy and creating jobs. We'll cut red tape, support enterprise and get more Aussies into work. The Nationals has led the plan for a cheaper, better and fairer future, with regional Australia at the heart of this sensible policy. Our energy and climate plan is to lower prices first by amending rules to prioritise lowest energy prices, to do our fair share by aligning ourselves with comparable nations, creating a fair go for all by scrapping senseless carbon taxes and reducing the region's heavy burdens. Empowering local solutions will support the local initiatives on the ground that make a positive environmental difference and support all technology. It's not just about ruling out renewables, but having a sensible approach and a sensible mix. and protecting our security. We must prioritise defence, our critical minerals and our food and fuel security. The Salvos in Bundy, the Neighbourhood Centre in Hervey Bay, like many service providers, are going to need more support to deliver and answer the constant calls for food, shelter and general expenses. It's about the weekly shop, the monthly power bill, the rent and the mortgage. This is Labor's cost of living crisis. Labor spend, prices rise and Australians pay.
That's right. Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. Betrayal. It is a dramatic word. It is meant to suggest abandonment. It's meant to suggest indifference. But I represent Melbourne. I know what indifference looks like. I saw it before I entered this parliament as the CEO of the not-for-profit. I work with families across Melbourne who have never asked for help before. Parents in Carlton, South Yarra and Abbotsford. Workers, professionals, people who had always paid their bills. When the power bill rose, the rent rose, the grocery bills crept higher and the numbers stopped adding up. What I learned on the front line is simple. Government's choices matter. When government steps up, families steady. When governments drift, families fail. Energy prices have been volatile, that is true, but they did not rise in isolation. The Albanese Labor government inherited a system where 24 of 28 coal-fired power stations had announced closures without a proper replacement plan. A decade of stalled transmission projects, a decade of policy, chaos and denial. That is the context. The Albanese Labor government acted strongly. 3 rounds of energy bill relief, caps on runaway coal and gas prices, record investment in cheaper renewable energy and storage. Wholesale electricity prices fell by around a third last quarter. That matters in Melbourne, where renters and families feel every change. We are reforming the energy rules so that the market works better for customers, not just retailers. Tightening the default market offer, cracking down on unfair fees. Ensuring hardship customers are placed on the best available plan. We are delivering more than 150,000 cheaper home batteries nationwide, helping households store cheap solar power and permanently lowering bills. This is not short-term fix. This is a structural reform that reshapes the system. But the Albanese Labor government has never claimed energy reform alone would solve cost of living pressures. That is why this government's response has been broader and relentless. That's right. Tax cuts from every Australian taxpayer already flowing, with 2 further rounds legislated. By 2027-28, the average annual cut will be around $2,548. We cut student debt by 20%, the largest reduction in Australian history. In my electorate alone, more than 36,000 people carry student debt. That cut means thousands of dollars wiped away from every one of them. The Labor government reduced the PBS co-payment to $25. In Melbourne, residents have saved more than $18.8 million on cheaper medicines. We have strengthened Medicare, opened urgent care clinics, including in Carlton, backed increases to minimum and award wages, delivered back-to-back increases in Commonwealth rent assistance, provided cheaper childcare, extended TAFE and supported apprenticeships in housing and construction. This is not a government standing back. This is the Albanese Labor government getting on with the work, rebuilding and delivering. And let us be honest about the alternative. Under the former coalition government, real wages went backwards. Bulk billing fell, housing supply stalled, energy policy was paralysed. They had 10 years to prepare the grid, 10 years to strengthen housing supply and 10 years to protect Medicare. They did not. Now, that speaks of betrayal. In Melbourne, betrayal would be doing nothing. Betrayal would be telling renters in Fitzroy that the market will sort it out. Betrayal would be telling young people in Collingwood to accept lifelong debt. The Albanese Labor government rejects that approach. We are cutting student debt while investing in productivity. We are making medicines cheaper while protecting Medicare. We are backing housing supply so Melbourne does not become a city only the wealthy can afford. Speaker, I represent a city that organises, that mobilises, that demands fairness. Melbourne does not want slogans, Melbourne wants delivery. And that is what the Albanese Labor government is providing. practical relief, long-term reform, relentless action for working people. That is not betrayal. That is a government standing shoulder to shoulder with the people of Melbourne. That is a government that stands, fights and delivers for working Australians. Yeah. And that is the government I am proud to be a part of.
Yeah. And this discussion has now concluded. Give the call to the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, appropriation bill number 3, 2025 to 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Just before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the 2 related appropriation bills. I give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are at a crossroads. Australia is struggling under the weight of a Labor government's reckless economic mismanagement, and nowhere is this more evident than in regional Australia in my electorate of Capricornia. As I have said repeatedly, it is deeply disappointing that while the wealth of this nation is generated in the regions, the federal Labor government continues to turn its back on regional Australia and fails to recognise the value and importance regions bring when government spending decisions are made. Today, as we bring these appropriation bills to the chamber, bills that allocate $12.7 billion to keep the government running, we must also confront the dire truth. This is a financial mess of Labor's own making, and ordinary Australians, particularly those in central Queensland, are being left to deal with the consequences. Right. In total, these appropriation bills seek approval for $12.7 billion in additional appropriations, $9.1 billion for ordinary services, $3.5 billion for non-ordinary services and $9.2 million for the parliamentary departments. Deputy Speaker, let me be clear from the outset. The Coalition recognises the appropriation bills are the mechanism through which governments fund their policies and keep the machinery of government operating. But the decision not to oppose these bills must never be mistaken for an endorsement of this government's economic management, its spending priorities or its complete lack of fiscal restraint and disregard for everyday Australians who will ultimately be left to pick up the Albanese government's tab. Yep. Appropriation bills such as these present one of the rare opportunities for this parliament to step back and examine the totality of government operations, spending decisions and fiscal discipline, or in this case, the glaring absence of it. Because the uncomfortable truth is this: Australia is running on continual deficits, not because revenue is weak, but because spending is out of control. Record levels of revenue are being completely outstripped by record levels of spending and record levels of spending growth. This is not restraint, this is not responsible economic management, and is certainly not what Australians were promised. Deputy Speaker, since Labor's election to power in 2022, my constituents in Capricornia were promised they would be better off, that no one would be held back and no one left behind. Unfortunately for the people of Capricornia, that promise has been broken time and time again. Since Labor came to office, critical infrastructure and community projects in regional Australia have been delayed, defunded or thrown on the scrap heap altogether. Labor's policies are directly hurting regional communities, and these appropriation bills once again highlight a troubling pattern of neglect and misplaced priorities that continue to disadvantage central Queensland. This government's decisions show once again a government that is out of touch with the realities faced by Australians living outside the capital cities. Sure does. Deputy Speaker, one of the most damaging examples is Labor's decision to slash NDIS provider travel reimbursements by half. Under these changes, providers' capacity to travel to clients in regional and remote areas have been severely reduced regardless of distance. For communities spread across vast geographic areas like my electorate of Capricornia, this is not a minor...
It being 4:30 p.m, I propose that the question that the House do now adjourn. The member, of course, will be granted leave when she needs to continue when the debate is resumed. Give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, currently a quarter of Australian children are above the healthy weight range, placing them on an early trajectory towards chronic disease. Among adults, that figure rises to 2/3. This is clearly not an individual problem. It is a societal challenge that begins in childhood and compounds over time. Obesity remains a leading risk factor for type 2 diabetes, stroke, kidney disease, cardiovascular disease and, of course, several cancers. And in the current context, with Australia broadly facing a shortage of health professionals, including GPs, specialists and all allied health, and with hospitals around the country facing significant problems with bed block, and considering the new health reform agreement required an injection of an extra $25 billion just to get it across the line, it is abundantly clear that we are well over time to start focusing on prevention. The National Obesity Strategy estimates that obesity already costs our health system $12 billion every year, a figure that is projected to balloon to $88 billion by 2032 unless we act. There is overwhelming evidence of a direct link between children's exposure to junk food advertising and rates of childhood obesity. On average, studies suggest children are seeing up to 168 junk food ads every single week. This relentless marketing is not accidental. It is a sophisticated, research-driven strategy designed to create brand loyalty, drive consumption and normalise unhealthy eating habits from a young age so that it becomes entrenched for an entire lifetime. In 2022 alone, the Australian food sector spent $386 million on marketing for unhealthy food and drinks, with the majority of products being high in fat, sugar and salt. These are precisely the products that are contributing to our obesity crisis. Importantly, the National Obesity Strategy, the National Preventative Health Strategy and the National Diabetes Strategy all identify restricting unhealthy food marketing to children as a priority reform. That's why in 2023 I introduced the Healthy Kids Advertising Bill to remove junk food ads from TV and radio between 6 a.m. and 9:30 p.m. and to place an outright ban on paid junk food marketing on social media and other online environments. This policy is strongly backed by the Australian Medical Association, Dietitians Australia, Diabetes Australia, the Cancer Council, Food for Health Alliance, the Public Health Association of Australia and key medical colleges including the Royal Australian College of Physicians and of GPs. Parents regularly raise their concerns with me about predatory junk food marketing directed at their children. And research from the Australia Institute shows 2/3 of Australians support regulating unhealthy food marketing. It seems just plain wrong that corporations have been given a free rein to target our kids with the advertising of junk food that is making them sick. Corporations are getting rich by making our children sick. In 2024, the government commissioned a feasibility study led by the University of Wollongong to examine policy options to restrict unhealthy food marketing to children. My understanding is that the study's findings were delivered to the Department of Health 4 months ago. And so I urge the government to release this study so we can get on with the next steps of protecting our children's health. The consultation paper canvassed key options around junk food advertising, including restricting unhealthy food advertising on broadcast media between 5:30 a.m. and 11 p.m, including on TV, radio, cinema, podcasts and streaming services. It also raised the idea of restricting all online marketing for unhealthy food products and banning unhealthy food advertising on outdoor media, including government-owned assets within 750 metres of schools and along major transport corridors. The South Australian Government has already implemented a mandatory ban on unhealthy food and drink advertising across all government-owned transit assets, including buses, trains and trams. Globally, more than 40 countries have acted to regulate junk food advertising. Speaker, Australia is lagging behind while unhealthy food marketing continues to target our children. Let's get busy.
Member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The community that I serve in Werriwa in southwest Sydney is a snapshot of modern Australia. People from all parts of the globe have chosen to settle, work and raise their families in our community. In the most recent census, we find that 66% of households in the electorate of Werriwa use a language other than English at home. Of these, Arabic, Vietnamese, Hindi, Assyrian, Neo-Aramaic and Spanish are the most common. And just over 68% of Werriwa residents note that both parents were born overseas, compared to the national average of 36%. In the decades from 2001 to 2020, almost 47,000 people arrived from overseas to call our community home. The world is reflected in the faces of the people who live in Werriwa. Unfortunately, at the moment, the world is a very sad and distressing place. We see on our nightly news and in social media conflicts everywhere. The ongoing illegal invasion of Ukraine, the devastation and displacement in Gaza and the West Bank, conflict and war in Sudan, Cambodia, Myanmar, Thailand, Iraq and recently Iran, and for our Kurdish community. Many in our community are devastated and haunted by what they see, particularly as most still have relatives and friends who are being subjected to the horrors every day. I know because I've listened to too many stories recounted that detail the distress and helplessness they feel. I met with leaders from the Australian Kurdish community this week. Their concern and distress is obviously obvious, not just in their words. Thank you to Councillor Mira Ibrahim, Councillor Ismet Tassan, Baran Selk, Dilvan Burkhan and Bruce Avery, the President of the Federation of the Democratic Kurdish Society in Australia. I also note the concerns and distress of those in our community of Islamic faith, who have been the subject of vile attacks on social media and in person. These attacks are often nauseating, and I'm not going to detail them here, but I know that the AFP and the New South Wales Police are aware and investigations will continue. Too often schools and places of worship in Werriwa are the subject of racist incidents which cause fear and distress. I am told that this has meant that many in our community are fearful to practice their faith at the mosques around Werriwa. I unequivocally speak out against this behaviour. This is not our community or Australia, I know. We pride ourselves on being an egalitarian society where every single person has the right within the law to worship the God of their choice or not believe at all. I thank our Islamic community for their warmth and friendship towards my family and I. And while there are so many names I could mention here, I note Amit Polat, Ismail and Receptor Dogan and the Board of the Affinity Association, who've been working towards a harmonious community for several decades. Also Amar Aga and Mazir Hadid of the Australian Islamic House and Ayman Alwan from Alemannia College, and many, many more. We are a society who respects each other. Overwhelmingly, this is true. Look at the number of people who volunteer, who run towards danger to help our fellow citizens. We've seen this time and time again this summer, rescuing people from rips and sharks, standing in front of bullets. The experiences are too many to mention, but they occur every day. If you are finding you are distressed or need further support, please consider seeking help from your GP or one of the Albanese government's new Medicare mental health facilities. The Medicare mental health facilities closest to our community are at 6 Dumaresque Street, Campbelltown, or 203 Northumberland Street, Liverpool. And if you're between 12 and 25, Headspace at Edmondson Park is open for mental health support as well. During the recent election, I was proud to stand with the Minister of Health to promise another Medicare mental health facility in Werriwa. I'm working with the Assistant Minister for Mental Health to ensure this is delivered to our community in the next financial year, and so it provides further support. Also launched in January is the Medicare mental health phone line. You can call this to provide support and referrals. Ring 1800 595 212. There will be someone that you will be connected to that can help. Lifeline and Beyond Blue are also available for further support.
The question is the House to now give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to highlight to the government the importance of the right allocation of capital within the economy and the consequences of their lack of understanding of the role of public finance and public financing of industry and innovation in our economy. And I want to note it's been a privilege to hold the role of industry and innovation in the member for Farrer Susan Lee-led opposition, because we understand the role of capital in the economy. The government's told us for years that we've been promised this future made in Australia that would be delivered by the government. We were told that if enough taxpayer cheques were written, we could manufacture our way to prosperity. But, Mr Speaker, when you witness what is happening, the inevitable unravelling of the government's net zero at any cost agenda, we do see the cracks of this idea that public finance can rescue industry and innovation coming to the fore. Let's have a look at the graveyards of Labor's manufacturing dream. Redflow, the champion of zinc bromine storage, entered administration in August 2024. It had everything the Labor Party loves: grants from California, millions from Queensland Labor, US defence contracts. It had state support, but it lacked market viability. Energy Renaissance, the pride of New South Wales lithium manufacturing, collapsed in 2025. These bankruptcies were screaming market signals about these businesses. But yet the government's response wasn't to reflect on these market signals or understand them or attempt to understand them, but to announce a $500 million battery breakthrough initiative. Speaker, this is an investment. This is the investment in the zombification of the economy using taxpayers' money to raise the dead. It will not work. Nowhere is this arrogance clearer than through the National Reconstruction Fund. We were told the National Reconstruction Fund will build sovereign capability. It sounds like a worthy goal, but instead it uses $45 million of taxpayer funds to refinance Arnott's Biscuits. And let's not be romantic about Arnott's Biscuits. It's a company owned by a US private equity giant with hundreds of billions in assets. Why does it need $45 million of taxpayers' money? Private lenders were lining up to fund Arnott's. The NRF, the government-funded, the taxpayers' NRF, didn't crowd in investment, it crowded out the private sector to refinance a snack food company. How is that investing in sovereign capability? It isn't. Worse still is the financial vandalism. In 2023, Labor promised that the National Reconstruction Fund would return the bond rate plus 2 to 3%. That is a pretty worthy goal. But last week they announced a $5 billion net zero sub-fund explicitly targeting a return of 1% below the bond rate. In 2 years, Labor's turned a $15 billion investment of taxpayers' money, public money, a vehicle into a guaranteed loss-making machine, structural loss. They're borrowing money we don't have to invest in companies that lose money to generate a lower return than the cost of borrowing the money in the first place. Imagine if we gave Warren Buffett $5 billion and said, could you go and make a return for us instead? The taxpayer could pay down some of our debt and lower taxes. Instead, structural losses, now 1% below the bond rate. The two-class economy that Labor is creating, the Minister calls this world-leading finance. I call it reckless gambling. As a lifelong Liberal, it is reckless gambling with taxpayers' money, borrowed money on borrowed time. We've seen massive heavy industry bailouts, billions for Wireless Steelworks from the public, millions for smelters. The last one was Glencore's smelters in Mount Isa. It sounds worthy, but $600 million for 600 workers, that's $1 million per job in a bailout. $1 million per job saved. Now compare that to largesse to the record 41,000 small businesses that have collapsed into insolvency under this government. The local builder, the corner cafe that has gone out of business at record rates don't have lobbyists in Canberra. They don't have bailouts coming from a government. What they get is an ATO debt notice, and what the Minister for Small Business announced this week is a helpline for their debt. The failure, no rescue for them. There's a two-class economy being created by this failure to understand finance, failure to understand what crowding in public sector money does to private sector finance. The people who are too big to fail get huge government bailouts. The forgotten families and their businesses and everyone from the bottom up gets more red tape and more debt notices and more liquidations. Speaker, the deeper problem is the signal this sends. When you tell investors that losses don't matter, you break the market's compass. When the government tries to subsidise things that are failing already in fields that are failing structurally, taxpayers' money is wasted, capital is distorted, and the government is deep in debt, and every one of us has to pay back that debt anyway. Speaker, I say to the Labor Party, reconsider your National Reconstruction Fund, understand public finance, and understand what structural inflation you are causing with this mess.
I thank the Manager of Opposition Business. I give the call to the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my first speech to the House, I spoke of Australia's unique positioning in the Asia-Pacific and the importance of strong relationship with our closest neighbours and regional partners. I also spoke about my own family's heritage in Southeast Asia and my time in diplomacy. As we finish the first sitting fortnight of the new year, I wanted to take this opportunity to recognise some of the great work of this Labor government in the foreign affairs portfolio to strengthen these regional relationships, which came to fruition last weekend. I was so pleased to see the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister's successful visit to Indonesia. As the Prime Minister said in question time earlier this week, no country is more important to Australia or to the prosperity, security and stability of our region and the Indo-Pacific than Indonesia. At the centre of the visit was a meeting with President of the Republic of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto, and the signing of the historic Australia-Indonesia Treaty on Common Security. This treaty builds on the 1995 Agreement of Maintaining Security signed by Prime Minister Keating and President Suharto. The agreement reflects the strong relationship between our two countries, elevating our defence cooperation to a new level. It emphasises the close friendship and partnership we share and the deep trust that exists between our two countries. The treaty encompasses a number of new initiatives, including the development of joint defence training facilities on Morotai Island, a new embedded position for a senior Indonesian military officer in the Australian Defence Force, and the building of ties between future military leaders through the expansion of the Junior Leaders Forum Military Exchange Program. Importantly, the treaty signed on Friday commits our countries to leader-level consultations. That, in combination with the Defence Cooperation Agreement signed in 2024, an agreement which makes it easier for our respective defence forces to operate from each other's territory and bases, ensures strong security engagement between our two countries. Formal diplomatic ties between Australia and Indonesia commenced on the 27th of December 1949, when Australia recognised Indonesia's independence. However, the connection extends much farther, with archaeological discoveries unveiling contact being made by the Makassar and Kupang people of Indonesia and Indonesian Australians hundreds of years ago. Australia and Indonesia's relationship is steeped in centuries of history, friendship and trade. In 2024-2025, Indonesia was our 9th largest two-way trade partner by value of $34.8 billion and our 10th largest export market at $16.42 billion. Indonesia is also Australia's top destination for short-term overseas travel, with around 1.75 million visits made by Australians in 2024-2025, and more than 200,000 Indonesians in total have studied in Australia, including senior government and business leaders. The agreement signed by the Prime Minister is the latest expansion of the long and rich friendship between our two countries. With international regional security being as important as it has ever been, Australia and Indonesia are working together. As my friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, described, as the very closest of neighbours, as the very dearest of friends, and with a shared commitment of purpose and destiny. Deputy Speaker, in my first speech to the House, I also said that a threat to peace and security anywhere is a threat to peace and security everywhere. So I want to close by reminding the House of some of the less-known threats to peace around the world. As we speak, the brutal conflict in the Sudan rages on, causing unthinkable suffering. Tensions continue to escalate in the Horn of Africa, and concerning reports continue to come from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Sahel and Myanmar. While our priority in this House is always Australia, we must remind ourselves of what is happening around the world, and it should give us some pause to reflect of how fortunate we are to be Australians.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Cook.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge Dr John Noor, OAM, who has been recognised for his service to the Coptic Orthodox Church and to the Egyptian community. His contribution exemplifies the vital role faith and cultural organisations play in my local electorate in fostering inclusion, providing support and strengthening cohesion in our multicultural society. Through leadership, service and quiet dedication, Mr Noor has helped build bridges across my community and ensure faith remains a source of unity and supports many local families. He is a great man. I congratulate him on this very well-deserved recognition. I also rise to acknowledge a number of outstanding local organisations that have recently received volunteer grants, making a significant difference across the Sutherland Shire. St Raphael's Catholic Parish has a parish minister coordinator, Michael Fernandez and Thomas Aluka and Jan Chekaritsky, for their service, leadership and dedication. We gave them a volunteer grant so they can continue to do great work in the community. I recognise Lillypilly Public School PNC, Carly Sidey, for helping organise a number of great volunteer events at Lillypilly and building a lovely community garden there. I'd also like to acknowledge Gymea Bay Public School PNC, coordinated by Renee Kirchner, as well as Laguna Street Public School PNC Association, organised by Bo Thompson. These parent-led organisations are essential to strengthening our local school communities and supporting students. I'd like to acknowledge First Caringbah Scouts, organised by Sharon Abbott, for their commitment to youth development and leadership in the local area. At Southside Church, I'd like to recognise Pastor Phil MacArthur for his leadership and service in my community. I'd like to acknowledge Kingsway Community Care under the stewardship of Brooke Stewart. They provide an essential role in my community with housing, and they also help a number of domestic violence victims and their families. I commend Swim Coffee Chat and the Cronulla Gropers, founded by Jason Dory and Lee Murphy, for they do amazing work, and I enjoy participating with them, swimming out to Shark Island every day. They're out there looking after men and men's mental health, doing a great job. Thank you, gentlemen, for what you do for our local community. I'd like to acknowledge the extraordinary work of Dandelion Support Network, led by Gabrielle Humphreys and Operation Coordinator Kayleen Pring. They support families in need and women with children with prams, strollers, car seats, beautifully arranged, often domestic violence victims as well. Thank you for what you do for our community. I want to recognise Skills for Me founder and CEO Sarah Costello and Program Director Sarah Diner for their work supporting young people and families. I've been there and seen what they do with disabled children in our community, often some of the most highest needs disabled children, providing a safe space and a network for all these families. Ladies, thank you for what you do. The St Luke's Anglican Church, Miranda Parish, organised by Philip Moss, and the Catholic Parish of St Aloysius, led by Father James McCarthy. Both great people who do great things for people of faith in our community. I'd like to thank Marine Rescue Botany Bay Port Hacking, organised by Greg Spencer, whose volunteers give their time and keep people safe on our waterways. I'd also like to acknowledge the Morris Children Fund, founded by Gary Morris. They do fantastic work, visiting the local schools in my electorate where there are disabled children with beautiful sensory rooms, all types of great programs so they can participate like every other child in our electorate. I'd also like to acknowledge the Nicole Fitzsimons Foundation, led by Kate, Vince and Matt Fitzsimons. Congratulations on the work you do, and again, I am so sorry for your recent loss. They've got compassion, commitment, they help families and children in need. Each of these organisations and the individuals behind them represent something profoundly important. They remind us that strong communities are not built by governments. They are built by volunteers, faith leaders, parents, coaches, fundraisers and everyday Australians who choose to make part of their life doing for others. I place on record my sincere thanks to every individual organisation I have named tonight. Their work strengthens our local community, helps the vulnerable and embodies the very best of the Sutherland Shire.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Speaker. It is late on a Thursday afternoon. This time tomorrow I will be back in beautiful Leichhardt, one of the best places in Australia. Even you, Speaker, despite your passion and love for Oxley, must acknowledge the natural beauty of Leichhardt. I mean, where else can you visit the tourist magnets of Cairns and Port Douglas? Hear, hear. I was actually just up in Mossman, Port Douglas, just a couple of weeks back, running community offices, catching up with council, local community groups, the Mossman Botanic Gardens. One of the groups I did meet was the Low Isles Preservation Society. For those who don't know, the conservation group is dedicated to the protection, preservation and, I guess, projection of the Low Isles, which are just off the coast of Port Douglas. Reef trips all around the world, they go there. It wasn't long ago that that group got a grant of just under $7,000 through the federal government Stronger Communities program to help them deliver educational panels and signage to help them with their mission and to educate our youth. The grant there was obviously sourced by the former member and delivered by the Albanese Labor government. Supporting local conservation groups is so important, making sure we're passionate locals protecting these places, and they know the best way to keep them safe. Locals always know best. Hear, hear. And I'm really keen to make sure we're helping groups up in my electorate, like the Low Isles Preservation Society, protect far north Queensland. One of the things that was raised at the meeting was the need to get more opportunities for more Australians to get out on the reef. The best way to protect the reef, to learn about the reef, is to come and visit it and help protect and promote one of our great marine wonders. This is why I can't wait for the Albanese Labor government's Reef Educational Experience Fund to kick off. Hear, hear. $6 million for a Kids on the Reef rebate program for schools right across Australia to subsidise excursions to our Great Barrier Reef, making it easier for students to experience our natural beauty firsthand. Hear, hear. $1 million in support for local reef tourism operators, covering up to 50% of the costs necessary for the upgrades, checks or clearances that are going to be required to accommodate these school groups. And another $3 million for Tourism Tropical North Queensland, who do a fantastic job to deliver the international education campaign in key overseas markets, showing everybody you should visit the reef, not just to see it, but also to help protect it. Hear, hear. All of this builds into the Albanese Labor government's record investment of over $1.2 billion to protect, manage and restore the Great Barrier Reef, which, as we know, is responsible for over $9 billion a year into the economy and protects 77,000 jobs. Hear, hear. But beyond that, everyone who lives along the reef knows that this natural titan is more than economy. It is culture. It is everything that we are in the far north. It's what draws us there. And giving the opportunity to the youth of Australia to come along, visit, learn to love it, because you protect what you love. And this is giving young kids the opportunity that I would never have had growing up in Victoria, to go to a tropical paradise and experience firsthand 6 of the world's 7 marine turtles. Turtles are great. Everyone will write home about them. The clownfish, now affectionately known as Nemo, though I'm not sure if anyone's asked them if they're okay with that change. We can't afford to risk the future of the reef. Protecting the reef is a responsibility. It is a legacy for all of us. And I'm proud that this Anthony Albanese Labor government is taking the protection of the reef seriously. Hear, hear. So the important thing to remember is that protecting the reef is an active thing. And the best way to protect the reef is to come and visit it. Anyone who knows science knows that data is key. And we get data by getting eyes on the reef, and we get eyes on the reef by people coming up to visit. Citizen science, the Trippy program, the removal of cots, all depends on people coming to visit. You help our economy, you help it maintain those 77,000 jobs, and you help protect one of the great natural wonders of the world. Hear, hear. A truly special place. I will be home very, very soon. I will walk along the beaches of the Coral Sea, and I will look out, knowing that the reef is there now, knowing that we're working to protect the reef for generations, and knowing that hundreds of thousands of people will come to Cairns to experience it with me. Come to the reef, come to Leichhardt, have the time of your life.
Hear, hear.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Monday, 2nd March 2026 at 10 a.m.